No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
Would have responded to one of our honorable member over here.
Honorable members on my right. I don't want to start naming you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the honorable member on the government benches would have responded to one of our honorable member based on a question or a critique we would have made on the volume 3 of the budget estimates. We would have asked, or our member would have asked, about the breakdown of the figures in that volume. And we were told that we would have next week to ask questions on those numbers. Mr. Speaker, we know that. But something I want to remind the government benches in this house is that the We Invest in Nationhood party is now in this parliament. And the We Invest in Nationhood party represents the people. We are a party of the people and for the people. And when we ask questions, it is for the people. Mr. Speaker, the average man on the street, the average Guyanese man cannot go through that book, see a figure, and have access to the minister to ask, please break down these figures. All we are asking is that it is specified in those books or that volume 3 so that the people who are financing the budget must be able to read it. They must know which road is being made where. When they see road construction region 1 to 10, they have no idea where their money is going, which region, which road is being built. And that is all we're asking. Mr. Speaker, the other thing I want to address is the Honorable Minister of Education, Ms. Sonia Parak. Ms. Sonia, Honorable Minister, I am not sure you understand as yet that you're the Minister of Education. A lot of children look up to you and they model your behavior. And it is quite embarrassing and disappointing to see you behaving in here like a fowl. You need to control your behavior. Children look up to you. It is embarrassing. I am ashamed for myself to think you are the Minister of Education. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by stating clearly that the We Invest in Nationhood party stands firmly with the public servants of this country.
Honorable member, please.
The honorable member is offending against so many standing orders here right now. You cannot stand in this house. She's new.
Mr. Speaker, what point of order is the minister standing on?
I'm standing on standing order 40A to say that the honorable member is offending against standing order 38, which is calling names and imputing motives. It's 2 standing orders she offends against. Mr. Speaker, you cannot stand at the podium and call anybody in this house a foul. When you bring into disrepute any member of this house, it's the entire house that you bring into disrepute. And the honorable member must withdraw that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Local Government. Honorable members, the Speaker heard. Being I don't know about everything. I hear who is speaking to the chair. So he does have some amount of flexibility. I allowed that to pass. As one person yesterday, the 3rd time they used the word corruption was in the wrong context, and I interjected. So those who are going to address contradictions of the standing order may get one example to pass. Honorable member, you started really well.
Thank you.
You should continue in that vein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by stating clearly that the We Invest in Nationhood party stands firmly with the workers and public servants of this country in condemning the absence of a salary increase for the working people in the 2026 budget. The We Invest in Nationhood party, in its manifesto, made clear, measurable commitments to the working people of this country. We pledge 50% increase for public servants, and we pledge to raise the income tax threshold from 130,000 to 200,000. Mr. Speaker, we made these commitments knowing fully well and being fully well aware that Guyana has the resources to pay our people, to pay our workers and public servants what they deserve. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the members of this House are servants of the people, yet the servants on the government benches are living far better lives than the people who are paying their salaries. The servants have mansions, while the people who are paying their salaries, some of them do not even have a roof over their heads. Mr. Speaker, the theme of this year's budget is putting people first. But were the people truly put first when all they received was a meager $10,000 increase in the income tax threshold? Mr. Speaker, that equates to an adjustment of barely $2,500 additional take-home pay for a worker who's earning $200,000 per month. $2,500, Mr. Speaker, if you go to board a market, with that, Mr. Speaker, you're not even sure if you can get 2 sets of greens to have 2 meals. Right. Mr. Speaker, the government's own 2025 mid-year budget reports it clear that the cost of living continues to rise for ordinary Guyanese. Right. At the end of June 2025, the consumer price index increased by 2.9% compared to the end of 2024, driven almost entirely by food prices. So, Mr. Speaker, when the PPPC government speaks of stability, the reality for workers is quite different. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the working class people of this country, they face hardship and pressure every single day. Yet they are being asked to absorb the rising cost while their wages remain stagnant. And yet, Mr. Speaker, it is the same working class, the very people struggling to keep up with the rising prices, who are contributing $71 billion to this country's revenue through income tax alone. And Mr. Speaker, that is something I would like for the Guyanese people to hear again. They are contributing $71 billion, Mr. Speaker. And that is only through income tax revenue.
Right. Love it. We love it.
Mr. Speaker, in a $1.558 trillion budget, the national minimum wage has not moved by a single dollar.
Not a muscle.
How can that be fair to the workers of this country?
It's not fair.
A national minimum wage review is not just desirable, it is necessary. And so, Mr. Speaker, the We Invest in Nationhood party calls for an immediate review of this injustice in the 2026 budget. Our workers and our public servants must receive a salary increase each and every year. Mr. Speaker, the private sector minimum wage has not increased since 2002. That is more than 3 years ago. Private sector workers earn less than public sector workers for a similar work. The Guyana Trade Union Congress and the Federation of Independent Trade Unions of Guyana have repeatedly called for an increase in the private sector minimum wage and a national minimum wage that reflects the cost of living. Even the Private Sector Commission, Mr. Speaker, has publicly stated that matching the 100,000 public sector minimum wage could be considered. So Mr. Speaker, when employers themselves acknowledge that parity is possible, the government has no excuse for inaction. But as we have seen, As we have seen on multiple occasions, the PPPC government is more reactive than proactive.
Right.
They only get it right, Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Azruddin Mohammed, opposition of the leader of the opposition, highlights their incompetence and advise how to fix it.
Yes.
The government owes the workers of this country better, Mr. Speaker. And they can get it right. We know they can get it right, Mr. Speaker. It is simple. All they have to do is enrich the lives of the working people of this country instead of enriching their lives off of the backs of the working people in this country. Budget 2026 should have included a clear timeline for increasing private sector minimum wage and an increase in the public sector. A commitment to wage parity and a national policy aligned with cost of living realities. This absence is a profound disservice to the working people of Guyana, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to touch a little on the NIS crisis in our country. In 2025, Mr. Speaker, $10 billion was injected into the National Insurance Scheme for a one-off cash grant intended to support persons who fell just short of pension eligibility. At the time, the public was told between 20,000 to 25,000 people would benefit from this. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the reports reaching us suggest that only 3,000 people actually accessed that grant at a cost of about $1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, does this government regard a one-off cash grant as a substitute for pension security, or as an admission that the scheme's structural weakness remain unresolved? Because if only a fraction of the projected beneficiaries received support, then this House must ask, where is the rest of the $10 billion? And what is the plan for the thousands who still remain outside the pension net? And while the government reflects on this outcome, they should tell this House when was the last actuarial study completed and signed off, and why annual NIS reports continue to be tabled late. Mr. Speaker, the National Insurance Scheme is the backbone of income security for thousands of workers and public servants. Yet even today, far too many Guyanese reach retirement age only to discover that they cannot access their pension or their benefits. So while workers are contributing billions to this country's revenue, many cannot even be granted the basic dignity of receiving their pension on time, if at all. Mr. Speaker, when we compare the size of this year's budget, a $1.558 trillion budget, against the lived reality of our people, the contrast is very stark. According to the most recent report assessment from the IDB, and I know over the past 2 days, my colleagues on this side of the House would have repeated these figures many times, but I'm going to say it again just for emphasis so the side over there can hear it. 58% of Guyanese live in poverty, while 32 live in abject poverty. And Mr. Speaker, 67% of the extremely poor live in rural communities. This, Mr. Speaker, is the social landscape in which this budget must be judged. But as much as this budget is dazzling and dancing with numbers, it falls apart under scrutiny, Mr. Speaker. And nowhere does it fall apart more spectacularly than in the ministries that should be safeguarding the nation's workforce and strengthening the state's capacity to serve its people. The Ministry of Labor and Manpower Planning and the Ministry of Public Service, Government Efficiency and Implementation. These are the two ministries responsible for the workers who build this country and the public servants who must deliver services that keep it functioning. Yet, Mr. Speaker, these are the very ministries that this budget treats as afterthoughts, just as the PPP government treats the working class of Guyana. Budget 2026 presents itself under the theme, putting people first. Yet when we examine the 2026 budget speech by the Honorable Minister and the estimates before this House for the Ministry of Public Service, Government Efficiency and Implementation, we are left to ask, what efficiency and what implementation? Because what we see in this budget is not a ministry driving transformation. What we see is a ministry maintaining the status quo. Mr. Speaker, The budget for the ministry responsible for building our public servants, the human capacity of the government, has decreased from $8.4 billion in 2025 to $8 billion in 2026. It is a minor decrease. Yes, we understand that. But why was this decrease? When this is supposed to be the very ministry focusing on our public servants' development. Upon reviewing the labor provisions under the Ministry of Labor Manpower Planning, or more precisely the lack thereof, we are faced with a challenging reality. The people who are not being put first are the workers and public servants of Guyana. The government benches would have us believe that this is a budget for a one Guyana, a budget of shared prosperity and a budget of historic job creations. Right. But when we follow the money, Mr. Speaker, not all the long speeches and the dramatics that goes on in this house, right. When we follow the money, right. Mr. Speaker, we find a very different story. We find a story of job performance indicators that cannot be met because these resources simply do not exist. We find a story of public servants and workers left behind in $1 trillion budget. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the truth the government does not want this House to know or the people of Guyana to confront. According to its program performance statement, the Ministry of Labor and Manpower Planning is tasked with formulating labor policies and standards, drafting occupational safety and health regulations, matching job seekers with employers, among several others, Mr. Speaker. But what does the budget give them to achieve these mandates? The Ministry of Labor and Manpower Planning budget increased from approximately $1.51 billion in 2025 to $1.74 billion in 2026, an increase of about 300,000, Mr. Speaker. In 2026, Mr. Speaker, the ministry received a mere 0.11% of our national expenditure. The ministry responsible for the workers in this country did not even receive a 1% increase, not even a 0.2, a 0.11%. Recurrent expenditure increased while capital expenditure fell sharply from just over $211 million in 2025 to about $138 million in 2026. In a budget dominated by current expenditure, the ministry responsible for workers' protection is moving in the opposite direction. Mr. Speaker, how does the government believe that inspections, occupational safety, and labor enforcement can be strengthened with reduced capital support at a time of expanding economic activity, increasing workplace risk, and the rapid growth of large-scale and hazardous projects? Mr. Speaker, the ministry's allocation are organized under 3 programs: policy development and administration, labor administration services, and manpower planning. Manpower planning dominates the estimates, accounting for roughly $904 million. Of this amount, only 88% is classified as other charges, including a subvention of approximately $723 million to the Board of Industrial Training, an external entity to the ministry. Parliament is therefore being asked to approve this very substantial allocation without clear information on outcomes, job placement rates, wage progression, or the value derived from this expenditure. How is this House to assess value?
Honourable Member, I thought you were going to give me the connection between Board of Industrial Training. It's not external to. In future, you can say under the ministry, because it's not external. It's not some other agency that's somewhere floating out there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Noted.
I know everything except for manage a country. Give me a break.
By contrast, labor administration services covering inspections, industrial relations, occupational safety, and dispute resolutions remain comparatively modest. Is this consistent with the budget that claims to be putting people first? Mr. Speaker, staffing is not a technical detail. The estimates show that more than half of the 132 persons employed in the ministry's workforce are that of contracted employees. Labor administration, Mr. Speaker, is not a short-term project. It requires continuity, independence, and authority. Capital expenditure for 2026 totals approximately 138 million and is spread thinly across buildings, furniture, and equipment, much of it retention on earlier projects. There is no meaningful expansion of regional inspection capacity or occupational safety and health infrastructure. How does this align with a budget that claims to be putting people first in the face of rising labor pressures and increased workplace risk? Mr. Speaker, the mandate of the Ministry of Labor is not limited to drafting policies and issuing public statements. It extends to the protection of workers and the enforcement of fair and decent work conditions across this country. Yet, Mr. Speaker, during a recent visit to the Georgetown Public Hospital, I encountered a situation that should be troubling to every member of this parliament, and certainly every member on the government benches. It was a clear reminder, Mr. Speaker, that the conditions faced by our workers do not match the assurances we hear in this chamber. The reality on the ground tells a very different story. Cleaners and porters, Mr. Speaker, the very workers who keep our public hospitals sanitary and prevent the spread of diseases and assist patients every single day, do not have access to something as basic as a lunchroom. Mr. Speaker, these workers are forced to store their bags in the washroom of the hospital, and most of them eat their lunches in the washroom. Mr. Speaker, that is not only unacceptable, it is a profound failure of basic working standards. No worker in this country, least of all those who serve in our public health system, should be subjected to such indignity.
Right, the truth is hard for me. Continue, love. You very hard. You
and if the Ministry of Labor is to fulfill its mandate, then safeguarding safe working conditions, providing proper facilities, and upholding basic human dignity must be treated as a priority, not an afterthought. Mr. Speaker, let us turn our attention to the issue many of our Guyanese brothers and sisters have been raising: the increased practice of foreign nationals being employed because they're viewed as cheaper labor. We now have a number of institutions hiring foreign workers, particularly Venezuelan nationals, who are willing to work for lower wages for the same work. Mr. Speaker, this practice raises two concerns, and they fall squarely within the Ministry of Labor's mandate. Almost all of our public hospitals are now employing Venezuelan nationals as porters because they're considered low-cost labor. But, Mr. Speaker, this results in the displacement of Guyanese workers, a direct threat to the fair wages, fair opportunity, and the integrity of our labor market. It creates real risks within our institutions, particularly our hospitals, where the language barrier affects communication, slows response, and compromises the standard of care that the patients are entitled to expect. The Ministry of Labor has the responsibility to regulate recruitment practices, ensure fair wages, and protect both local and foreign workers from exploitation. Mr. Speaker, in Guyana, we have a growing crisis where Chinese-owned companies are exploiting our Guyanese workers, and Budget 2026 is very silent in this issue. The evidence is overwhelming and well documented. On November 26, 2025, three major newspapers, the Guyana Chronicle, Stabroek News, and the Guyana Times, all reported serious labor violations at the Chinese-owned Aurora gold mines, following an altercation between frustrated workers and management on November 24, 2025, which was captured on video. Workers reported unpaid wages, delayed and partial payment, threats when they demand their money, termination after raising concerns, long shifts of 12+ hours without breaks. They also reported lack of safety gear, absence of occupational safety and health protocols, overcrowded work site, workers collapsing on the ground, workers injured without compensation, no toilets around the work site, flooded work zones with stagnant water, among many others, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when these workers spoke out, they were either fired, replaced, blacklisted, or intimidated. These are not allegations from years ago, Mr. Speaker. These were reported on November 26, 2025 by the media houses and confirmed by the Ministry of Labor itself. And Aurora is not the only case. Stabrook News noted that these revelations revive long-standing concerns about other Chinese-operated companies, including China Railway Construction Corporations and China Road and Bridge Corporations. These are not small contractors. These are multinational corporations operating with impunity in our country towards our people. Mr. Speaker, if Guyanese workers cannot depend on the ministry to protect them, then this House must ask, what purpose is this ministry fulfilling?
Right.
Because, Mr. Speaker, it should never be acceptable. In fact, it should be unthinkable for Guyanese workers to be subjected to substandard, dangerous, or degrading treatment in their own country, especially by foreign companies who would never dare to treat workers this way in their own country. Mr. Speaker, between the year 2020 and 2024, this country has had 111 workplace fatalities, and the majority of that number is in mining and construction. And this is not me saying so, Mr. Speaker, and this is not the opposition saying so. This information is publicly available on the Department of Public Information website.
Publicly available.
In 2024 alone, there were 11 deaths from mining pits collapsing. And the Minister of Natural Resources, the Honorable Vikram Bharat's response to this was that because the miners were working at 1 a.m., the pit collapsed and the miner need to prioritize their health and safety. Mr. Speaker, what hogwash is this? Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the minister thought that at 7 a.m., the pit would have automatically became safer.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, the minister even went further to state that it is negligence and carelessness by some miners as contributing factors to the fatalities. But never once did the minister acknowledge that the Ministry of Labor should, just maybe, they should be a little more proactive to their approach to health and safety regulations.
Right.
And this is what the PPPC government does. They blame everyone else rather than accepting their faults and fixing them.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 does not expand inspections. It does not increase enforcement capacity. How then can the labor administration system investigate violations without resources? How can it protect workers without inspectors? Mr. Speaker, these are not issues we can just sweep under the rug. These are essential protections for our Guyanese workers, protection that this 1.558 trillion budget failed to provide. Mr. Speaker, allow me to put forward what our side of the House, the We Invest in Nationhood party, believe should be in this budget for the people and their protection. Mr. Speaker, a fully staffed manpower planning unit equipped with economists, statisticians, analysts, and employment officers, a unit that puts workers first by grounding policy in real labor market.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, a strengthened labor inspectorate with vehicles, fuel, digital tool, and regional capacity to enforce the law across all 10 administrative regions. A modern occupational safety and health authority properly equipped and trained to regulate high-risk sectors such as the oil and gas, mining, and construction. A national minimum wage review anchored in cost of living realities and guided by tripartite dialogue between workers, employers, and the state. Transparency in subsidies and subventions, ensuring every organization receiving public funds reports measurable outputs and outcomes. A real labor market information system, institutionalized within the ministry, not outsourced, not symbolic, to guide training, employment, and national workforce planning. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, when we examine this budget with honesty and clarity, it becomes evident that it flows upward and not outward. And what does that mean? It means it's flowing to the rich only and not all of the Guyanese people. It is a budget crafted to secure comfort for those who already have, while offering nothing to the poor or to the working class. The very people who we rely on, The very people who the government rely on the most, Mr. Speaker. This is not a people-centered budget. It is a prosperity for the few budget. And Mr. Speaker, this is perhaps the greatest tragedy of all, because the founder of the People's Progressive Party, the late Dr. Cherry Jagan, was unwavering in his belief that the rich can take care of themselves, that it is the poor and the working class families whom a government must fight for, protect, and uplift. But Mr. Speaker, this PPPC government and the budget they have placed before this House has abandoned that principle. It does not defend the poor, nor does it uplift the working class. It does not honor the legacy it so often invokes. Instead, it leaves the very poor people, Dr. Cherry championed, struggling under the weight of rising costs, stagnant wages, and a government that has chosen comfort for a few over relief for the many. Fighting for and uplifting the poor and working class people was Dr. Jagan's philosophy. That was his life's work. That was the moral compass he set for this nation. Yet nothing in this budget reflects that legacy. This budget does not honor Dr. Jagan's vision. It departs from it. Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana deserves a budget that uplifts them, not one that leaves them behind. They deserve a government that remembers its founding promise to stand with the poor, to defend the workers, and to build a nation where prosperity is shared, not concentrated. This budget failed that test. Mr. Speaker, this budget tells us of what this government values most: concrete, asphalt, FPSOs, 4-lane highways, and big numbers and glossy apps.
Big numbers.
But a budget that ignores workers cannot claim to put people first. A labor system without enforcement cannot protect the vulnerable. A nation that allows exploitation cannot call itself just. We owe the Guyanese workers more than promises, Mr. Speaker. We owe them protection in their own country. We owe them justice. And the 2026 budget before this House does none of that. That is why we cannot agree with this budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said. Well said.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Ms. Jurita Fernandez.
I know you can't take me in.
Honorable Member, it's 2:40. You can start.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, before I go into my presentation, I want to draw attention and some comparison to some complaints that I've been hearing in the House. I heard none other than the Honorable Minister Priya Manichan stood to her feet in this House a few days ago, and she read the standing order cautioning when persons are reading their speech. But the minister is only selective in when she see people reading speech, because the minister was sitting right there, sir, yesterday when none other.
Okay, I can't allow you to go down that path. You have to direct that to me.
Okay.
Okay? She rose on a point of order which I allowed. I have observed so many persons violating that standing order still, and especially those who are doing their first speech in the National Assembly. I'm flexing a bit. So we've seen examples last night, and I don't want to say how recent also. So please, when you are going to take on what is said officially and what is said unofficially in the House, you're directing it to the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
You're getting
Speaker.
back your time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that you asked me to direct it to you, sir, because I would like to direct to you. It was none other than the Honorable Minister Pauline Sakai, somebody that has been in this house since I was 5 years old, stood yesterday and read from her speech almost in entirety. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 would bring the total budgetary allocation to the PPP from 2020 to 2026 at $6.1 trillion. Mr. Speaker, that is more than $5 trillion more than the APNU coalition spent during our time in office. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to highlight to the public that Budget 2026 has a deficit of $448.9 billion. Mr. Speaker, that by itself is $148.2 billion more than the largest budget the APNU coalition ever spent. Mr. Speaker, but even with all that money, the PPP is failing to deliver where it matters most. Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about government and government allocations, we expect government ministers, in particular when we listen to the budget presentation by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, to be focusing heavily and primarily on the most vulnerable people in society in this country. But when it comes to the protection of the most vulnerable people in society, the PPP always is found wanting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 days, we've heard many presentations. It started with all the government ministers coming to the floor and being very theatrical, because that's what they're good at. They come to the floor and they treat here as though it's an exhibition site in which they come and they just fluff and bluff and don't get into the substance of the budget and what the fine print actually says, sir. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say today that it is important for us to take our time to study, to learn. Mr. Schuman came here and he said persons don't like to read. I think Mr. Schuman was referring to himself, sir. But today we're going to take persons through the documentation that is presented not just only to this house, but by the government of Guyana on every other website available. Because when it comes to data, we search for it, because we know you're not going to come and bring the things to this house that is actually beneficial for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, when I read for my master's in public administration at the University of Guyana, there was a course we did called public policy. And public policy would have taught you and anybody else in this house that you just don't look at policy formulation and implementation, but you have to follow through to the very end, and we have to do the evaluation, because there, sir, is where we actually can see if the outcome that those policies had desirous of bringing was actually realized. The PPP never follows through when it comes to those things. They never do the evaluation. And sorry, even the times that they do the evaluation, they do not bring the record to the house, because they're always found wanting when it comes to the evaluation. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you that I'm going to focus on two areas today. And the first I want to focus on is the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the indigenous people in this country is a minority group, sir. Mr. Speaker, we have very late, very, very late, but we have it nevertheless, the preliminary report on the Guyana National Population and Housing Census of 2022. If we were to turn our attention, sir, to table 1.13, we would see here, sir, that when it comes to the hinterland population accounted for 112,822 persons. So when it comes to the average household size of the hinterland, we're going to see it accounted for 4.24, sir. 4.24, and I want to tell persons this, is the second highest. When you go to the region is 4.58 for region 1 alone. 4.58, that is the average household size. Now the census went on to say, it says, meanwhile, the consistently high household size for the hinterland regions were expected, for these are regions that are predominantly inhabited by the indigenous population who have historically recorded a higher household size relative to the rest of the country. Sir, these numbers are not presented to us just like this. It's presented to us for our analysis, sir. And there are persons in this house, particularly in the PPP, that I have to speak to today. You know, the Honorable Prime Minister, Mark Phillips, just asked, what's the point you're making? Well, Mark Phillips, Honorable Member, listen carefully. We have listened over the last 2 days in this house. We heard members on this side of the house, and I would call Mr. La Cruz out as an example. He spoke about the living standards of indigenous people. He was rebutted heavily by none other than the Minister of Amerindian Affairs that went out to the public and came to this very podium on the floor of this house and sought to defend the fact that in the hinterland, persons are living in houses with truly leaves. Right? And as the Honorable Minister right now is shouting, that's the people culture, I would like to tell persons here today, and the indigenous community that is listening to me right now, not because you're born as an indigenous person in this country, such subject you to a life of poverty. That should never be the case. There is nobody that can come here and say otherwise. You know, the minister went on, sir. The Minister of Amerindian Affairs went on, and she quoted and she called the name of an individual. She said, Luana Augustus messaged her at 1 something in the morning and told her how she felt it offensive and all of that. Well, sir, I would like to put to this house the 592 Comment Association in collaboration with the Facebook investigators. They went and did their own research when it comes to that individual. And you know what they found, sir? That she don't live in no house with no truly leaf roof. The minister don't live in a house like that. Lennox Schumann doesn't live in a house like that. Alistair Charlie does not live in a house like that. Colin Crow doesn't live in a house like that. How dare you come to this house and subject indigenous people by using culture as a means to suppress our economic advancement in this country with $1 trillion budget? You want to come and show culture. When is it? I have never once heard any member of the PPPC government coming to this floor and advocating for people to go back to living in mud hut or low-G. But yet you come to this house and you ask indigenous people to be satisfied with substandard living sir, when we come to this house and we make our representation. Mr. Speaker, housing is an important aspect when it comes to indigenous communities, because that number that I gave you before, indigenous people do not like living in crowded households, but that is their economic situation. That is their economic situation. So you cannot go out there and plaster it as culture, because that is not what culture is, sir. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to health care, you know, the Honorable Minister of Amerindian Affairs went out and she said, if you're not being come, you're not being no. Well, I would like to tell the Honorable Minister of Amerindian Affairs that I was there. And when I speak on these matters, I speak of things I saw firsthand. Health care, sir. I went to Kaikan. I went and visited the health center. It looked like death itself. We open a door, bats coming out flying at you. That is the legacy of the PPP, and that is a few months ago. Trillions of dollars spent in this country, and the indigenous people are being left behind. So don't come here and purport to tell us that you know what is good for indigenous people in this country, sir. Mr. Speaker, I have to race through these things right now, sir, but I want to touch on a very important aspect. I want to touch on education, sir. I have to touch on education, as my colleague said. Don't forget it. And, sir, like the member said, Honorable Schumann, he said read, and I would encourage him to go and read as well. Because, sir, these people in the PPP continue to spend trillions of dollars, and they are delivering less to the people of this country, sir. Sir, this came from the Ministry of Education website, and I'm going to lay over all of these documents. Sir, when it comes to region number 1, you remember I said the largest budget that we ever had was $30.7 billion, the total budget, largest total budget for the APNU coalition. Sir, the ministry have up some stats here, the Ministry of Education. They have stats from 2016 to 2024, and I want the nation to know they are spending money and delivering less. That is the legacy of the PPP. Sir, in 2016, the APNU coalition's budget was $230 billion. 230. Sir, in 2024, the PPP budget was $1.145 trillion. So let me give you the stats from the hinterland. When it comes to mathematics in Region 1, 2016, we had 20% pass in mathematics in Region 1, 2016. When it comes to 2024, the same Region 1, 9% pass under the PPP administration. When it comes to mathematics pass in Region 7, in 2016, 18% pass. In 2024, 14% pass. When it comes to mathematics pass in Region 8, in 2016, 12% pass. 2024, 3% pass. When it comes to mathematics pass in region number 9, 2016, 24%, 2024, 7%. This is the legacy of the PPP. So when they come to this house and they purport to be spending a lot of money, they all say this is the biggest budget ever. But I asked the Minister of Education to get down to the stats and actually deliver to the people of this country, sir. Mr. Speaker, they continue to talk about who knows to read the budget and who don't know to read the budget, but I think they should start reading their own budget, sir.
Honourable Member, I just needed to give you some stats before I ask that you get an extension. You started at 240, you should have ended at 245, but I gave you back the minute that I took from you. That's 246, which is now. You've used up 100% of your initial allocation. You need an extension to conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to ask for the honourable member to be given an extension of 5 minutes.
Thank you. Two things. First of all, visitors to the chamber are not allowed past the signs that we have. So please, the honorable MPs, if somebody come to you, just immediately wave them. You can't do that. And that particular person continues to clap, shout down members yesterday. Well, this is the second warning the person is getting. The second warning. And to both chief whips, what I'll do from now, I will indicate that the person's initial allocation is up, and I'm allowing 5 more minutes to conclude rather than be interjecting. Okay? Honorable member, your extra 5 minutes start at 2:58.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we look to volume 2 of the estimates, one of the indicators that we're looking at under the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs, Community Development and Empowerment, we see here, sir, proportion of villages implementing their village sustainable plans. Now, the minister would have stood in this house and she would have spoke highly about these programs. And she said, oh, they're doing such a phenomenal job. But when it comes to the stats, sir, as reported in their budget that was given to us, 2025, out of 247 implemented, only 125 was implemented, sir. So when they come to this house and they speak so grand about all the wonderful things that they are doing, sir, I want to say that they are found wanting tremendously, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to some other stats. You know, the honorable member, Ashley Singh, came and he read and he fluffed and he bluffed in this book. But there's something called the fine print, sir, and I want to go through some of the fine prints. Sir, when it comes to healthcare, particularly the nutritional status of children under 5 as a percentage of age group, sir, severely malnourished was in 2021 0.4. In 2025, sir, it was 0.5. How can a government come to this house, say they are doing exceptional, spending trillions of dollars, and after all of that expenditure, more children are starving in this country than they were under the APNU coalition without 1 cent of oil money, sir? These are their stats. They can't dispute it. Moderately malnourished was 1.0 2021. Now it is 1.5 in 2025, sir. These are the data that we have. They talk so much. The honorable member there, Mark Phillips, will tell you about power generation. So if you come to this book, you would see in 2025, we had less power generation than we did in 2024. This is reported in this document, sir. But sir, very, very important statistic that we need to look at. You would see here, sir. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our population growth, Mr. Speaker, the population growth rate in 2021 was 1.5. That growth rate went 2022, 1.9, 2023, 2.3. Then in 2024, it went to 5.7, and 2025, it went to 5.6. But sir, if you to look at our birth rate in this country, our birth rate declined from in 2021, 19.4 to 2025, 10.5. So you know what they're going to say, sir? I think it was the honorable Minister Vikram Bharat that said people are now running back to this country, sir. He said that They didn't see a need to run back to this country before, and I thought the Honorable Minister must have missed the point that the PPP was in government for 23 years before 2015, and persons did not come to this country then. But, sir, that is not the case. You can't say people coming back for good times. You know why? Because the data is saying something else. And in their own preliminary census report, the PPP administration is saying that they cannot account for the amount of migrants in this country. They are saying that there is over 30,000 undocumented Venezuelans living in Guyana right now. So when they come to this house and they seek to lecture us about what we are doing wrong, this never happened under us, sir. This is their legacy, and they will continue to see these things, sir. We will continue to see these things because of the incompetence of these people, sir. Mr. Speaker, no amount of money that is thrown at incompetence can cure that disease. The PPP is an incompetent bunch of people, sir. They want to come and talk about who reads the budget. I think they don't read the budget themselves, sir. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I hear the Honorable Member Kwame McCoy shouting across. Mr. Speaker, if you go up to Yarracabra, you will see 10 acres of land being developed by him, sir, and he got a guard hut 200 feet high with an incline of 70 degrees, sir. That is the man, that is what he does. He doesn't solve this country's interests, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to this Honorable House that these data presented by the government, they're serious, sir. And I want to say to the PPP administration, particularly persons dealing with Amerindian Affairs, that we need to be serious. We cannot be spending trillions of dollars and not delivering to the people. I want to say to the indigenous people, you will continue to have representation, and no failure of representation coming from the PPP would subject you to a life that you have to live in economic devastation. I thank you, sir.
And now for the Honorable Member Zulfikar Mustafa, our Honorable Minister of Public Service, Efficiency and Implementation.
Thank you, Mr.
You have
Speaker.
the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on this side of the House, honorable members on the other side of the House, and all Guyanese living in every region of our country and in the diaspora. I stand today on behalf of the Ministry of Public Service, Government Efficiency and Implementation to give support to Budget 2026, presented under the theme, Putting People First. I begin by expressing our gratitude and appreciation to the Honorable Member, Dr. Ashley Singh, and the immensely hardworking staff of the Ministry of Finance for the countless hours poured into crafting the single largest budget ever presented to this House. I would also like to thank the staff of my ministry and all public servants who have contributed to the preparation of this $1.558 trillion budget. Mr. Speaker, this budget is built on the foundation of strong economic growth, with focus on the growth and development for all Guyanese, from the farmers to the miners, shopkeepers, and the stay-at-home moms and dads. This budget represents inclusivity and diversity across all sectors and demographics throughout our dear land. Mr. Speaker, through prudent fiscal management, sound policy making, and distinguished leadership from His Excellency, our President, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, this government has translated unprecedented levels of economic growth into opportunities for personal upliftment, created at a pace never before seen in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore appropriate that Budget 2026 carry the theme, Putting People First. Since resuming office in 2020, Mr. Speaker, each budgetary measure and manifesto promise has been crafted with the explicit goal of ensuring that not only are the basic needs of every Guyanese met, but that the opportunities for long-term wealth creation and financial security are attained. As a country, we have faced many difficulties since independence. We went through periods of rigged elections, a bankrupt economy left by the PNC, long lines and absence of basic foods, and the invisible enemy of the COVID-19 pandemic. But our people are resilient, Mr. Speaker, built with determination, and together with the PPPC at the helm of government, we have fought all of those difficulties together. This 2026 budget represents the continuous rebuilding of our economy after the hopelessness that characterized the APNU AFC government during 2015 to 2020. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members sitting representing the Win Party in this honorable house are not absolved of their role in this tragic period of government under the PNC. Many of them were active members of not only the APNU AFC government, but represented and defended in this honorable house budgets that had nothing for the people of Guyana. Other than raising taxes and dismissing 7,500 sugar workers, 2,000 CSOs within our hinterland areas, and hundreds of public sector employees. Over the last 5 budgets of the PPPC government, we have reversed all the draconian taxes implemented under the APNU AFC government, benefiting thousands of Guyanese. We have strengthened our bilateral and multilateral relationships with our international partners after the APNU AFC locked them out of Guyana on the pretext of COVID, while trying to subvert the true will of the people in 2020. Mr. Speaker, this budget was done with the people of our beautiful country in mind. And our government has nothing but love and care for the people who elected us to serve. We will never back down from serving the people. We will defend the things that will make their lives easier and bring dignity and respectability to every hardworking citizen of this nation. And they are hardworking citizens, Mr. Speaker. Not only our brothers and sisters hardworking, they are very smart and attuned to the things we say in this house, the actions we take outside of it, and they can see where there is genuine interest in their development. It is for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Guyana re-elected the People's Progressive Party with a greater majority in this parliament. Their message is clear, a message I believe that is lost on that side of the house. That message, Mr. Speaker, is for the People's Progressive Party to continue governing and carrying out our manifesto promises unimpeded, and to ignore all the obstacles and the whimsical opposition towards every initiative of this government. Mr. Speaker, I do not envy the honorable members sitting in the combined opposition. They have to come here in this honorable house to try and criticize a budget that they themselves do not understand. And it was evident over the past couple of days, Mr. Speaker. I saw on Facebook, Mr. Speaker, the joy and enlightenment when the honorable opposition leader proceeded to tell us how he can use the monies allocated under the office of the president, having seen the budget book for the first time in his life. Mr. Speaker,
50 million for
I would not be surprised if this was his first look at the estimates. With this explanation, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid we are in for some long days and nights come next week when we go through the estimates. While I have some sympathies for members such as the Honorable Member Harbajan, who took to his social media to protest, having just 1 week to go through the budget speech and estimates, I suspect many of them are now realizing what real work is. Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana, however, have no sympathies for anyone that they elect that cannot read a budget book and cannot formulate any policies or programs on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 days and briefly this morning, What we and the people of Guyana heard from the presentations of the honorable members of the combined opposition were representations that were devoid of any ideas on how we can address, improve, and better the lives of all Guyanese. Representations that were devoid of any solution to everyday issues. And representatives who are devoid of a real understanding of how a country is governed. Mr. Speaker, we were, however, regaled with the opinions rather than the facts, the stories instead of the realities that confront us, fairy tale issues rather than solutions. Mr. Speaker, in contrast, the honorable members on this side of the House stood one after the other and spoke of the initiatives they have implemented, what they will continue to do, and the new programs they will be implementing from this year. That, Mr. Speaker, is leadership.
That's right.
That is a party and a government who cares for our people, and that, Mr. Speaker, is how you put the people first. Even when the PPPC was in opposition, Mr. Speaker, we always came to this honorable House with practical solutions aligned with the best interests of our Guyanese brothers and sisters at heart. We told them not to close the sugar estates. We told them to do the study and carry out its findings. The honorable member at that time, who is now our president, presented to the opposition the effects that closing those sugar estates would have on our sugar workers and their families. We told them what it will do to the village economies and the economy in general. Even then, they did not listen. Apart from the fact that at best, Mr. Speaker, at best, their tenure in office was considered to be abysmal.
You're being very kind.
Mr. Speaker, the members of the APNU-WIN opposition got up and boasted. They have boasted in this parliament how they cannot support the budget. The Honorable Coretta MacDonald spoke boastfully and confidently how she cannot support the budget. Well, Mr. Speaker, we knew already they were coming here to do just that. Disappointed, but not surprised. But I would like to ask all of the honorable members, through you, Mr. Speaker, in the APNU-WIN opposition, go now in the communities across Guyana and look our citizens in the eyes and tell them, tell the 206,000 students and their hardworking parents that you do not support the 60,000 because you care cash grant. Tell them that your vision is to do what you did the last time. Take away it. Take away it from them. Go to the communities and look at the 14,000 parents in their eyes and tell them you do not support the People's Progressive Party government paying for their kids to write 8 subjects at CSEC and CAPE, and free tertiary education being offered by this PPPC government, because that is in the budget.
And you're giving them boots and buses then.
Look the pensioners in their eyes and tell them you will take back their water and electricity subsidies like you have done in 2015. That is in this budget again. Look into the eyes of our young entrepreneurs, our women, and persons living with disability, and you tell them that you did not support the creation of the Guyana Development Bank and the injection of $100 million that will provide them with interest-free loans to start or expand their small business. Interest-free loans, Mr. Speaker. Boast to the thousands of people that we have budgeted $7.5 billion to support the upgrades to their homes under the housing subsidy program. Go and boast to them that you did not support that in this house, at this budget. While you are at it, while you're going in the communities and boasting, remind them that the green and white paper that the combined opposition did was to encourage the private sector to diversify into cook-up and plantainship business. Remind them that, because that is what you did. Mr. Speaker, over the last few days, we have heard from the honorable members, Jordan and Solomon, quoted extensively from reports. Mr. Speaker, let us examine reports that the honorable members failed to quote. The 2024 labor force survey published by the Bureau of Statistics reported overall employment fell from 12.8% in 2020 to 6.4% in 2024. Female unemployment dropped from 14.4% in 2020 that we inherited to 9% in 2024. Youth employment, Mr. Speaker, youth employment dropped from 13.2% to 12.1%. 12.1%. Mr. Speaker, between 2020 to 2024, more than 104,000 Guyanese became employed. 104,000 Guyanese became employed. Mr. Speaker, let's turn to the international reports. Let's turn to the international reports. The 2025 IMF Article 4 report stated that Guyana's economic transformation is advancing strongly and broadening in scale, and that large-scale public infrastructure investment supported the highest real GDP growth rate in the world. In the world. In the world. Go and quote that. Go pick up last year's report. The Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Barker, stated that the budget does not provide laptops to teachers and learners. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, 153 laptops were distributed to teachers and 147 smart boards to various schools. Moreover, 3,130 laptops were distributed across schools in Guyana by this PPPC government. The Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker, I'm still on Dr. Barker, the Honorable Member, a recipient of 2 gold scholarships, also stated in this Honorable House that gold is a symbol of poor planning, weak oversight, and uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, gold is anything but. The Guyana Online Academy of Learning currently has over 54,000 scholarships that are awarded, including him, far exceeding the initial promise of 20,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member currently occupies 2 of those scholarships that could have gone to more appreciative Guyanese. The Honorable Coretta MacDonald stated, one cannot speak of digital transformation in schools when traditional environments are not met. Mr. Speaker, traditional rehabilitation can exist alongside digital solutions to enhance schooling for all of our children. This is why over the last 5 years, this PPPC government has established smart classrooms in over 25 secondary and primary schools. The Honorable Member Deon La Cruz spoke about inadequate LCDS support for our hinterland communities. Mr. Speaker, this PPPC government has channeled more than $14.4 billion into Amerindian villages since 2023, of which $4.8 billion was disbursed in 2025. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that the coalition failed to establish a new Norway agreement because of their poor performance and consequently failed to earn a single cent of revenue for environmental services, meaning that no Amerindian community benefited from the initiative whose groundwork was laid by the PPPC government. When they say they don't have oil money, they couldn't even raise LCDS money. That is how incompetent they were. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Saiku Andrew criticized this government because we care cash grant and dared to compare it to the coalition 5Bs program. 5Bs program. This program, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the program, Mr. Speaker. This program resulted in a whopping 30 buses. 30 buses. 12 votes. 30 buses, 12 votes. And 5,000 bicycles for all the children in all of our country. Mr. Speaker, The Public Accounts Committee in 2017 noted that there were several schools that did not benefit from their version of the school feeding program. Mr. Speaker, upon resuming office in 2020, it was reported that 50% of the infamous David G buses, not the government of Guyana bus, the David G bus, were not operational and were in desperate need of repair. In fact, it was estimated that it will cost roughly $35 million just to fix one of them. In contrast, this government resumed office, restarted the Because We Care grant, and incrementally increased it to $60,000, which, coupled with the uniform voucher allowance of $5,000 and the new annual transportation grant of $20,000, will aggregate to a transfer of $85,000 per child, benefiting over 206,000 children in 2026. This government's Because We Care cash grant is universal, Mr. Speaker. Universal across all regions and all schools in our country. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the need for an upgrade and modernization of our state institution. Perhaps the most critical element in the second term of our administration's tenure is our focus on delivering quality, citizen-centered services. Mr. Speaker, it is precisely because of this identified need and the aggressive push for a modernized, responsive, and technology-driven public sector that our President, His Excellency, has expanded the mandate of the Ministry of Public Service to include government efficiency and implementation. I'm sorry the honorable member, Ms. Singh, is not here to learn about the ministry. This expanded responsibility reflects a clear understanding that development is tied to the government's ability to execute effectively and deliver results. Mr. Speaker, our government aims to modernize the public service through rigorous digitization and institutionalized monitoring and evaluation across all areas of government. This ministry now stands at the center of government's transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, this ministry is about whether government delivers, whether public funds translate into desired outcomes, and most importantly, whether the Guyanese people experience a public service that works. My ministry's role is to ensure that every program announced, every dollar allocated, and every promise made is translated into faster services, better systems, and real benefits for the citizens across all 10 regions of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, government is working to make its services more easily accessible to the citizens of Guyana through the launching of digital platforms and online portals, as well as the establishment of more integrated service centers. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC government spoke of building a bold digital nation in their 2015 manifesto. After 5 years in government, they accomplished nothing. They did not decentralize government. They did not simplify access. They did not leverage technology in any meaningful way. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what the PPPC administration has done within the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the wave of digital transformation is no longer optional. It is essential. That is why over the last 5 years, we have embraced as a government the digitization and modernization of government services. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the implementation of the National Electronic Health Record System done under the PPPC government. The launch of the Guyana Digital School under the PPPC government. The introduction of the Education Management Information System to improve the management and accountability in public schools. The installation of e-gates at the CGIA. The introduction of an e-passport issuance system. CHMPA single window. And the introduction of e-litigation platform for the High Court. All done under this PPPC administration. Mr. Speaker, we have been steadily laying the foundation for a modern, technology-enabled public sector. including moving with urgency to anchor Guyana as a regional digital hub. We have signed a memorandum of understanding for a large-scale AI data center. That is the strategic investment. It is about laying the foundation to host regional digital services. We want to use this data center as a catalyst to build out a robust fintech industry, inclusive of startup businesses, incubators, and research centers. I know it's a little bit over your head, but you'll get to it sometime. The provision of all services mentioned, Mr. Speaker, prior have seen an increase in the efficiency, reduced wait times, and faster services. But there is much more work to be done. This government will continue to pioneer further technological advancement. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to mention the introduction of the National Electronic Identification System, which is a monumental step in making public service delivery more coordinated. These biometric cards will streamline access to government and healthcare services, serving as a secure and digital proof of identity. It will modernize public service, improve national security, and optimize engagement across all government agencies. This initiative has already seen the enrollment of over 6,000 persons in 2025. By the end of this year, tens of thousands of Guyanese will have their EID cards. Mr. Speaker, government has recognized that the shift to a digital Guyana is not something that can occur overnight. We need to actively train our citizens and our public servants in the latest emerging technologies. We recognize early that people must have the confidence and competence to use technology. A major focus of our administration's work has therefore been leveraging technology to upskill and reskill Guyanese. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, government has partnered to provide structured online training for public servants and other government agencies through Coursera. Through this partnership, government has supported the training of nurses and nursing assistants, drastically reducing training costs while expanding access to hinterland students. Within the public service itself, Mr. Speaker, over 1,100 public servants are currently engaged in online training programs. Our goal is to ensure that as many public servants as possible access the upskilling platform through Coursera. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, let's speak about the APNU. The Bertram Collins College of the Public Service, which APNU claimed as a vehicle for the strengthening of the public service, was nothing more than an unaccredited, militaristic piece of political machinery that duplicated and superseded existing programs already offered by my ministry, Training Division. A government that is proud of such an investment knows little about efficient management of resources. Mr. Speaker, you can't get the point. It flew over your head. Mr. Speaker, building on the momentum laid in the first term of office, government will work tirelessly to strengthen our institutions. In particularly, this ministry is now advancing a new wave of digital platforms and integrated service system designed to make public service faster, more transparent, and easier to access. These initiatives are about removing unnecessary bureaucracy, reducing waiting times, and ensuring that citizens can interact with government in ways that are simple, modern, and convenient. The development, Mr. Speaker, of the My Guyana Citizen Portal will act as a single central gateway, allowing citizens access to a wide slate of government services. From filing tax returns to, and some people don't file their tax return, by the way, sitting right over there in the opposition benches. And we will do a portal for them to file it, Mr. Speaker. From filing tax returns to applying for water connection, this portal in conjunction with the EID card system will enable easier access and efficient interaction. The integrated service center at Lenora, Mr. Speaker, is a major step towards modernization, making government services more accessible, convenient, and efficient for the residents of Region 3. Mr. Speaker, the government will not stop there. Access to government services must extend beyond Georgetown. In the near future, citizens will see the establishment of other integrated service centers in various regions and locations across Guyana, including in Region 2, 5, 6, and 10. This decentralization will make basic government services more accessible and convenient to all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, 2025 saw the development of applications and platforms with the purpose of simplifying the connection of citizen to government. These digitization initiatives were launched in keeping with the government strategy to advance digital transformation, enhance public service efficiency, and expand equitable access to employment and economic opportunity. The introduction of the Skills Connect app aims to strengthen Guyana's labor market through digital innovation, linking skilled and semi-skilled blue-collar workers directly to employment opportunities and businesses nationwide. Since it began operation, Mr. Speaker, the app has registered 1,603 persons. Mr. Speaker, the AskGov platform, an AI-powered chatbot, will simplify the way citizens interact with government services. It is a 24/7 virtual assistant designed to answer government-related questions and help citizens access service anytime, anywhere. And Mr. Speaker, it will help the opposition member with reading the budget too. This platform is currently in its development phase, and we hope to launch it by the end of the third quarter of 2026. Mr. Speaker, GovConnect functions as the official government appointment app. It was designed to be simple, secure, and efficient. Through the app, citizens are able to schedule appointments with ministries, departments, and agencies. By the end of 2025, the first phase of GovConnect was launched at my ministry. The second stage is now being implemented at the Ministry of Human Service and the Ministry of Labor. All other ministries are currently setting up their infrastructure for full implementation and integration by August 2026. Mr. Speaker, Citizen Connect allows citizens to readily report issues, share feedback, and stay informed about actions taken by government agencies in communities across the nation. The app allows for greater transparency as citizens receive real-time updates at each stage of the review and resolution process. Citizens Connect will be launched in the coming weeks, and soon all citizens will be able to relay their concerns to government instantaneously. Mr. Speaker, the honorable opposition members speak as though we can run a 21st century economy using 20th century system. Guyana is now managing larger budgets than ever before and more simultaneous and more complex projects. This is why digitization is of the utmost importance. A government that manages billions can no longer rely on paper files and disconnected systems. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the scale and the scope of these digitization initiatives, combined with this ministry's expanded mandate to drive efficiency and implementation, one thing becomes clear. This government is not managing the present. We are building the future. We are deliberately positioning Guyana as a modern state, equipped with a digital system, stronger institutional capacity, and service standards required in a rapidly evolving global environment. This is what forward-thinking leadership looks like. Not simply reacting to challenges, but preparing our country for the demands of tomorrow. It is also appropriate to note, Mr. Speaker, that while this side of the House speaks about digital transformation, service modernization, and institutional reform, the opposition has offered little in the way of constructive ideas on how to build credible, modern public infrastructure. Instead, we hear the same recycled partisan narratives year after year, with no serious engagement on systems and technology reforms required to make government work better for systems. Mr. Speaker, the ACNU AFC government failed to deliver any substantial digital transformation during its tenure in office. The opposition promised ICT-based access to
Honorable
government.
Minister, you're now into your 5 minutes extra. That's okay, Gabe.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to. What?
What I said, instead of having the whips rise to ask for the 5 minutes, I will indicate they will get 5 more minutes to conclude. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to prioritize the welfare of the Guyanese people. The honorable opposition should ask themselves if they can do the same. Budget 2020, that's why you're over there. If you did it, you wouldn't have been over there. You would have probably been in Parliament earlier. You are stuck in Region 10. They feel sorry for you and put you over there. Budget 2026, Mr. Speaker, maintains a balance between relief and sustainability. This government responded to global pressures through measures as maintaining the zero-rated excise tax on petroleum products. These measures, among others, Mr. Speaker, allowed Guyana to contain consumer costs through 2025, producing an inflation rate of 2.5% for the year, substantially below the 4.1% global inflation rate and the 6.9% inflation rate experienced in the Caribbean for 2025. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, year after year, we hear the same outdated critique that our budgets offer no meaningful measures for the common man. Again, it should be reiterated that these budgets are not developed in isolation, but rather as a cohesive, strategic part of a larger vision guided by the party's manifesto and the LCDS. The opposition continually claims that this is a budget that contains nothing for the ordinary man. Mr. Speaker, if one looks at the measures, it will be evident that this is completely false. It is easy politics, Mr. Speaker, to promise everything. It is responsible politics to promise what is plausible and sustainable. Mr. Speaker, the APNU also spoke of increasing public service salaries of up to 35%. Under this government, the public sector minimum wage grew by 46% since we assumed office in 2020. Moreover, the overall public sector minimum wage grew by, moreover, the overall public sector wage bill, which stood at $252 billion at the end of 2025, almost doubling where it was in 2020 at $127 billion. This reflects consistent annualized salary increases. You're not going to find it in the budget. You should have known that by now. A historic multi-year agreement made between the government of Guyana and the Public Service Union, as well as the restructuring of salary scales and allowances paid to public servants to resume disparities among workers. Mr. Speaker, it is not a budget of unsustainable promises. It is a budget of sustainable development. The digital transformation we embark upon will not only enhance our government push in transparency, but it will enable every Guyanese to better understand the decisions made and the actions we undertake. Mr. Speaker, this PPPC government is not going to watch from the sidelines. We never did and we never will. We will continue to be in every tongue, every village, every community, and in every home, learning and listening from our people and craft the policies and programs that address their concerns and their aspirations. This budget, Mr. Speaker, represents that process. I want to end, Mr. Speaker, by saying this is a decisive budget as presented by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Natasha Singh. It sets the highest level of ambition for us to deliver in 2026 and provided the blueprint for the remaining budgets to come to achieve prosperity for all Guyanese. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Zulfikar Ali, I think I said Mustafa initially. Minister Ali, thank you very much.
we would have heard something that is very much of substance for the public servants. We heard what he's talking about, delivering better public services, which I agree, we need better public services, but we need the public servants who are going to deliver the proper public service to be treated properly. And you said absolutely nothing about the actual public servants who deserve better than what they're getting under your PPPC government. What the public servants want to hear, Mr. Speaker, is an update on the public service rules and regulations that have been in existence since 1987. What the public servants want to hear, Honorable Zulfikar Ali, is a revisit to the slavish hours that they have to be there from 8 in the morning to 4:30. They want us to modernize the actual system that they function in so that they can be comfortable and deliver that very service that you speak of. What they want to hear is a recommendation. The public servants want a recommendation from us which we deliver to them for you to adopt, and that is to give them the opportunity to move beyond the 55 age to 60. They want that as an option. They don't want to fall off the system at 55. Some of them want to go on. But you know what the PPPC does? They pull who they think can go that extra 5, give them a contract with huge sums of money, and then pay them and leave off the actual public servants who can give us an additional 5 years of service as an option, not as not as an option. Those are things you should have spoken about. The people in the public service who have to deliver the work to the population, they want a better system. And I thought you would have addressed that. But no, you spent over 20 minutes of your presentation to talk about the APNU and the AFC doing nothing. But let me remind you, and when every one of them speak, Mr. Speaker, it's like that 23 years they were in office never existed. It's like it never existed. When we inherited government in 2015, minimum wage was at $39,000. $39,000. When we left, Mr. Speaker, it went to $65,000. The public servants know this. When we entered government, Mr. Speaker, when we entered government and left, the public servants got 77% aggregate as their salary increase. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? It was one time the ministers of the APNU, the senior ministers in 2016, took 50% salary increase. One time. That 50%, Mr. Speaker, was their salary in 2016, never moved in 2017, never moved in 2018, never moved in 2019, never moved in 2020. These hoodlums over here, they say they don't like it, they don't want it, they're going to take it back.
I was waiting for you to retract.
Apologies, sir, I retract. Sir, these people over here, these honorable people, they want it. They're going to put it in a special bank account, and they're going to take it and they're going to share it out to do projects. Mr. Speaker, today, they are enjoying that 50%, and they have added 40% more on that 50%. So from 2020 to now, they're enjoying 90% salary increase. Their salaries are in the millions of dollars. And every time, sir, every time they give the public servants a 10%, they're taking it too. They're taking it too. And 10% on $100,000 is not the same as 10% on $1 million. So they can live as fat cats. And the people, the ordinary people who have to deliver the service, They are just simply skinny cats. Very unfair to the public servants. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Zulfikar Ali, I thought he would have been impressive, but he really and truly was not. He disappointed. Mr. Speaker, this is an imbalanced budget. This budget is not balanced, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are told that this is a historic budget, $1.558 trillion, the largest in our nation's history, but size alone does not make a budget significant, and certainly does not make a budget people-centered. What matters is how the money touches and improves the lives of those who wake up every morning to go to work and are forced to struggle to survive. Growth without fairness and equity is not progress. Spending without fairness and equity is not people-centered development. Mr. Speaker, when we follow the money, the pattern is clear. Hundreds of billions of dollars are channeled into infrastructure projects and mega capital works. These will benefit large contractors, developers, importers, and well-established businesses connected to the PPPC. What is worse is the infrastructure projects and mega capital works are characterized by wastage and the unparliamentary C word. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, investment in all businesses is necessary. Development is necessary. The problem is when it is geared to benefit the rich at the expense of the poor and vulnerable. Development that is skewed to enrich the already rich while marginally helping people who are in dire need of direct assistance creates inequality, not inclusion. It pushes the people further into poverty. This budget overwhelmingly strengthens the position of those who already have, while offering little or no relief to those who really need it. Mr. Speaker, consider senior citizens. We're asking them to live on $1,500 a day. $1,500 a day. Those are the people who toiled in the soil of Guyana to put us where we are today. To put us where we are today. And we are asking them to go out and find another job instead of enjoying their grandchildren. And you know what is the job they oftentimes get? A security officer. In the latest of nights, they have to be a security officer. And you know for who? One of the companies that are getting the billions of dollars that are in this budget. And then they are being underpaid as the security officer. Quite unfair to our senior citizens. I thought they would have at least tried to give the senior citizen $100,000 a month, at least. Mr. Speaker, public assistance stands at $25,000 per month. Mr. Speaker, this is less than $900 per day. Not enough for food, rent, transport, utility, and health care combined. This does not lift people out of hardship. It merely keeps them in poverty. A budget that puts people first would have aimed to reduce poverty, not administratively manage it. The public assistance program requires a forensic audit to weed out the friends, families, and favorites who are barefacedly receiving it without satisfying the criteria and are in the financial position to provide for themselves. Mr. Speaker, I call on government to provide water and electricity subsidies to those who legitimately qualify for public assistance in the case as pensioners. The government must make public clear objective criteria for people to qualify for public assistance. Homes with special needs children should also receive help through subsidies on water and electricity. Adoption of this suggestion will suggest putting people first. The increase in the income tax threshold to $140,000 is presented as meaningful relief. But Mr. Speaker, the reality is this: VAT remains unchanged. Direct and indirect taxes still bite the poor hardest. Rising prices erase marginal gains. A worker earning slightly above the threshold is not suddenly better off. Their wages are still well below prices. In relation to the cost of living, this is not relief. Mr. Speaker, in this oil-rich economy, which is experiencing rapid growth, this budget does not meaningfully redistribute resources to help the poor and vulnerable. Those who benefit most from growth contribute the least proportionally. This is not balanced. This is preservation of privilege. Mr. Speaker, a balanced budget must share prosperity fairly, protect the poor, and empower the vulnerable. Most importantly, it should reduce inequality. This budget does not do that. Mr. Speaker, social supports increase are modest and reactive, while capital spending expands aggressively. The result is a widening gap between those who benefit from from growth and those who work hard to realize growth. The working people, that is, Mr. Speaker. They merely see people getting rich at their expense. This is not a fight against businesses. It is a call for fairness. This budget creates two Guyanas, one accelerating with opportunity and the other fighting for survival. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention to the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. For the fiscal year of 2025, Mr. Speaker, this ministry was allocated a staggering $41.8 billion. Of that sum, $38.7 billion was earmarked for capital expenditure, while $3.1 billion for current expenditure. These are not small sums. These are the people's monies, hard-earned, sacred and entrusted to the government under the promise of development, infrastructure, and improved living condition. Mr. Speaker, under the capital profile alone, $2.7 billion was reportedly spent, approved by this honorable House, on the clear assurance that tangible, visible, measurable works would be delivered. We were told that there was going to be a design and supervision consultancy for Border Green, amounting to $40 million, $260 million for phase 1 of Border Green, $50 million for the rehabilitation of the East Rumbelt Market, $100 million for the rehabilitation of the La Penitence Market, $75 million for the green space at Merriman's Mall, and $200 million for Stabrook Market. The remainder, we were told, went into drainage work. Mr. Speaker, the budget books says that every cent of the $2.7 billion was spent, fully spent, exhausted, gone. And so I ask on behalf of this House and the Guyanese people, where is the work? Where is the $200 million worth of rehabilitation at Stabrook Market? Where is the $75 million green space at Merriman's Mall? Where is the $100 million rehabilitation of Alboystown Market? Where is the $50 million rehabilitation of the East Rumbelt Market? And where, Mr. Speaker, is the $260 million phase 1 of Border Green? There is no evidence of any. This is incompetence and wastage. There is need for a forensic audit. These are questions of public trust, fiduciary duty, and financial probity. The minister must rise in this House and account for every dollar. And if these funds did not materialize into concrete work, if they did not translate into steel, concrete drainage, stalls, roofs, and public space, then the unavoidable conclusion is this: the money went into somebody's pocket. The audit will reveal who, when, and where the funds went. Mr. Speaker, if public funds are withdrawn, recorded as spent, and cannot be physically verified on the ground, that is not mismanagement, that is public theft. The minister who was responsible for these sums of money, Honorable Sonia Parag, must tell this House where the money is, or who has it and how they got it. Mr. Speaker, let me go further, because the rut does not end there. Across this country, the budget document claims that hundreds of millions more have already been spent on markets. I invite the people of Guyana to listen carefully and then go and verify with their own eyes. We are told $800 million was spent on the Palmyra Culture Market in Region 6, 100 million on the Port Kaituma Market, 200 million on the western section of Monrepo Market, 75 million on the Unity Market, 50 million on the Rose Hall Market, 75 million on Bath Market, 50 million for the Rosignol Railway Line, 200 million for Anna Regina Market on the Essequibo Coast, 30 million for Port Morant Market, 180 million for number 79 Market, 40 million for the Lethem Municipal Market. Mr. Speaker and members of the viewing public, the budget states that in 2025, all of this money was spent out. Gone. Not allocated, Mr. Speaker. It's spent out. I therefore issue a direct challenge to the government. Let the man in the street see if these markets reflect these astronomical sums that were allocated.
800 million for one market. I wonder if it does reflect.
$2.7 billion and hundreds of millions more are visible in actual work or only on paper.
Honorable Member, you are now into your additional 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I have visited these locations. I have walked on the ground, and I say without fear of successful contradiction, the evidence does not match the expenditure. The book tells one story, but the reality tells another. And when the book and the reality part ways, the banned C word enters the fora. The audits will reveal the reality. This is a grave matter, Mr. Speaker. It strikes the heart of lack of transparency, accountability, and good governance. I sincerely hope the Auditor General is listening, because this House has a duty not to rubber stamp deception, and the people of Guyana deserve answers, not excuses. Additionally, in 2025, Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House approved $41.8 billion. It was done on a clear basis and understanding that specific targets would be met. Program 1 told us 25 staff would be trained. Unfortunately, only 6 were trained. Program 2 told us regional development, 8 staff will be trained. Sadly, only 2 were trained. Program 3 told us 180 staff will be trained in specific areas. Only 68 were trained. We were promised 53 new infrastructure projects that would be developed. Only 26 were developed. We were told 20 existing infrastructure projects would be improved. Only 12 were improved. Perhaps most importantly, we were told 30,000 entrepreneurs will get help. Only 21,547 got. Mr. Speaker, not one of the targets were met. Not one. Not one of the targets was met. Yet all of the money that was allocated for these very accomplishments were spent out. All were spent out. This is the reality, Mr. Speaker, for solid waste management. 2025, 11.6 billion was spent, but yet the Hagboj landfill site continues to stink. This year, only 5.9 billion in the budget. I guess we will be having another stink year. Last year, Mr. Speaker, I anticipated awarding the Honorable Minister Sonia Parag an A grade for incompetence. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet to confirm that A grade and to increase the grade to an A+ for great incompetence. Mr. Speaker, I feel so sorry. I feel so sorry for education. But it must be noted, Mr. Speaker, that the allocation this year is lower than that of last year, while the targets are higher than what was actually achieved. This is odd. This, Mr. Speaker, will be a test of competence, and I trust Honorable Priya Manik-Chan will deliver, or maybe she was put there to fail. We will find out next year. For 2026, the requested sum is $36.7 billion, $5 billion less than what it was last year. Time will tell us the truth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now speak to the person on the ground, the people on the ground. I visited the Vreeland Hoop Market and I met Auntie Lucy. Auntie Lucy said to me that when she came to her stall where she sells ground provision and greens for over 20 years to send children to school and put food on the table, one morning she arrived at her stall only to be told it was to be demolished. No written notice, no consultancy, no opportunity to relocate, just order, just force, just power from the great bishop. Mr. Speaker, Auntie Lucy is not a criminal. She is not lawless. She is not resisting order. She simply...
And there's a live protest that's going on the ground right now. We got those updates as well to bring to you right here on this live. So if you're not subscribed yet, buddy, hit that subscription button. All the travelers, take a couple of seconds. Thumbs up the live. Thumbs up the live, travelers. Thumbs up the live. One love.
Silly Ganesh, my fault. Great bishop, and that is not his name. And that is not his name, sir. Thank you for your protection.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know of another bishop in this house.
I said a great bishop. Sir, I said a great
Honorable
bishop.
members, please.
Thank you.
I heard from the Honorable Minister Bishop Edgell.
I didn't say Bishop Edgell. I said the great bishop.
You're pulling the string.
My apologies.
So I heard the point of order, and at this point, I can't uphold that. There were two issues, though, which he raised. I allow it to pass. EQs of deception. Right? So be careful.
Thank you for your guidance, sir. Sir, I also met...
You have a minute to conclude.
Sir, I also met a gentleman by the name of Mr. Ramesh, who's complaining that he's a contractor and he's not getting any work simply because he cannot pay a bribe. But he sees a lot of people paying bribes and getting work. I don't know if it is true. That's what he told me, sir. Jennifer Daniels from Linden also told me.
But you know better than that. Hearsay in here, and especially where you're treading, is the third time. An experienced man.
Thank you, sir.
And as you're on your feet, you tend to repeat the unparliamentary phrases and actions when you sit in your seat. That's your first warning. Go ahead. You still have a minute to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, if this government truly wants the people to do right things, then the example must first start on the government benches. Start with your vehicles. Start with your ministries. Start with your contractors. Start with your friends. Remove the flashing red and green, red and blue lights that are on your vehicles and stop disturbing the traffic from flowing properly on the road. Because you cannot preach order while participating and practicing disorder and lawlessness. You cannot demand respect from the law while abusing it. And you cannot claim to be putting people first while your actions continue to hurt only the ordinary people in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the people are watching and they know when justice is not equal. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I call on the government to recognize that the ordinary Guyanese need real help and genuine action to uplift their lives. And the government side must start with themselves by correcting all the flaws that they are guilty of committing and breaking the laws, and then they can fight to implement it into the ordinary people's lives. I thank you, gracious Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Ganesh Mahipur. Before I invite the Honorable Minister of Labor and Manpower Planning to start his presentation, I just want to acknowledge a young man in the National Assembly, Mr. Richard Mon, if Richard could stand. please. The CEO of the Board of Industrial Training.
Very good
And
work.
over 25,000 persons have passed through his hands. Trained 73%.
Excellent work.
73% are employed.
Excellent.
Second chances. Thank you very much, Richard. The House acknowledges your contribution. Honorable Member, Mr. Keoma Griffith, Minister of Labor and Manpower Planning.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I begin by welcoming all of the youth parliamentarians who are here today. Myself having started as a youth parliamentarian some 14 years ago. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make my maiden address to this House and the people of Guyana. And I do so, sir, with much pride, and I reflect on the privilege. I thank my God, Mr. Speaker, and His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, and the leadership of the People's Progressive Party for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. Mr. Speaker, that a son, a grandson, and a nephew hailing from the community of East Rheinbelt in the south of Georgetown will now occupy a seat in the highest level of policy making in this country is certainly humbling and a testament to this government's belief in molding the next generation of young leaders. Mr. Speaker, I must put it on record today that my ancestors rejoice today because, Mr. Speaker, there are some of those who believe that they have the monopoly on the voices of Afro-Guyanese. And I say to them today, my ancestors are proud. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party remains the only multi-ethnic party in this country. And Mr. Speaker, for those on the opposite side who still have a bank account, take that to the bank and bank it. Mr. Speaker, I want to stand on the commendations of my colleagues. Budget 2026, as presented by the one and only, I call him A.K. Singh, Ashni Kumar Singh, the senior minister within the office of the president with the responsibility for finance, so carefully crafted by our government for the people, is one that generations to come will remember for the transformation that it offers to the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this budget genuinely fits the theme it was given by this government, putting people first. Mr. Speaker, the theme of this year's budget, putting people first, is not merely a rhetorical slogan. It embodies the guiding principles of our administration and the very foundation upon which the People's Progressive Party government has structured its economic and social policies. Mr. Speaker, this principle recognizes that the growth of the Guyanese economy is meaningful only when it directly translates into improvements in the lives of ordinary citizens through the creation of jobs, the expansion of opportunities, the strengthening of worker protections, and the provision of accessible public service in every region of our country. And as I might add, Mr. Speaker, no one side holds a monopoly on the term putting people first. Mr. Speaker, if we were to accurately determine who should monopolize putting people first, it is certainly this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our track record has demonstrated and reflected that this government has always put the people first. And Mr. Speaker, we don't just say it, we demonstrate it through the policies and the programs that we implement in this country. And that is why, under the exemplary leadership of His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, this government takes pleasure every single month, Mr. Speaker, when we go into the communities and we have outreaches with our people and we cook and break bread with our people. And Mr. Speaker, we do stay up at 2 and 3 in the morning doing the people's business. Mr. Speaker, just imagine some people were so mad, upset that we were up at 2 a.m. in the morning at a cabinet meeting, a meeting they were not invited to because they lost the election. The people rejected them, and they were upset that we were up at 2 a.m. in the morning doing the people's business. Mr. Speaker, Guyana boasts of being the fastest growing economy in the world. Yeah, come to church Sunday. We boast of being the fastest growing economy in the world. But Mr. Speaker, we see it in the lives of the people when we go into the communities. We see it in our school children. We see it in our persons living with disabilities and our pensioners. We see it. Mr. Speaker, the opposition continues to have their heads in the cloud. Budget 2026 is a roadmap to development. But Mr. Speaker, don't just take my word for it. The Honorable Member Natasha Singh, I don't know why she would enter such a course. She spoke, I don't know why she would do that, because I have the facts before me. Mr. Speaker, don't take my word for it. Let's look at what some of the bodies have said. Mr. Speaker, the Guyana Agricultural Workers Union described Budget 2026 as balancing today's challenges and tomorrow's priorities. Mr. Speaker, the Federation, FITOG, she said FITOG, the Federation of Independent Trade Unions of Guyana, representing a wide cross-section of the working class across multiple sectors of the economy, formally endorsed Budget 2026. Mr. Speaker, they underscore, these are not my words, they said that these direct transfers, and this is apart from the $100,000 cash grant, these transfers are separate and apart from and in addition to the government's substantial investments in healthcare, education, housing, water, and social services, which together aggregate to hundreds of billions of dollars back into the hands of the people. Mr. Speaker, another one, Guyana Agricultural Workers Union, that was FITOG. Guyana Agricultural Workers Union said, Budget 2026 is pro-worker and pro-development. Mr. Speaker, the Private Sector Commission of Guyana, these are not my words, this is what they said, with a total allocation of $1.58 trillion, the budget reflects a clear commitment to creating an enabling environment where enterprises can grow, investments can expand, and citizens can live meaningfully and be a part of national development. Those are not my words, Mr. Speaker. They need to go and do their research. But Mr. Speaker, as I was preparing to come and address this House today, I don't know how it came up on my algorithm. A show, incredible sources came up, and there were 3 of the honorable members on the other side appearing on the show, complaining and saying that they are the government in waiting. Now, Dr. Singh, could you imagine members relegated to 15 minutes speaking time saying that they are the government in waiting? 15 minutes. And Mr. Speaker, the more I heard these complaints, the more I heard, calm down, Mr. Solomon, calm down, honorable member. The more I heard these complaints, it took me back to Dr. Singh's presentation on day 1, when he described them as scatteration, some over there, and some outside. But honorable member, allow me to qualify scatteration a bit, because how you describe them was scatteration in numbers. But I want to add something, scatteration of memory. Because I believe the APNU faction of the opposition is suffering from scatteration of memory. Mr. Speaker, scatterbrains, scatterscrapes. Mr. Speaker, I listened with amazement as these same members of the opposition complained that this PPPC stole their team putting people first. Mr. Speaker, they said that putting people first was the theme of their manifesto. So I went to the manifesto myself. I had some time. Mr. Speaker, on page number 8, on their manifesto, they said, the APNU will make a cash transfer of $100,000 to all adults. We started that. You stole that from us. You stole that from us. Mr. Speaker, the APNU manifesto said, we will get a better oil deal within 2 years in office. You had your chance in 2016. You signed the first oil deal. Mr. Speaker, The APNU government said in their manifesto, they will end poverty, create thousands of jobs, and pay higher salaries. You fired thousands of people, Mr. Solomon, your party did that. But Mr. Speaker, let us interrogate it some more. You see, Mr. Speaker, I come with some legal training, so I know to do a little forensic work. So, Mr. Speaker, I examined the track record of the APNU AFC, and this is what they said. This is what was revealed. Mr. Speaker, if listening you would listen, you would learn. Mr. Speaker, it was the APNU opposition that put the Guyanese people first when they gave themselves a 50% increase the next day after they went into office. Mr. Speaker, that's how they put the people first. Mr. Speaker, it was the APNU while they were in government that put the Guyanese first when they fired over 2,000 hinterland support officers when they went into government. It was this government that restored that, Mr. Speaker, created 5,000 jobs for indigenous workers. I'm coming to win just now, calm down. Mr. Speaker, it was the same APNU that put the Guyanese people first when they sent home 7,000 sugar workers. That is how they put the people of Guyana first. Mr. Speaker, it was the same APNU that put the Guyanese people first when they took away the children's cash grant. Took away the cash grant, but increased the allocation for food. They want lobster and shrimp, but that's fine. Mr. Speaker, it was this APNU government that restored the cash grant to our children, which now stands at $85,000. But hold on. Yes. Mr. Speaker, my brother in Christ, Saiku, the Honorable Member Saiku Andrews, gave us, Mr. Speaker, he tried to break it down. But, Mr. Speaker, I could only describe it as PNC maths because they have a problem with mathematics. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member failed to tell us in his presentation, he spoke about the 5 Bs, buds, boats, and bicycles. Failed to tell us that it was 35 buses that had to transport 206,000 children. What that meant, Mr. Speaker, for every single seat, 196 children would have to fit on one seat. That is what he spoke about. Tell us, Mr. Speaker, it was this APNU government that put the people first when they lost the election and held on to power for 153 days in this assembly. Mr. Speaker, and while they did that, they spent billions and billions of dollars without parliamentary oversight, and now they come to tell us about spending money. Y'all don't know better. Mr. Speaker, it was this APNU while they were in government that put the Guyanese people first when they introduced over 200 taxes. 200 taxes. Today, you benefited from it too. You benefited. Mr. Speaker, when this government went back into power, we removed those taxes and returned $31 billion back to the pockets of the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, it was this APNU that put the people first when they increased. I ain't got to stick to no script. Mr. Speaker, they prided themselves as putting the people first when they increased university fees for all students in Guyana. And then, Mr. Speaker, had the gall to threaten thousands of students and say, we will take you to court if you don't pay up, and blacklist them at the airport. Mr. Speaker, education is now free under the People's Progressive Party government, and all of you can benefit from it. You can benefit from it, Mr. Campbell. You could benefit from it. Mr. Speaker, there's a maxim in equity that says, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. My friend Dr. Dixon Todd knows this. But Mr. Speaker, I understand the challenge that he has. They could only afford one lawyer on that side. Well, that's when they have none. But my friend did not explain to them the maxim of he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Mr. Speaker, you should have advised your members. Mr. Speaker, all right, my friend, all right. We are colleagues. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Vince Roy Jordan came to this house and said that the people of Guyana are living in poverty. Poverty, Mr. Speaker. And what he did, he invited us to drive through certain communities. He said to drive through Sophia. So I did, Mr. Speaker.
Samsung, keeping us connected no matter where in the world we're located.
An extension, bridges. Mr. Speaker, he said to go to Port Morant. Yes, Port Morant. I'm coming to Port Morant. Mr. Speaker, when I went to Port Morant, I saw the Guyana National Training Institute. That will become a hub in this country and in the region, Mr. Speaker. I also saw the Hospitality Institute, Mr. Speaker, that will improve tourism in this country. Mr. Speaker, the worst mistake he told me to do was to drive through Buxton. Because when I went to Buxton, I saw a brand new community ground that was upgraded, well lit, and improved to provide recreational facilities to our people. But Mr. Speaker, not just that. While I was there, I had a meeting with 136 persons from Buxton who benefited from the Board of Industrial Training. Mr. Speaker, they now have jobs employing people from the community of Buxton. Mr. Speaker, when come to the front of the class now. Mr. Speaker, we are living in perilous times. When this opposition can come to this house and try to lecture this government about accountability and good governance. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members Natasha Singh and Nandrani Singh, please, spoke to us about good governance and accountability. Mr. Speaker, they attempted to compare their leader to the father of this nation, Dr. Chetty Jagan. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. The majority faction of the opposition has no moral authority to lecture, not even about a football club, about good governance and accountability. Certainly not this government, Mr. Speaker. Certainly not today, Mr. Speaker. And then the Honorable Gordon Barker came. Mr. Speaker, if you look in the dictionary and you turn to the word ungrateful, you will see the Honorable Member Gordon Barker's face. You will see his face there. Because this government of Guyana scholar, he is a government of Guyana scholar. He received a scholarship through the GOLD program. Had the audacity to come to this house and describe the GOLD program as a symbol of poor planning and lack of oversight. Mr. Speaker, all the while the honorable member is the poster child for the GOLD program, standing up, smiling after he got his degree. But Mr. Speaker, what he did not tell this house was that he dropped out of one of the GOLD programs. He dropped out of the PhD program. Well, I don't know where he get the PhD from. I don't know where he now got his now doctor. I don't know. Maybe he did medicine. He doesn't know either. Mr. Speaker, and then the same member spoke about unreasonable teacher salaries in this country. Mr. Speaker, all the while, a member on that side, or I don't want to call name, I don't want to impute anything on anybody, but people are being accused of withholding taxes that surpass the entire budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Education.
Honorable Minister, we have the honorable member on his feet.
I am standing on point of order 48. I would like to ask for the honorable member to produce the evidence of me dropping out of UNICAF University. Produce that evidence.
Your Honor, I believe...
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable
if he can, I would wish for him to retract that statement.
Honorable member.
And Mr. Speaker, just one more thing. upon my signing up for this position here, when I spoke with your staff, I submitted my degrees. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we need you to provide
No,
that
Mr.
evidence
Speaker,
of your Honorable Minister Manichan.
Sir, as far as I understand that is a point of elucidation that he's asking for. It would be 4 to B. And 4 to B is only allowed if the honorable member takes his seat, and he's not taking his seat.
Honorable Minister of Labor, the point you made about dropping out, the honorable member is saying to produce the evidence because that's inaccurate. So you'll have an opportunity to produce that.
Mr. Speaker, I will happily produce it to this House. If you want it to be on the record of this House, I will do so.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 is rooted in progress made in the last 5 years while this government was in power. Mr. Speaker, during the most recent tenure of this government, so ably and decisively led by His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, we inherited what was not progress, but a heavy burden to repair, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were confronted with the unenviable task of rebuilding institutions that had been carelessly dismantled, restoring systems that had been weakened, and reclaiming the dignity of working people that had been sidelined under the APNU AFC administration, the same people that Mr. Solomon described as slaves. All right, if you listen, empty barrels do make the most noise. Mr. Speaker, between 2020 and 2025, we did not merely promise change, we delivered change to this House. From a mere department, Mr. Speaker, yes, your government relegated this ministry to a mere office, a department, reducing the work of this ministry. We restored it. And Mr. Speaker, we rebuilt and re-established a full-scale ministry dedicated exclusively to the promotion of decent work and the protection of labor rights in this country. Mr. Speaker, this is what putting people first is all about. This is what it looks like. Mr. Speaker, beyond the opposition's rhetoric and beyond their empty promises, our achievements are measurable and grounded in concrete policies like our Decent Work Country program that balances economic growth with job creation and labor rights. It would therefore be remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, not to place on record the labor reforms undertaken by the government of Guyana between 2020 and 2025. Mr. Speaker, as the Honorable Senior Minister, the Honorable Natasha Singh highlighted, the PPPC government has created more jobs and trained more citizens than at any other time in the history of this country. And you could count from 1974 if you want. Mr. Speaker, between 2020, over 104,000 sustainable jobs were created under, Mr. Speaker, surpassing the manifesto promise of just 50,000 jobs. These are not just numbers, Mr. Speaker. These are real people, real jobs in construction, mining, quarrying, transportation, agriculture, health, education, and the emerging service industries. This expansion happened because of sustained public investment, private sector confidence, and the labor policy framework that puts decent work, skills, relevance, and workforce adaptability first. And the results are undeniable. Mr. Speaker, the unemployment rate in this country has dropped dramatically by 50%, from 12.8% to 6.8%, while youth unemployment fell from 30.2% to 12.1%, Mr. Speaker, under this government. And Mr. Speaker, let us remind this House that under the APNU's, let me remind you of their track record, please, of creating jobs. Mr. Speaker, between 2015 and 2019, they promised to create 30,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, despite this promise, they created 535 jobs through the Small Business Bureau and another 1,700 through Go Invest, leaving more than 28,000 Guyanese still without work. That is your track record. Mr. Speaker, in a nation that was relatively small in size during this period, that is not merely underperformance, that is outright failure. That is failure. And Mr. Speaker, while thousands of families search desperately for work, this administration invested $350 million in their Jubilee celebration. Mr. Speaker, contrast that with this government's record. 104,000 sustainable jobs created. Mr. Speaker, that number far surpasses the number of votes they got at the last election. Mr. Speaker, these outcomes are not accidental. They are a direct result of this government's commitment to active labor market policies, skills training, and opportunities that respond to the needs of employers and employees. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to skills development and training. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, the government's approach to skills development has been robust, comprehensive, decentralized, and inclusive, especially through the work of our ever-expanding Board of Industrial Training. Mr. Speaker, the Board of Industrial Training BIT between 2020 and 2025 trained over 16,300 persons across all regions with a total investment of over $1.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, these training programs span a wide spectrum of technical and vocational disciplines, from heavy-duty equipment operation to commercial food preparation. And Mr. Speaker, there are some of the beneficiaries in this house right now. They will wave to you. Yes, we have to support them, Mr. Speaker. And I will urge the honorable member, Nima Flubes, to look at their faces, because this is what a 4-month program produced. You asked the question, what kind of 4-month program produced? Mr. Speaker, look, the beneficiaries are right there. Come and enroll for one of the programs, member. Come and enroll for one of the programs. Mr. Speaker, I must highlight another significant achievement: the training of 615 women in traditionally male-dominated occupations, including welding, heavy-duty equipment operation. A woman sits right there. She is trained in heavy-duty equipment operation and electrical installation. Mr. Speaker, the impact of these interventions expand beyond individual beneficiaries. We have undoubtedly enhanced the capacity, efficiency, and resilience of our national workforce, ensuring that Guyana has the manpower readiness to sustain and accelerate economic growth. Mr. Speaker, and persons with disabilities are also recipients of these opportunities. Mr. Speaker, right here today, Mr. Anthony Robinson, he waves to you as a person who lives with a disability of visual impairment. He is the recipient, please, of a program through the Board of Industrial Training, and he gives his thanks to this government. Mr. Speaker, in the last 5 years, over 400 persons living with disabilities in this country have benefited from the programs and the skills through the work of the Board of Industrial Training. Mr. Speaker, persons living with disabilities will continue to benefit under this government. For the year 2026 alone, every person living with a disability will be entitled to a grand total of $362,000, and this excludes the cash grant that they will get as well. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to manpower planning. A defining feature of the government's employment strategy has been the deliberate integration of manpower planning into major national development projects, including the gas to energy project. Mr. Speaker, this is a transformational initiative with far-reaching implications for employment, skills demand, and economic competitiveness. And Mr. Speaker, while we're at it, the last outreach that we had just 2 months ago, we had a job fair because we were looking for 1,000 persons, 1,000 people to employ. Mr. Speaker, thousands of persons came and signed up. And so far, over 350 persons are already employed at the gas and energy project. That is how you make impact. That is how you put the people first. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, through the ministry's Central Recruitment and Manpower Agency, this government has strengthened employment in intermediation services to reduce mismatches between labor supply and labor demand. Mr. Speaker, by 2025, 11,387 job seekers were registered with the National Job Bank, an online platform launched by this government in 2022 under the Ministry of Labor, while over 2,157 vacancies were solicited directly from employers. Mr. Speaker, 647 persons were successfully employed through this platform, with a significant number being youth aged 18 to 35. Mr. Speaker, these efforts, Mr. Speaker, reflect a deliberate shift from passive labor administration to proactive labor market facilitation, consistent with the objective of our recently signed Decent Work Country program and this government's broader human capital development agenda. Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Minister, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, the member asked about enforcement, and Mr. Solomon, the honorable member, asked about how many health and safety officers we had to do the work in the ministry. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, these were the positions left. 9 health and safety officers, the AP and you left. Those were just positions. You couldn't even hire another one because they did not create. Mr. Speaker, today, we provide for over 32 health and safety officers to do the work, Mr. Speaker, and the same for the Labor Department. Mr. Speaker, our officers, they are fully trained all over. Mr. Speaker, I have to skip through. Mr. Speaker, between 2020 and 2025, the ministry conducted 12,833 labor inspections, supplemented by 6,186 occupational safety and health inspections across high-risk and low-risk sectors such as mining, agriculture, construction, and oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, our efforts have led to declines in workplace accidents, a 12.78% decline in work-related fatalities, and a decline in non-fatal accidents by nearly 50%. This improvement, Mr. Speaker, coincides with the re-establishment of the ministry and increased enforcement activities across all 10 regions of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members asked about collective labor agreements. Mr. Speaker, during their tenure, they signed or oversaw 56 collective labor agreements. Mr. Speaker, between 2020 and 2025, we oversaw 111 collective labor agreements. Mr. Speaker, including the historic 2024 multi-year agreement between the government of Guyana and the Guyana Public Service Union. But Mr. Speaker, just last week it was announced. We didn't hear them bite their tongue. The Aurora Gold Mine and Nasi are significant. Of course you will call it a waste. You describe the public servants as slaves. You must call it a waste. Look in the mirror. As well, Mr. Speaker, as the recent collective labor agreement signed by the Guyana Labor Union and the Georgetown Mayor and City Council. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to skip through. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member asked about manpower planning. Mr. Speaker, evidence-based manpower planning isn't just policy talk. It's what we need right now with the kind of rapid growth and demographic change we're seeing. Mr. Speaker, to this end, we intend to establish a national manpower agency in this country, which will include provisions for a labor market observatory that will generate labor market information and statistics in relation to labor demand, skills gaps, wage trends, and compliance matrix. Mr. Speaker, listen, I have some major announcements coming now. Mr. Speaker, we have strategically positioned ourselves as one of the world's most attractive investment hubs in order to safeguard the future of work in our country. Mr. Speaker, it gives me pleasure to announce to this House, Mr. Speaker, that budget 2020, listen, sir, listen, especially if you drive a truck. Mr. Speaker, budget 2026 will see the implementation and the roll-off of a comprehensive program to train our truck drivers, please, through the Board of Industrial Training. Of course, this will complement the work of the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Ministry of Public Service, Government Efficiency in reviewing their licensing process for all drivers. Mr. Speaker, budget 2026 will also see the rollout of a prisoner's capacity development program to train, retrain, skill, upskill, and rehabilitate inmates while giving them the opportunity to make an earning and take care of their families even while they are completing their sentence. Mr. Speaker, this is how you put the people first. Mr. Speaker, I commend Budget 2026 to this House. Mr. Speaker, I thank my brother, the senior minister, for putting in the work, and all his officers and all the officers in the ministries who contributed to this budget. I commend the budget to the people of Guyana and to this House for full endorsement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Labor and Manpower Planning, the Honorable Keoma Griffith. Honorable members, before I take the suspension,
A natural way to stay ready, baby.
before I take this,
Because I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement, men's total wellness formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.
Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply. And those members are yours truly as the chairperson. From the People's Progressive Party, Civic, the Honorable Gail Teixeira, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, the Honorable Bishop Juan Edgehill, the Honorable Colin Crowell, and the Honorable Theodat Indar. From the We Invest in Nationhood Party, the Honorable Ms. Tabitha Sarabo Hali and Ms. Natasha Singh, and from a Partnership for National Unity, the Honorable Terence Campbell and the Honorable Ganesh Mahipal. This is the Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply. And I remind the members that we have this meeting to consider the time allocated for the estimates immediately at the end of this suspension. Honorable members, we now take the suspension.
Yeah, intermission. Well, I got a packed halftime show. We got a packed halftime presentation for you. You know what I mean? Because they got this other situation that's trending right now, trending all over the place. But before we jump into the right, before we jump into the on the ground right now, there's this protest going on. Persons are being marginalized. And guess what? The APNU is on the ground highlighting some of these things that our brothers and sisters are having to deal with. And we're going to get into some of that as well. Let's highlight this headline right now so persons can be updated. If you haven't already, Delta 9 travelers, take a couple of seconds, make sure that you subscribe, and thumbs up the live. Thumbs up the live, buddy. It costs nothing to hit that thumbs up button. We've been rocking out for a number of hours now, almost 500 travelers in the live, half time. And this is proof that Team Green is one of the hardest working teams. Let me see what's going on right here.
But we will stand with them because we care about them. We will stand. We will represent our boys. We will represent our girls. We will represent our mothers, and we will represent our fathers, and we will represent everyone because we are Guyanese. We want justice. We want justice. We want justice. By hook or crooks, we can get justice. Yes, we want justice. Enough is enough. We have a right to this country. We got people from Venezuela coming and taking up lands and houses all over, and all of us people. They have to suffer the hands of the people.
Squatting is illegal. Saying we cannot afford renting these crises.
Look, this is what we have. Children.
The police should have them out too. It's the police.
There's my son and my child. Fathers at the back. We there, sorry. Look, this is my child. Father.
We need justice. We need justice. We need work.
Without even the government knows what they're doing. If you know that the ministry is rising that these persons who are not given an area where they can occupy. Now, you don't give them an area. Your one young man is saying they identify an area. There's no light, no water. As usual. As usual. 1 hour or more to get to the location.
There's no transportation.
Now, you imagine having...
And if you walk in, it's 4 hours.
3 children, young children getting sick. No security, nothing. Your life is ready. Struggling in poverty, single parents, children. I'm letting someone who's a janitor. So the salary is not even 100,000. Now you break down, you destroy whatever little they have. What do you expect? These families. I am calling on the government of Guyana.
Plus the house, that is 1.5.
This is 2026.
1.2 house, that is 1.2.
Guyanese witness another cane view that took place in January 2023. And I'm calling on all the sane and right-thinking Guyanese. Let us stand up together for these people. It is not fair just to think 80 homes with 3 children each. Look at how many children. There's 240 children who putting on the street. And most of them are on the age. Look at these little children trying to there. Most of these people are single parents. We call on the government to do the right thing. If the people have to remove, you go to the area, develop the area, do the layout, help them to move to the area. I also recall the people in Grove, at the back of Grove, that they move from the down. Those people have to spend more than $5,000 to come out to the road, and they don't have water. We cannot continue like this. These are Guyanese. We need justice. We got persons coming and getting very cheap justice. Then the Guyanese that they got born here. And Guyanese, I am calling on the government. I President here for not leave. Look at these families. And I am quite sure that you have to put better systems in place to address the removal of these people without destroying the little they have. Yes. I am quite sure you can do better by ensuring if these people are to move to this area, you provide some sort of transportation for them, some transport support, and put things in place so that these Guyanese, they're not refugees. They're Guyanese.
Yes, we are.
That actually enjoy the patrimony of the state. So we're going to continue to stand with the people who are suffering in this country. It's unfair. Totally unfair. And all the things that they're talking there, y'all get it right. Y'all got the resources. The government got the resources. Put things in place that these
over and over we highlighting these situations over here. Drop a 9 in the comment section for me, Team Delta. Drop a 9 into the comment section if you can hear me and hear me clearly. We change studio. No more sun in that location. As God get my vitamin D, it's the winter time, and your vitamin D levels tend to fall a bit lower than necessary during the winter time in certain parts. Drop a 9 into the comment section if you can hear me and hear me clearly, Team Delta. Drop a 9 if you hear me clearly before I continue. Well, it looks like everything is connected well on my side. I did a slight move, so that we could get into the evening part of the presentation. I see them 9s coming in. Big up to everybody in the live. Big up to all the travelers with us right now. Desrick, what's going on, King? Thanks for tuning in. Barbara, thanks for being a part of this live presentation, right? Well, you see, this is the kind of thing we'll be highlighting over and over on Delta 9 Media. It's from the situation going on in Mocha and other situations where persons are being disenfranchised, finding themselves in predicaments where they somehow end up in conflict with the government, and all they're trying to do is to have a place to live and to enjoy the comforts of a country in which they were born. And we're hearing these situations being highlighted right now by the MPs on the ground.
families can get. That's all we're asking. Yes. Put things in place so that these families can be comfortable. I'm calling on my fellow Guyanese, we should not witness another day. The lobby that it's not fair. What we need justice. What we need justice. We need justice. We need justice. Until we get here. We need justice. That's a friend of coming in the car and they never know when she needs work. They're not studying when the government is going to kick you.
I said I'm done, stop rocking with them. I said 225,000 stars do nothing for me. Only children going to school. Some police officers squatting that door. We got government staff squatting that door.
Let me not forget, this is the second decade that was prescribed by the UN. And look at what's going on in Guyana, right? This is the second decade that was prescribed by the UN. So we're right now covering live protests that was going on the ground. It's just intermissions between the budget debates, and this is what's going on live on the ground in Guyana. If you haven't already, cost you nothing, but will keep you connected with all things, everything trending in Guyana and in the diaspora in one of the most neutral manners that you're gonna find on this app. So make sure you hit that subscription button, buddy. Let's hear some more from our brothers and sisters on the ground.
Civic cannot afford rent.
Police officers squatting with me
Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Yes, it's Uncle, it's Uncle.
Greetings,
I
Uncle.
just want to comment on the debate. We can't watch the debate, but we know watch it all right through because these people are just too fast with it. When them speak on the budget and pay management, the people write the note, whatever speak up on the budget.
Yeah.
Pay management, oh you can't. Then go figure. Then I like the PPP people, what them can spit out here lie at the parliament. Here lies everything is lies. But jail, we are go to church. They don't know if daddy lies here speaking church. Jail have like the four lane. You know you get the four lane, and he like the four lane he has, like the four lane. You get in there. In there a lot and you get Kenny Macau, what it's bad face, ugly face, monkey man. He is fugitive, and in that they are big set of thief and all this time before this budget, then I'm gonna set this, then I'm gonna come out with nothing. Now this budget come them attack about this, but then attack what them to freeze us for them spend the money, then attack about spending that money, then get more money now. So then go spend Susan Redrick, where I go, when you talk about the chocolate, when you talk about how we get the money, the proof, how we get them. But in Parliament, then PPP don't have 36 seats, buddy. The people in the nation got to know PPP don't have 36 seats in Parliament. He have 37 seats. Because that crook, Mansour, he made the 37 seats because he object to every day now on social media to bullying. These people are dead criminal, buddy. They are criminal. Okay, buddy.
Thanks for calling in. Have a good one. That's Uncle right there calling in, giving us some insights the way he is seeing it as he analyzes what's going on with the budget debates. Big up to all the travelers in the live right now. Let me see who is in the comment section, who's in the chat right now. Big up to all the travelers in the chat live with us. Almost 500 travelers. Take a couple of seconds, hit that thumbs up button so that you'll always be part of this digital connection. June. Thanks for tuning in and being a part of this special presentation. Let's hear some more from the MPs on the ground.
You know him, and he is our chief attorney. He is here to give you such advice.
No water, no light. This is the advice I give. We are all right? We all are entitled to land. We all are entitled to a decent living. Now, our country has laws. All right? I will never advise you that we will go to court and we will fight for a land that we don't have title for. Okay? Now, if some of you are living in areas that they are regularizing meaning that they are giving the people who have been living longest on the property, they're giving them title. If that is the case, we will try to see if we can regularize those who can be regularized. Now, in relation to those of the people that can move, if government has made available to you an alternative, if you can't move because the alternative is not properly put together for you to live, I can see us going to court, and I can see.
Will Chris is saying the PPP has become a party of oppression and dictatorship since the Honorable Mr. Jagan would have transcended. Rising power to him, and a special thanks for all his great years of service. Right? Big up yourself, Will Chris, and thanks for tuning in, being a part of this live presentation. Marcia is saying this: the budget is putting people first. My God, PPP minister budget putting people first. I telling you, we watching and we analyzing it. And guess what? Let me put up the barcode again into the live. Every day I'm gonna make sure that I share it, because it's important that we take advantage of the advancement in technology so that everybody know this year could analyze the budget for yourself. You could go into the budget, ask any question. A great thing to do is listen to the presentations that you're going to hear a lot of persons giving on the budget, and after that, formulate your own question and type it into the AI, type it into the notebook, and compare and contrast the information, because the notebook is going to tell you exactly what is inside these 1,000 and something page documents and them thing in a very concise manner. You can get videos and all kind of different ways of presenting and understanding the information. Make the budget analysis into a family type of thing so that everybody could understand it. They get nice videos, audios, different infographs and all type of stuff that you can use to analyze the information. I got a video presentation as well that we're going to go through if we have time in this intermission, where you can take 500K and you're going to use the AI to analyze the budget and a number of other business sources, a lot of other business scholarship to help you formulate a business in Guyana with 500K after analyzing what's going on in the budget and where money is to be made. So many things we're going to get into right here on Delta 9 Media. But remember, the barcode is above your head and you can take advantage of the notebook as well. Because we done set it up, we done drag all the different budget estimates inside of it as well, as I would have explained before. But let's continue. Let's hear some more from the Honorable Mr. Todd, straight out of Parliament, on the street with the people, getting the work done. Team Green, big up yourself, wherever you are there.
Us having a stall on them dismantling until where they have given you in terms of your alternative is properly prepared for you. We believe, and that is why. You see, we are over there in the Parliament, and as soon as I recognize that my colleagues, something is going on here, because we are debating and they are going to pass $1.5 something trillion budget in this country. You understand me? Trillion. And we can't be passing all that money in this country and our people are suffering. All right? They are saying that provisions are made, but you are the ones who are not feeling it. You are the ones who are seeing and you are having the tough time. All right? So this is what I will say to you. I would like to have someone who is going to maybe put down the names, the addresses. If you don't have an address, it's okay, and a number. All right? And I want us to meet as a group tomorrow. All right? And I will
over and over again. Homelessness, people house getting breakdown, relocation, this, that, and the third. I'm telling you, hey, Sapphire, in case persons don't know, prime real estate, prime real estate. They get a lot going on in Sapphire. It just needs to be developed, and it's been underdeveloped for a number of years now, right? A number of years. They keep the infrastructural development in certain parts down. Now with all of these different highways and stuff like that, and the way that they're restructuring certain parts of Georgetown, you could clearly see just how much of a prime location those areas that was once looked down upon as ghetto and them thing is. Remember, Sapphire is right across the road from the university, you know, and you got a law school about to be constructed right by the campus. So all of them now you're gonna cost for persons have to travel. You're gonna got student dorms and all of them things coming in that area there. Very lucrative, very lucrative real estate. Always been. And I always used to wonder to myself, how come you could come out to GWLT, end up by the back gate, and you end up in one of the most dilapidated areas in the country. Back when I used to go to Eugene, them thing, you know? Can you come out and you say, wait, over here it's looking good, but as you go through certain parts, if you go through the back gate to get to certain places faster, you understand what I'm getting at, you know? But this situation is one that we gotta ask ourselves when we're gonna see real development across the board, so we could really look and say, yeah, boy, Guyana is really moving forward. And we might even be tempted to say, this is the one Guyana slogan being really implemented. You understand? But as of now, the proof is in the presentation before you. You can see it's always somehow a particular ethnicity of persons that is dealing with these situations, and we gotta wonder why this is going on. But remember, we talk about this other headline that's been trending and everybody's been talking about it. There's so much going on with budget that these headlines, we ain't getting to cover them as we would like. But guess what? We're going to get into some of it right now, because Mr. Sampson was highlighting certain things that is very interesting. And I think we should pay attention to it, because Gabrielle has been trending for a number of days, right? And this is some of what is going on right now with that trending headline. You know, Gabriel, the guy from Trinidad that came to Guyana and was doing all of these nefarious actions with a lot of young ladies, putting them in a lot of compromising situations. We're going to hear from somebody from Trinidad. They're going to highlight the details that was going on all the way in the Twin Island Republic. Big up to everybody in Trinidad and Tobago, everybody that tune in all around the globe, all the travelers. Hit that thumbs up button. Let me jump into this content right now.
And the child automatically get HIV. So you can get HIV through breast milk. Basically.
Breast milk. Then that's when you join clinic and you do the forced HIV and they find out, they start give you the mother to child prevention pill and they tell you not to nurse that child. But some female the shame because they don't know friends looking. If you not nurse your child, then don't suspect say, like this HIV and the stigma with it. So to please society, they nurse these children and then give them it.
Okay. And wow, I just learned something new, sweetie. Where are you calling from? Thank you.
Barbies.
Barbies, people in the house. I love y'all. Bad. Currently, Barbies.
New Amsterdam Barbies.
And I love Barbies, people bad. Oh my God. I want to buy a house in Barbies. I want to buy a house. I love Barbies.
Come true.
I will come.
I love you too, doggy.
Thank you, my love. I love Barbies. I want to support all my Barbies friends. I will continue, okay? Enjoy this.
Let
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question now. You like cute man or you like ugly man?
In between.
A mixture. On
Yes,
the occasion.
not too cute, not too ugly.
Ugly, okay.
I tell you, always entertaining when Mr. Sampson is live. Let me see what the travelers are saying in the chat. Margaret is saying pensioners and families are homeless and hungry. How could that budget pass? You know that budget could pass, Margaret, because the persons who are in the position of power have the majority in the house. All they got to say is aye. And that's it. They have the majority rules, and the speaker will say okay, and that's it.
The word is okay.
Yes.
Eureka Lab, okay?
Eureka Lab. The gum clinic, as long as you clean, you walk in at the gum clinic at child's place.
Yeah. Big up. I love my Barbies people. I love my fucking Barbies people. Mother just can't afford formula. They breastfeed or not educated about HIV. So true, sweetie. The card is very bright. My two babies never take my...
I must apologize because y'all know Doggy does use some expletives every now and again. So my apologies to the listening audience. But we got to get into this headline. It's important that we highlight this. Very, very important.
at my site clinic. 2 times you gotta do HIV/AIDS test. One when you join in and one when you almost to get baby. Okay. Okay. Doggy, this boy is not likable. Okay, Shakira. Shakira Emmanuel, okay. 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 All right. All right. Okay. Okay. Nobody wants to be cute anymore. Nobody wants to be cute anymore. Sorry, cute man. Your days are over. Cute man, your days are over. Cute man, your days are over. I want to say good morning to my Trinity people around the world. So, I just try to educate these Guyanese girls and females in this country. Tell me a little bit more what you have encountered in Trinidad with this young man.
Well, in 2023,
I didn't know you went to jail. You went to jail too?
They didn't keep him long. He get locked up for a little while.
Okay.
And then he come out on bail, and then he jumped and went to England, say he claiming asylum, but like the asylum did not go through.
Yeah.
Because knowing that he was wanted in the country, he jumped bail.
Oh, he was wanted in Trinidad?
Yeah, he jumped bail because when he talk about, he lost his phone and there is this story he gave the police them here.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And then he jumped bail and he went England to claim asylum.
Okay.
He did not get through with the asylum.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of us in Trinidad was surprised that when we hear that his name calling in Guyana,
yeah,
nobody didn't even know he returned. We thinking he's still in England.
Well, he's currently in Guyana in the lockups right now. He's currently behind bars in Guyana.
I see that. But these little girls and them, even in Trinidad, they get caught up with the money because he had a little small business.
Okay. Okay.
And he always flashing this money. And he driving BMW and all these things.
Oh.
And then knowing that he spent a while abroad, so they get caught up with this flashy lifestyle now.
Uh-huh.
And get themselves caught up and allow him to videotape them. One young lady, I think she commits suicide when the information come out.
Yeah.
Right? And then he went on by St. Augustine in a nursing home and say that he do HIV tests.
Okay.
And that's how the country really know that it have the undetected after they use the medication for a while.
Yeah.
It come back undetected.
So this man was using medication. He was using medication.
Yes. So what we understand that is what, and that is why he jumped around because it had people who wanted to beat him. One young man whose sister picture show up. He was looking for him. One of them fellas from on the hills in Lavendale.
Oh shit! Bad man place. Bad man place. Lavendale.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he that's how he run out and went to England to claim asylum, but like he didn't get through. Right?
Yeah.
And that when the mark was, he tell people the reason. He never exposed anything. When the police question him, he say, he lost his phone and his phone didn't have a password. And it's the same story given to the authorities in Guyana.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, correct.
That is the story he gave in Trinidad. That he lost his phone and somebody find it and that is how they expose. But he lied. He willfully exposed those young ladies.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. So in Trinidad ladies or women, you could just text them a video them, they like stuff like that?
No, well, remember these is young, naive girls that out here looking for the little likes, comments, and views.
Oh, the hot girls, like Guyana, get them hot girls.
Right.
The crotch hot.
They're blinging with a big boy.
Oh.
They're blinging, So,
oh.
The social media have these youths and them kind of confused now.
Uh-huh.
Because no right thinking woman was sitting and let a man videotape you. Right? But next thing too, what I was telling a colleague yesterday.
Yes.
What about if these young girls was not aware of? Because if you go by his home or you go to a hotel, remember he could book this place, install these little microchip cameras.
Yeah.
You could install anyway.
Uh-huh.
Even having it on your glasses, you could put it on a shades. I'm
Okay.
talking to you normal and I recording you.
Okay.
So what about if he deceived these young ladies too?
Yeah.
But I was surprised that these young ladies in Guyana didn't know that this man was trending in the
Listen, these young ladies in Guyana, they goddamn, they know everything. They be on social media, TikTok, and all over. But they like to play fresh. Some of them don't want to work. They like to suck cock, excuse my language, and they like man things with man got. Soon they come off a plane, they're gonna sex you, sex your father, your mother, your brother, your uncle, and they're gonna sex down. They want you to take them back. You understand? And they like cute men. They like cute men in Guyana. The females love cute men.
And it's the same thing he doing. And you notice he not going to mature women. He going to these little girls, these naive little girls, and lying and bawling. Oh, he lost his phone and thing. If you lost your phone and the IP address still track back to you, you did videotape these girls knowingly, and he did infect these girls because they were saying, he keeps saying that he don't have HIV. But once you're undetected, it will not show up, but it is still in your system.
Okay, okay.
Right? It is in your system, even if you're undetected. Right? And that's why people have to still educate themselves. Yes, it is not a life sentence, but the stigma behind it is what has caused the disarray.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because knowing I have it, when people see my children, they will say, you know, he mother have the virus.
Aye.
You are living a positive life.
Yes.
They will still say, or he mother die from the virus because it still have a stigma with it. Right? And this young man is knowingly, and that is in Trinidad, that is a charge, right? Anybody that knowingly infects somebody,
Yes.
it is a charge.
Well, Guyana is not a charge. Guyana is not a charge.
Well, in Trinidad, they make it mandatory. It is a charge.
Okay.
Right? And that is what he going with. He will make it look like he didn't know. But if somebody is infected today, they could tell you once you go with whoever your partner or you call a name and they test that person, they could tell you how long ago that person was infected before they infect this individual, because they just have a tracing.
Yeah.
That is why they just tell you when you go and you do a test, you go today, you do a test. The test is not for this today. It is for 3 months prior.
Yeah.
Then they will tell you come back 3 months after today, the 4th.
Correct.
So the 3 months you're going back after the 4th will be the 4th to that day now. And then you will do a 6 months after. Then you will do a year after. And then you could tell me you clean.
Alright, makes sense. But you know what? You know what puzzles me right now? These girls were giving this man eggs, but you're sucking a allegedly infected wood.
Mm-hmm. But them know that he infected.
Oh.
He know that he infected because he did it to a lot of girls in Trinidad. I think it's about 12 young ladies.
Oh my God.
12. Yes, Gabriel is and it is alleged it was going around when all them these entertainers and all of them, because if you see Aisha Wells, all of them talking about it. They say he was on both of them, the both sex, male and female.
Oh my God. I hope he didn't touch Johnny. We have a guy over there, Johnny, take a picture with him. Oh my God. He's sick. He have a sex disease. Love the sex.
One love to all the travelers in the chat. What's going on in the chat? I'm seeing a signal saying that there is no sound coming through. Drop a 9 in the comment section for me, please. And thank you, Team Delta. Let me make sure that this broadcast is coming through and coming through clearly. Drop a 9, just a number 9 in the comment section for me, just to let me know, all right, I'm coming through and I'm coming through clearly. Because on my side, it's saying that everything is connected correctly. I did change locations. So usually sometimes you might have a little bit of turbulence, but I'm seeing the 9s coming in again. So that means I'm coming through clearly. Big up yourself to Desrick. Thanks for dropping that 9 in the comment section, King. Yeah, well, this is what's going on the street. This is what's going on the ground right now, Delta 9 family. We gotta think about this man come all the way from Trinidad, right? And do damage to the point where they got a number of persons afraid that they might have contracted all kind of thing, all kind of situations we're hearing about. These headlines is definitely things that we got to highlight, because if we allow things like this to be brushed under the rug, and you got persons who's acting in this predatorial manner, just, just ravishing through. And another thing too, there's a bit of accountability as well for the young women, because there's this video that's going around. If we have enough time, we're going to get into some of it, where one of the females that was in the one of the females that was outed allegedly by the Gabrielle, she had something to say, and it's up on social media. If we have some time, we're going to highlight it on this presentation, just so we have a number of different ways to analyze this. But let's jump right back into what's going on.
Yes. But he's saying, I think people is jealous of him. What do you think?
Who jealous of Miss Walcott? Miss Walcott, you busy? Watch me really quick. Who jealous of him? Who?
He said Trinidad people is jealous of him.
Somebody on the phone.
Miss Walcott, good morning to you.
I done that. No, hold on. She will talk to you.
Hi, Miss Walcott. A pleasant good morning to you. How are you?
I'm fine. Good morning.
Could I get some doubles and pilal, please?
Oh, boy, you gotta come here quick. Come quick. There's kind of attention.
Okay. So I'm having a discussion about this guy, Gabriel. Is he really a bastard?
He just said I gotta know. You can't get back to Gabriel. These girls, Gabriel, everybody know Gabriel.
Everybody know him?
Everybody know what he give. Everybody, the whole country know what he gives. So if a young girl go with he now.
Yeah.
He either had to be slow or dance. I don't know which one.
Okay.
Because it's not like he hide who he is.
He don't hide.
He just tell him. He don't hide. Telling you who he is. It's years now this going on my video.
Yeah.
Somebody 606 by 100 and something. Everybody know you go with. If you go with Gabriel, you go end up on.
But the thing is that though, what a pause for me is everybody's having sex without a condom. Everybody.
Yeah, because the world going mad.
Oh my.
Everybody wants to date tomorrow.
So in Trinidad, they don't like to use condoms over there?
I just say it's not Trinidadian thing, because then I have cousins living in New York, and they kind of orgy and threesomes and foursomes.
Oh yeah, I live in New York. We do that all the time. We do that all the time in America. We do threesomes, foursomes, fivesomes.
Don't look at things so.
Yeah.
It's very rare you go here to have a what is called a polygamous relationship in Trinidad. You only will see that in the Muslim faith.
Yeah.
In the States, that is a normal thing. Fellas have 2 girls, fellas have 3 wives. I'm not saying that happening here,
Okay.
But it's more discreet. So it's just, this is the time we're living in, where people not valuing themselves and sex have no value no more. Is we drink, we pop molly, we pop pill, we flicking have our time, and we will forget we go study how this shit happening tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, so it's fuck up and dog and enjoy.
Yeah, you see youth man will kill himself on the life?
Yeah, I saw.
And then the family more dance and all. The family more dance and all.
Uh-huh.
Before they go to get themselves caught up, before they call the police and the ambulance.
Yeah.
You kill yourself on the life, all you're going to hide it.
Yeah.
You call yourself, look, all you get a murder charge for somebody who...
A man will kill himself, they get a murder charge for it. Dumb fuck.
Updates coming in directly from persons in Trinidad about this one, Gabriel, right? Last conversation I'm hearing is that he's supposed to be in custody, right? But let's hope that they find something to really hold him on, and he's really dealt with the full length of the law going around dealing a dose of the truck.
The world is very stupid.
Yes, everybody going mad. So why? I just have to pray for yourself, your family, if you have girl children.
And we gotta teach one another. So let me ask you all a question. So listen, right? If you know a man and guy up Trinidad get AIDS or a girl.
Call him from Jamaica. I mean Gabriel from St. James. That's why I say I know Gabriel face. I live for free. Gabriel from Rice and James. Gabriel, everybody know Gabriel.
So
Gabriel
these Guyanese laws are sorry for them. Oh my God.
Them same Guyanese girls saw Gabriel. Hey, remember the last video he launched in Trinidad? Check how stupid his children head is.
Yeah.
These females is. The
Yeah.
last one he bust in Trinidad before the does last year.
Uh-huh.
The voice note gone out. One girl said he a voice note quarreling with he. Why you bust she video instead of mine? Like it's a fucking competition. I don't even say something in the water. Correct. She upset because he didn't bust she video. Yeah, she upset.
Why she upset? Why she upset?
Because he didn't bust my video. He bust she own. And you know me before she.
Oh.
Shit, I don't care if you know the words make her come to work here again. Now she feeling shame. And she feeling shame for she did call it. Yeah, enter big words made in San Francisco General Hospital here and the video come out.
Yeah.
She does really feeling at the hospital seeing by the patients. The wards me.
Oh.
On the wards.
Okay.
Government hope you get caught up with Gabriel.
Yeah.
With your whole face all over and now she's ashamed to come to work.
But look now, the place he went and did his test over there. Why did they try to shut down that place? You can't give out a fake HIV test. You cannot.
Oh, but they give him a fake HIV test.
No, in Trinidad, the lady said he went up.
HIV, that was telling nobody don't understand. There's a fella who born with AIDS from Sando. I will give the name to Miss Spear and he will search this boy and he will explain to you. Because Gabriel did an HIV test, right? And he come out on our live and show the results.
Okay.
The results stated.
Shemaine is saying this is outright wickedness with this guy. He left his country and chose Guyana to come and do what he did to Guyanese citizens. I wonder why he chose Guyana. Similar culture, close to home, right? And guess what? He would have had an opportunity to do what he did. And who knows if there's other persons that didn't make it a video and might never be exposed in that manner, that might feel like, listen, since a person do this to me, I'm continue the same way and I'm not gonna say nothing. It's a sad, sad reality. That's why being promiscuous and just knocking about, this is not the time, the place, and these is the type of situations you'll have to face.
No, not in undetective.
Undetected.
Undetected.
Yeah.
So everybody in the country, even myself, wanted to know what is the meaning of undetected.
Undetected.
When you're done, you could Google it. Undetected patient who have HIV is a person who is HIV, but they live, they take the medication properly.
Oh
and well. That's it. Clear up the system, meaning undetected, meaning they can have sex with someone.
Yes.
With not pass it on because it's not in the system, not my. It's like having a slide code. You have the code, you know.
Yeah.
But you still don't have the code enough to pass it on to somebody.
So
but at the end of correct. But on the end of the day, that is why he felt brave enough to show it. Because he knows somehow we don't understand what it is. And at the end of the day, he knows he's taking his meds. That's why he's living healthy and strong.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, for you to be undetected, that means you had it. Okay. That is all I'm concerned about. All I want to hear is negative,
yes,
positive.
Negative or
Anything
positive, not
after that,
undetected, yes, yes.
and if it's undetected, that means you is of it. Okay, I can't take chances with my life. Yeah. This is not a game. So these girls knew that. He said that. That's why everybody in Trinidad reached to the point. We're not vexed with Gabriel. You know? Gabriel is a man and he tell you he a mad man and he tell you what he don't like and he tell you what he don't do. He tell you he have undetected AIDS and if others still want to lie down with he, that is not his choice.
Undetected AIDS. Oh my God, Gabriel, why?
I went and take an AIDS test the other day last week and the lady was explaining that same thing. Undetected not meaning you don't have a cure.
Yes.
But it suppresses the disease. So you cannot share it to nobody else. But you have to take your meds consistently. Any lapse, it will raise. Correct. Any lapse, it will raise it and it will make the next person that you have get it.
Oh my God.
So it's not a bad thing he seen about himself, you know. And he came out and tell
So
the world
basically,
what
is
it
the
is I have.
medicine he's taking is hiding it. Basically.
Well, all you want is, as they say, suppress it. That's why they keep telling you. Check your status. Know when you have it. Check when you have it. If you have it, it have meds for you that you could live another life. You could still live. There's nothing to kill yourself for. But at the end of the day, you have to know your sexual partner and how you're going.
Yeah.
And people is not doing that. There's not doing that. I went last week and I felt proud when I see my thing come out negative. I put it up on WhatsApp, stuck that banner.
You're right.
Some little stupid boy, so why you went and take this? I said, so what now? All of a sudden I'm wrong. Take the mentality.
He's a fucking cross. What I say? He's a cross.
Correct.
He's a cross.
I put up, if I a man and I see a girl on my phone that I know I harass and put up that she negative, I go in and get a check on my car for bill because sure you're clean. Why people can't normalize getting a fucking AIDS test, please, and check all yourself to know? Because sometimes you can have it and you don't know. That the lady tell me, you can have that and you don't know. It's a barrier. It's when your mind, I want to tell you, your mind strong. It's when you know, when you do figure out which is you have, and you go start to worry and not take the meds. Right. And I still calling cancer worse than AIDS because cancer have no fucking cure. You could take how many chemo, you're still going on dead. AIDS, it still have meds that you can still live strong and healthy.
Yeah.
That the medication is free. It's free. 15 minutes for a test. Come and get it. Now I put my thing, I encouraging people, all you go and get a test.
I telling you, big up to all the travelers in the chat right now. Medication is free, 15 minutes for a test. But a man travel with a distance that is more than an hour by plane to come and bring pain in Guyana. You know what I'm telling you? You got to beware. Got to beware. You got to have some kind of decorum in the way that you're carrying yourself as a young woman, as a young man. You can't just throwing around yourself with any and everything because you can pick up any and everything. You know what I mean? It's just a sad and a dark reality. Pinky is saying, I'm guessing she's, speaking about something else. Okay, something that was going on early in the live. Big up nonetheless to Pinky. Thanks for tuning in and for being a part of this live presentation. I'm telling you, this halftime live connection that we're in right now. Take a couple of seconds and thumbs up the live. Thumbs up the live, Team Delta. Thumbs up the live. Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Major Live.
Delta, what's up, man? That's the again. Delta. What's going on with squad?
Everything good.
How the budget so far?
I'm telling you, a number of things being debated today in the House. You know what I'm saying? A lot of persons highlighting the fact that there's still a lot of people that is seeing the benefits from the resources, PPP out there, sharing blues, you know, the usual thing.
You see, one thing I tell people, this budget, 85% of young people now understanding what is budget, you know. You know what I mean? And a set of young people now is so focused now on this budget.
Yeah.
Because young people never used to get on budget. But now people are so focused on this budget because you know why the budget is bringing substance. On the opposite side of the house, they get the substance from the budget.
So could it be the fact that persons have to wait on the budget for the cash grant? You think that's one of the factors causing some extra focus?
No.
Okay.
Not really that. Delta. What's happening now is that people understand now the focus now is that the budget presentation now it's been break down to the average man on the road. long time you never used to get that properly because the budget was just a fast track thing and people just want to run away with the budget and that's it. But now on the opposite side of the house, you're getting a bar by bar commentary.
Yeah.
A lot of young people now are more focusing on the budget now, especially from the Zim side, from the Apple side. Jerusha, she was very firm. And yes, last year, they could have kept her last year, my brother. She bring out and make her look stupid because you know why? She's a lady, she look for her research and she bring out facts. Yeah?
She's definitely, she's definitely bringing it on. She
can't bluff them. They can't bluff her.
Yeah.
When it comes to numbers.
I like how she highlighted the fact that not because persons are indigenous, that means they want to live in poverty,
Yeah, last year she met the finance minister look like stupidness last year because when he come out and he read and think and they think, but somebody when she bring up she presentation, it was like, we didn't know this. Oh, we gotta check back. So she come up with substance this year. Look at the indigenous Brown. She says someone call her 1 o'clock in the morning and tell her how the this and the that. You see what you should do? Go and fast track it, go and get your substance and bring it out. She said, look, this is what I'm saying, but this is not nobody telling you. When you do the research, this girl ain't living here. You know what I mean?
Telling him.
That is important. Yeah, coming back to this story with this guy, man, I hear this guy and thing, but what people fail to realize, my brother, you could have this virus, and it's just like what the lady saying, you could take in your medication or whatever, and when you go at any lab, you could go, do the test, and the test is going to come out negative. You understand? It's not that it's going to come out positive.
Yeah.
And Dagi, if you know that Dagi went to the medical field, I don't understand where is it hard for Dagi, don't understand where is it. He just how it over. Look at the young people in there. No.
I think that's just how Dagi's present. That's just how, yeah.
Yeah, there's sometimes all these young people this man deal with, sometimes none of them don't even have it. You understand? Because you hear people say he was taking his medicine. So once you take your medicine and you form up yourself, it's hard for the young people to contract it.
Yeah, and just one second, caller. I want to stick a pin right on that powerful point that the caller is making and highlight this fact. You see that barcode that's on the top of the screen? There's books that you can access via that barcode that's going to give you a lot more information on everything that Dagi and other persons was highlighting, and even the stuff that we are discussing right now. And we're talking about actual scholarship from doctors. Scan the barcode and take advantage of the information. Yeah, Carla.
Yeah, and I love that you bring it on the forefront, and so people could understand.
Yeah.
And now you gotta stop making noise, man. You're making too much noise and you're not listening. The man is killing people. What people have to realize is they have to be smart now and know what they're doing in life, because at the end of the day, remember, people used to go and do tests for other people.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing, because you could get it and somebody else got it and say, I name XYZ and come and give you the paper. You understand? Because there's no identification. You don't go show your passport or your driver's license or whatever.
Yeah.
You just got to say your name X. Your name XY, and they put XY in the paper, bring it to you, you're going to pass it to them. Full stop. Yeah, my brother.
Slack system that needs to be looked into. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Bless it.
Big up yourself, King. Thanks for calling in. and for sharing those insights with us. I'm telling you, this is the halftime presentation. They are taking a break presently in Parliament, but guess what? We are right here on Delta 9 Media, and we are still live, and we're cruising. We're getting into the details coming in from persons around the Caribbean about this one, Gabrielle.
Okay, correct. These people, they're using internet and social media for the wrong thing.
Wrong.
Say that. People hiding to come and take it. As if you see two girls here, I swear it's a man going and taking inside here because you have going on according to the old people. You know you're ashamed to walk in the building.
Yeah.
To make sure you're healthy. But you skin up last night with a man you don't even fucking know. You wasn't ashamed for that.
Yeah.
You wasn't frightened for that.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck I hear, boy. I coming in there proud because I know me. Not any and anybody I sexing with. So I sure about that, but you still never know. So just go. And these young girls taking every smile and then they have fun. Correct. Yeah, that will say, don't run. You could run how far? You have money. No, the justice system is out of timing. We have no law for them things. We have no law, but it's another country that will have, and you will go and that's what we do. It is, yeah, that is a UN thing. Anytime that is a pass across the world. Anytime you know you have it and you willfully give it to somebody, that is great.
So now, listen, Gabriel is on the run in Trinidad. He wanted in Trinidad now. Can he skip bail?
You know why did it take you? Because England not going to take a medical problem.
Girl, all of them sitting up Trinidad, they're talking about things. Why you feel the Canadians and them start to say no more visa? Because all of them running from the Swanee, from music to arts to all of them when they do the shit, they're going and seek asylum. You feel these people not checking this? We're seeking asylum, they know what is that? If you look at the score for seek asylum, these Americans people is sending to investigate why you want asylum in the country.
Definitely.
So when I tell them Miss Pierre living Pleasantville on 6th Street want to kill me, you feel they're investigating that? Them feel it's Trinidad and Caribbean police, with people and law enforcement who don't like to work. But yeah, then them daughters. I have one daughter and I'm telling you, I tell my see that I bury she. I swear. And sit uncomfortable and go and get
so some of the girls in Trinidad is sex for KFC, like Guyana. KFC.
You can tell me in 2026 people still fucking KFC.
The fucking KFC, the fucking for liquor, they got a coke.
No, it's not the KFC, Miss Pierre, it's the lace front.
Oh, the way. Lace front.
And the eyelashes and the nails.
Oh
it's the game to be the 10 out of 10 girls. Well, work hard.
10 out of 10 girls.
A good proper lace front is about 18, 20. Is that what you're about?
I'm going to send Gabriel right back to Trinidad. Okay.
I'm telling you, so much going on on the ground. The budget and other things. They got protesting in the street because persons, once again, similar situations like what possibly would have went down in Mocha and other parts of the country. Persons getting moved off of the land, right? Relocated for whatever reason, and they're protesting. We highlighted that earlier in the live. Who is in the chat right now? Let me see who are the travelers in the chat. Big up to everybody watching the live and everybody that's going to catch this live in the rewind. Make sure you take a couple of seconds, Team Delta. Thumbs up the live, buddy. Thumbs up the live. We are almost at the 4-hour mark. So the way how the lady explaining it is that he using the word undetected, and it sounds to them as if he's free from the virus. Maybe he's asking then, and they may be saying no, and there he has his answers, and boom. I'm telling you, when you analyze the whole back and forth going on there, it seems as if the young lady is not making sure that they're protected and they're not making sure that they analyze who they really laying down with. Because for him to come to Guyana and just run in wreck like that, what happened with courtship, buddy? What happened with a situation where you take a little time before you get to certain activities, you know? Because you could find yourself caught up. You could find yourself in all kinds of situations similar to the one that we're hearing right there, where you find yourself on a video and you get jammed. But remember, right above my head, got documentation, books and information that can help you to see a whole new angle and understanding to what is really going on with all of these acquired immune deficiencies and all of these things.
Nice little girl seeing this. I want you for this new season not to run after a man just because he got money. A man, any man could find money to give you. As long as you look good and your body good and he want you, he could find things to give you. You understand? But what you give yourself, that is what will count. Will you?
Marcia is saying Guyana is the dump for all the countries. The president need to look into that man. I hear they got in custody, Marcia, to be honest with you. I hear they got in custody. Do we hope that they find something that could stick? And do we hope that they can extradite him as well to Trinidad, because we hear that he's on the run in Trinidad for similar activities. You know, similar activities. The man doing the thing all over the place. It's crazy when you think about it. Stanley saying Delta 9 Media, where was the protest, bro? Somewhere across from where they keep in Parliament. Right across from where they were keeping Parliament. And we covered it a bit earlier in the live. Honorable Mr. Todd was out there and a number of other MPs, and they were highlighting some of the situations that persons were dealing with. It's right on this live, a little bit back. If you scroll back a little bit, you should see it. Ian is saying this, Marcia, the president don't have time with that. The only thing he looks after is covering up corruption. It's alleged. Big up yourself to Ian. Thanks for dropping insightful commentary in the comment section. I'm telling you, almost 500 travelers flying with us live right now on this international connection. We're all over the globe. If you can take a couple of seconds, thumbs up the live, so that everyone will be able to see this budget presentation, the halftime live that we on right now, you know what I'm saying, as well. Let's hear some more.
Establish for yourself your little skills, your little business, you know, your ability to sustain yourself. And I'm not saying independence and you don't need a man. I'm not saying that. You do need your man. A woman was made for a man. We were made to be companions. But don't run after these men just because they got money and they look good. A man that truly loves you will teach you, will respect you, will help you build yourself. He's not going to just find money and give so he could lash you. Anybody could do that, even a thief man. A scrape could do that. If they truly want you, they're going to find the money for you for buying the bus down. You understand? But building yourself and making yourself into a compatible mate, a woman of substance, a woman that could add to a good man's life, that is what can count in the long run. For this new season, remember though. And for any nice little girl seeing this, I want you for this new
told you that you could turn about $2,400 US into a thriving business. Sounds crazy, right? Well, in one of the world's fastest growing economies, Guyana, that's not just a pipe dream. Today we're going to dive deep into how you can bootstrap your way to success. Yep, you heard that right. $500,000 Guyanese dollars. Now I know, it might not sound like a huge fortune, but here's the thing. In a booming economy like Guyana's, it could be the only seed capital you need to get started. So in this explainer, we're going to break down exactly how you can turn that initial investment into a real, sustainable business. So let's really focus on this number for a second. 500,000 Guyanese dollars.
500K, right? And we invest in this 500K via analyzing the 2026 budget and using the different avenues and the things them that we understand about the budget to make these investments. An analysis. Remember, I'm not a professional and this is not professional advice. All right? So right above my head is the barcode. This barcode is going to take you to the notebook. What is Notebook ML? Notebook ML is an AI application that you can use to analyze documents and use it as a source to get all kind of different information that you're looking for. The sources that we use to generate this can be accessed right above my head by this barcode. And moderators, if you have a chance, please and thank you to put the link into the comment section so that we can share it with persons as well. But nonetheless, let's hear these details, how we turn in this 500K into a business by analyzing the 2025 and 2026 budget, as well as a number of other sources of scholarship.
Look, the key here isn't really the amount itself. It's the strategy behind it. Because when you invest it wisely, this becomes an incredibly powerful starting point for any entrepreneur who's willing to be smart and resourceful. And that strategy, it has a name, bootstrapping. You've probably heard of it. It's basically the art of building a company with, well, nothing but your own savings and the cash you make from your very first sales. It's all about being lean, living within your means and pouring your own effort, your sweat equity into creating real value. Now, it's a tough path for sure, but get this. A staggering 80% of successful, fast-growing companies, this is exactly how they got their start. Okay, so here's our game plan for this explainer. Think of it as our treasure map. We'll start with the big $500,000 question. Then I'll show you how to ride the massive national wave of development happening right now. From there, we'll dive into 4 specific, and I mean specific, lanes to success, give you a kind of strategic compass with a journey, and then wrap it all up with the final takeaway. So the big question is, how do you make a relatively small amount of money go a really long way? Well, you don't fight the current, right? You ride the wave. And in Guyana's case, that wave is, well, it's more like a tsunami of massive government spending. And the 2026 national budget, that's your guide. It's the map showing you exactly where that wave is about to crash. And this is really the core idea of everything we're talking about today. You see, the national budget isn't just some dry, boring financial document for politicians to argue over. No, for an entrepreneur like you, it's basically a free market research report. It tells you exactly where billions of dollars are about to be spent, which sectors are getting a major boost, and, most importantly, where the biggest demand is going to be. Okay, so where are these big waves? Where should you be looking? Well, after digging into the 2026 budget, we've pinpointed 4 high-potential lanes. These are areas where your $500,000, when you combine it with your own hard work, can get some serious traction. All right, opportunity number 1, agriculture. But wait, this comes with a twist. The government is making a huge push for food security and diversifying its agriculture. And this isn't just about, planting more crops, it's about processing more and creating higher value products right there in Guyana. I mean, the scale of the government investment here is just massive. We're talking over $63 billion allocated just to agriculture in 2026. And look, these aren't just abstract numbers floating around. The government has set very specific production targets, like they're aiming for 300,000 kilograms of poultry and 2,000 liters of honey. That kind of targeted investment creates this incredible tailwind for any new business brave enough to jump into the sector. So, what does that mean for your $500,000? It means you can start small, but more importantly, you can start smart. Think about it. High value, low overhead products. Things that can leverage the brand new infrastructure, like the dehydrating facility at Canal Number 1 or the fruit pulping hub in Lethem. You're not starting from scratch. You're literally plugging your small business directly into a government-backed supply chain.
Let's move on to our second lane. This one is all about what I call the humble needs that get created by massive growth. You see, as all
500K to start your own small business. We're analyzing it. Budget 2026 is the map that we're using as to how we're going to invest this 500K.
All these new buildings, roads, and infrastructure pop up, well, someone has to maintain them, and this is exactly where skilled tradespeople can absolutely thrive, just by putting that sweat equity to work.
And again, the numbers are just staggering. The 2026 budget is throwing over $210 billion at construction. Think about what that means on the ground. It translates to thousands of kilometers of new roads and hundreds of new buildings, all of which are going to need ongoing maintenance. This creates a massive, long-term demand for subcontracted services. Think plumbers, electricians, you name it.
So if you're a skilled person, your $500,000 isn't for buying a bunch of inventory. Nope, it's for getting top-of-the-line, world-class tools, maybe a reliable vehicle, and some smart marketing to get your name out there. Because in this scenario, your skill is the main asset, and these are essential services that are pretty much always in demand, especially in a country that's developing this quickly.
Okay, let's shift gears. Our third big opportunity is in tourism. Now, Guyana is aggressively marketing itself as this premier ecotourism destination, and believe me, the world is starting to take notice. This is opening up a whole new frontier for service-based businesses.
And the trend here is, well, it's undeniable. You just have to look at the numbers. Visitor arrivals are on this sharp upward curve, with a target of over 500,000 visitors in 2026. Now, think about it. Every single one of those visitors is going to need transportation, unique experiences, and all kinds of support services. The market is growing, and it is growing fast.
And here's the bonus. If you already own an asset, say a decent vehicle or a boat, your startup cost drops even lower. That $500,000 can easily cover things like
would be remiss not to respond to young Minister Griffith, is his name? That went before us. You know, when I saw his appointment, I was heartened. When I saw that he was appointed minister, I was very, very heartened. And I was like, yes, you know, good to see young people. And I sat there and I'm saying, well, what is going on? Because I had hoped to hear plans. I had hoped to hear where this young visionary mind would take labor. And, you know, he spoke about maxims. I was quite disappointed to hear just the regurgitation of PPP talking points. You could literally itemize what they would say. And then he comes to tell people, Honorable Todd, about he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. And I observed that this honorable minister spent 25 minutes talking about everything else except his portfolio. And then, Honorable Todd, a maxim occurred to me. A maxim occurred to me. Nemo dat quod non habet. A man cannot give that which he doesn't have. And he has no plans. No plans whatsoever. And so what do we expect? So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say, and you know, I will use the opportunity from the outset to respond to the Honorable Kwame McCoy, who suggests that I sit here on residual votes and left. Well, Kwame, I got news for you. You're tired to see my face. Because the Guyanese people voted, and there are no residual or leftover Guyanese. And your statement is an indictment on you and your mindset more than it is on me and the fact. But I'm here, and you'll have to put up with me. So listen and learn, because, Mr. Speaker, Guyana is no longer operating on the margins. We are front and center of global attention. And as a young petroleum producing state, our economic profile has changed. And with that change, our exposure to geopolitical risk and diplomatic pressure also has changed. So foreign affairs can no longer be treated as routine and administrative. It must now be treated as national risk management. And I know that the Honorable Member Hugh Todd is coming after me, and I would hope that his interventions will demonstrate to us that this PPPC administration is capable of having that mindset shift. So from the opposition benches, Mr. Speaker, it is my duty to say this very plainly, that when it comes to foreign relations, the government's rhetoric does not match the architecture that it has set out in the budget. Mr. Speaker, we hear about a new Guyana, but we see that the budget maintains an old pre-oil approach to diplomacy, one that is incremental, administrative, and insufficiently strategic for the risks we now face. So, Mr. Speaker, our foreign policy must answer three very specific questions. How do we protect our sovereignty? How do we engage the world without surrendering our autonomy? And how do we ensure that our foreign policy actually serves every Guyanese man, woman, and child? And it is against these three criteria, Mr. Speaker, that I will judge this budget. So I will speak to us today about foreign affairs through three specific pillars: the protection of our sovereignty and our national interests, a principled and strategic engagement for stability and development, and a people-centered foreign policy that actually works, that actually strengthens social cohesion. Let's talk about pillar one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first pillar of any foreign policy in a petroleum state must necessarily be the protection of our sovereignty and our territorial integrity. Mr. Speaker, this is the foundation upon which everything else rests. And the government has rightly pointed to the ICJ process as central to defending our territorial integrity and our sovereignty. And that legal pathway is necessary. And I want to be very clear that we will continue to support the government on that legal pathway. But we must be clear that sovereignty cannot be defended by litigation alone, nor is sovereignty defended by appearances and announcements. Mr. Speaker, sovereignty, that ability to make our own decisions and have those decisions respected, is not a press statement. It is a capability, Mr. Speaker. It's a capability that's grounded in law, it's grounded in diplomacy, it's grounded in institutional strength, international legitimacy, and that capability has to be deliberately built. It just does not happen by chance. Mr. Speaker, our sovereignty rests on the strength of international law, credible diplomacy, strong institutions, and alliances that reinforce our legitimacy. This is why, Mr. Speaker, our sovereignty has to be treated as a matter of capability and as a matter of preparedness. And by preparedness, I mean those legal and institutional strategic capacity to anticipate pressure and to coordinate responses and defend our national interests before, and I want to emphasize that, before crisis becomes confrontation. Mr. Speaker, and I want us to understand very clearly that preparedness is not only what we say abroad, but it's also what we practice at home. So for small states like us, our credibility and legitimacy are strategic assets that we must build over time, and that are eroded when there is a gap between what we say abroad and what we do at home. You know, this government has a tendency to govern by photo ops. They love to parade the diplomats and, we're doing so well. But I want to be clear about something. International protocol requires that representatives must be received with courtesy. And so meetings will be granted, flags will be flown, and statements must be read. That is how diplomacy works. The mistake that the PPP government keeps making, however, is that they mistake protocol for credibility. And Mr. Speaker, when all of the meetings are done and the flags are flown, behind closed doors, credibility is assessed by whether we practice what we preach. And so, Mr. Speaker, when media freedoms are restricted, they clock it. When Parliament is reduced to a rubber stamp, they clock it. When our journalists are sidelined, they clock it. And when, Mr. Speaker, we go and we address a parliament in another country in a joint session without the courtesy of addressing our own parliament at home, the international community, they clock it. They clock it and they hold it against us. And so when we leave, and we've been afforded the best protocol, question remains, have we affected, have we influenced positively the space that we just left? And when they look at what they do at home and what they say abroad, it is clanging noise and singing cymbals. Mr. Speaker, we must agree, we have to accept that in a petroleum era Guyana, budgets have become instruments of foreign policy. Development is increasingly financed through multilateral loans, through grants and subscriptions and these do not only shape what we build, but it shapes how we are governed. And this has to be clearly understood because every financing agreement carries with it legal, diplomatic, and administrative arrangements that go beyond electoral cycles. So when we in this house, in the opposition benches say, we want to know, it is because we understand that they might be very well going into debt that we and our children and our children's children will have to carry. Mr. Speaker, the problem that we have is when institutional and parliamentary capacity does not keep pace with these obligations that we undertake. And when that happens, you know, sovereignty does not just collapse dramatically. It shifts quietly from elected institutions to external pressures. This is why we have to watch what we borrow. This is why we have to watch how we borrow, because our sovereignty, and we got to watch who borrowing it. Because we got to make sure that it's being put to the use for which it was borrowed and not to buy houses in Miami or containers and shipments of chocolate. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I examine this budget, I see heavy emphasis on outputs, on statements issued, on resolutions supported, and on meetings attended. And no doubt when my friend, the Honorable Utah, comes after me, he will rattle off all of the engagements that we had. We participated in this meeting. We went to that meeting. He will talk about our Security Council appointment. He will talk about a number of appearances. And he will tell us about the meetings that we will host this year. But Mr. Speaker, we must understand that showing up is not the same thing as being prepared. And so very often the Honorable Utah shows up, but he's unprepared. And so, Mr. Speaker, you know, and as someone who has worked in international organizations, I understand putting together statements. I hear Gail say which one. Gail, I will lay over a copy of my CV for you. I will be happy to do it, and you'll be able to peruse it at your leisure. But I understand, having negotiated air transportation agreements, having attended UN forums at the highest level, that these statements are not necessarily easy. And so I'm not saying that it does not reflect capacity, but what I'm saying is that when your indicators are statements issued and meetings attended, you are assuming foreign relations in the normal course of things. You are assuming that everything is fine. But what happens? What happens? You see, Mr. Speaker, those types of KPIs and outputs tell us what happens under normal circumstances. But what happens when pressure is applied? What happens when you're in a room and interests collide? Who are the people that you have in those rooms negotiating on our behalf? I stand there and I shiver to think that it is the Honorable Hugh Todd. God help us. Mr. Speaker, you see, what is missing from this budget is not activity. We got a lot of activity. What is missing is the architecture to support that activity. That is what is missing. And so, yes, there are meetings and there are task forces. But, Mr. Speaker, what we require, what we really require if we're going to understand our foreign policy thrust, if we're going to adequately define our national interest, and if we're going to have that national interest carry over across administrations and across governments, we need an absolute infrastructure dedicated to having that expertise and to honing institutional memory. We require that standing integrated framework that has the ability to anticipate pressure before it becomes a crisis. I remember standing here 4 years ago and saying to them that the Venezuelan migration issue is going to become an issue. And the Honorable Minister Waldron accused me of being xenophobic. But the ability to foresee and to plan accordingly is what this government lacks. They could foresee everything else, but what matters really the most to the people of Guyana. And Mr. Speaker, because we need this standing infrastructure, this is why I've always called for the establishment of a standing foreign policy relations council, not just as another committee, because Minister Todd will come, but what he will not tell you is that if he doesn't convene a meeting of the task force, it will not meet. And if a meeting of the task force is convened and he don't feel like going to the meeting this morning, the meeting will not happen. And that cannot be the way that we intend to govern our foreign policy and our foreign relations. You see, Mr. Speaker, this council would integrate all of the legal, diplomatic, security, energy, and migration expertise into a single permanent structure capable of coordinating across agencies, stress testing assumptions, and protecting our credibility before our interests are tested. Mr. Speaker, this is what preparing for contestation looks like. And when I speak about contestation, I do not mean contestation by bullets. I am talking about contestation for the defense of our national interest, using diplomacy as a tool. Mr. Speaker, that architecture is not reflected in this budget. And if we are serious about protecting our sovereignty, if we are serious, Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about protecting our sovereignty, our future budgets must show a meaningful shift from symbolism to substance, and from this routine diplomacy that we see happening to strategic capability. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that as an oil-producing republic, our sovereignty is not just going to be tested once, it's going to be tested again and again and across administrations and governments. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn our attention to Pillar 2. Mr. Speaker, strategic engagement in the capacity to shape outcomes. The Honorable Member Todd will come and he will tell us, you know, they love to use this word, our international partners. Bet you it's in his speech at least 5 times. Mr. Speaker, the budget speaks frequently about partnership and international engagement and our growing profile on the stage. Look, he stand up and he's scratching it out because he knows it's in there. Our international partners. Mr. Speaker, engagement is necessary. But if we engage without a strategy, we are simply exposing our country. And like I said before, if we are present but unprepared, we weaken our influence. Mr. Speaker, the ability to shape outcomes internationally just does not happen because we have oil. It will not come automatically with revenue. It will come, Mr. Speaker, through dedicated preparedness. Mr. Speaker, influence is earned. It is earned by knowing what Guyana's interests are, by stating them clearly, and by having representatives who are capable of advancing those interests in very, very difficult and competitive spaces. So the question that I have, because Mr. Todd will come and tell us we're a member of this and we've paid our subscription to that, are we simply maintaining membership, or are we investing in the capacity to shape outcomes? Because that is what we must be doing. And you know, I acknowledge that the budget makes provision for a Foreign Service Institute, and it is a step in the right direction, Mr. Speaker, but bricks and mortar alone will not create influence. Mr. Speaker, the allocation signals an intention, yes, but intention without capacity leaves too much to chance. And as I continue in this budget, you will hear me speaking a lot more about capacity. Because the issue is not, oh, it's the biggest budget ever. It is the capacity to administer and to oversee in an effective manner that ensures that the people of Guyana have maximum returns for the spending of their money. So, Mr. Speaker, I will talk a lot about capacity. Strategic capacity cannot be assumed, and it should not be scattered across line items. It has to be deliberately built, Mr. Speaker. And so it brings me to a point that I've made year in, year out. And in keeping with consistency, I will make it again, that diplomacy and foreign posting is not jobs for the boys. It is about capacity and people who are capable. And Mr. Speaker, it pains me because I know we have men and women who have served this country with distinction that this government has sitting on the sidelines. But because they refuse to be political puppets, because their allegiance is to the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and not to a party, they have them sitting on the sidelines, marginalizing their expertise and causing Guyana to suffer. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk to us about what happens when we sideline these people. Because you know what? We turn to the use of lobbyists. Yes. That is what happens. When internal capacity is weaker or underdeveloped, the state usually turns to people to fill the gap. And, you know, it doesn't do so. They don't attempt to fill the gap by maintaining or building internal capacity. They look outside for substitutes. And I want to be clear that there's nothing unusual about engaging lobbyists. This happens everywhere. The problem arises when this external capacity is used as a substitute for internal capacity. That is what happens, Mr. Speaker. And while, Mr. Speaker, while lobbyists can probably amplify a country's position, they can never anchor our position, Mr. Speaker. And so I keep saying this, you cannot subcontract or outsource preparedness. You cannot subcontract our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that when we rely on lobbyists, what we are saying, you know, listen to me. The way this government operates, they would hire lobbyists and pay them a bunch of money. And to them it is a signal of strength. But what they do not understand, it is a confession that it is a signaling of a gap in our own capacity. And so we are saying, Mr. Speaker, augment your local capacity. That's what we're saying. You know, when we cannot shape outcomes abroad, the consequences don't remain overseas, they come home to roost. So let's turn now to pillar number 3, because they come home and they affect our people. And so let's talk about a people-centered foreign policy. I don't mind if they steal it. If it redounds to the benefit of the people of Guyana, that's fine. That's why we're here. Mr. Speaker, when a country cannot shape outcomes abroad, The consequences, like I said, do not remain at conference tables. They come home. They come home. And this is where foreign policy stops being abstract. And this is where foreign policy affects the life of the woman in Border Market or the fisherman at 63 Beach. Mr. Speaker, foreign policy is not an elite exercise reserved for communiques or photographs. It is a point at which international decisions intersect with daily lives. And so it shows up. It shows up in the rent that we pay. It shows up in the jobs that we have to compete for in our own country. It shows up when the clinics that we rely on are overcrowded, when our schools are overcrowded, when the stability of our communities are undermined because of just the unchecked influx of people into our communities. We feel it at home. You know, I have raised the issue of a migration management system consistently over the years. And it was never from a place of fear or intolerance or ignorance. It was from a place of responsibility, because migration is a reality. But it is a reality that we have to govern. Mr. Speaker, you know, this government behaves like if unmanaged migration is compassion. Oh, let it come. It's not compassion, it's poor governance. And the thing about poor governance is that it never bothers the government first, because they sit in their ivory towers with their sirens going through, woo, 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 and they're parking traffic. Poor governance affects the people first. We feel it first. And so, Mr. Speaker, when migration is not properly managed, we feel it immediately, like I said. You know, for years, last 3 years, I counted, they promised us a migration policy. Up to now, you don't even have, what the man said, the concept of a plan of a migration policy. The migration policy has itself migrated. Mr. Speaker, and when you look at the budget, and I hope the Honorable Member Todd would be so kind as to tell me where in this budget this might, but Mr. Todd has left the building. His technical staff is present in the dome. What I will ask is that, given that this migration policy is such a pressing concern, that he indicates to this House where in this budget a migration policy is catered for. Because you cannot acknowledge that we have a problem and then refuse to fix the problem. You acknowledge that we got a problem with migration before this budget, but you do not budget for a migration policy to be implemented. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. And so, Mr. Speaker, we want to look at this pillar of our people and how foreign policy affects our people. Because, Mr. Speaker, a troubling feature of this government in the handling and management of our foreign relations is secrecy. Everything is shrouded in secrecy. We have to read in Caribbean media that we have agreements in place to accept third state nationals. We have to learn about that. And then somebody will trot out with a statement, oh, well, we are negotiating. Mired in a lack of transparency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana deserve to know what is being agreed to in our names, because it must be made clear to this PPPC administration that when you roll out there, you don't enter into agreements of your own free will and volition. You do it on behalf of the people of Guyana, and you cannot bind us without letting us know what it is that we are being bound by and bound to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a people-centered foreign policy requires management. It requires border management. It requires coordination across agencies. It requires bilateral and regional cooperation. And it requires enforcement mechanisms that protect both Guyanese at home, Guyanese abroad, Guyanese workers, and migrant communities. And as you know, as I talked about the Guyanese workers, Honorable Member, what's his name, Mr. Labor Minister, I had hoped that he would tell me where we are with the investigation into the labor dispute in the mining community, where Guyanese were seen being beaten and mistreated by foreign mining companies. We hear nothing about it. Mr. Speaker, I want the Honorable Parliamentarian Chan, to understand that I have no interest in being anybody but myself. There is one Amanza, never two. Mr. Speaker, you know, when we talk about people-centered approach to foreign policy and we talk about cohesion, Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that our social cohesion is an actual asset. It is not automatic and it is not indestructible. Mr. Speaker, foreign policy that ignores domestic impact weakens our trust and undermines our unity. Mr. Speaker, if we are to navigate this era responsibly, our foreign policy must be firm, it must be humane, and it must be transparent. It must be firm in defending our national interests, humane in protecting vulnerable people, and transparent in how decisions are made and how they are implemented. That is what putting people first actually means, and it is a standard that this budget is yet to meet. Mr. Speaker, I have elaborated for us 3 pillars.
You'll now begin the 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will turn my attention briefly to the Ministry of Aviation and Utilities. And I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to aviation, and I've said this to the Honorable Minister, I don't play politics with aviation because we have one common goal. When we all go up in the air, we want to safely come back down. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is a ripe ground for bipartisan collaboration. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage, because I notice that we are laying out runways, etc., in the hinterland, that there's a 25-year civil aviation master plan that is in effect, that we put together with funding from the IDB, and that envisions a municipal airport in every region. And so the blueprint is there. It is for the government to faithfully carry it out. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time as well, I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that we have a duty under the International Civil Aviation Convention to be able to, we have a duty on Annex 13 rather, to report accidents. And so from this place, on this floor, I want to call for the release of the accident report in which we lost 5 of our servicemen, Mr. Speaker. I understand that there might be national security implications, and the legal framework contemplates those being redacted. But families deserve closure, Mr. Speaker, and the aviation industry deserves the lessons. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about maritime and the administration of MARAD, I want to point out that, again, we see rhetoric without architecture. We have heard that there will be a modern ports authority, but when I look at the budget, I see no indication that even building in that capacity is contemplated in 2026, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we have now a modern ports authority act, because as it is, we are administering a very fragmented legal architecture. Mr. Speaker, I want to say very, very quickly on, Mr. Speaker, water. This, Mr. Speaker, again, and I'm not going to go into numbers, because the numbers tell a story. They tell a story that over and over again, year in, year out, the PPPC administration believes that by putting big sums and by throwing big money, that progress is inevitable. And that has never been the case. When you look at water, Mr. Speaker, the governance paradigm for water is wrong. It is not a utility anymore. It is a strategic asset. And so the mindset has to shift. But the problem is that the PPP got the wrong mindset. And when you throw money after the wrong mindset, it results in mischief. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about water, I remember visiting Cane Grove. Lady said to me, man, MP, I was washing my hair, and then I feel something like crawling down my neck. Tadpole. A tadpole. Another one said, MP, I turn on my pipe, and I see you call them fish, the cockabelly fish. Coming through, she said, I had food, but I don't think that that's what we meant when we said we need food security in Guyana. I don't think that that is what we meant. And so, Mr. Speaker, we continue to throw money without investing in capacity. There is so much more that I would like to say, but Mr. Speaker, I will end on saying this. You know, when I came in, and if the Speaker will indulge me in these final 5 minutes, when the budget was presented, and the Honourable Member, Mr. Natasha Singh, who made a point about, oh, this is why you all will always be on the opposite side. As if, no, but you know what bothers me? It is as if they believe that by saying that, it is an insult. What they do not understand is that it reveals a very troubling mindset, as though benches are trophies, as though where you sit matters more than what you deliver, as though government is a contest to be won and not a responsibility to be carried. Mr. Speaker, I want to make this point in closing. Benches change, but consequences will remain. And my responsibility, our responsibility on this side of the House, is not to applause, not to taunt, not to theatrics. Our responsibility is to those consequences. And the other thing I want to say in closing, Mr. Speaker, and they will come and they will say it, and the Honorable Minister of Finance will come and say, oh, they do not understand, Mr. Speaker. And I want the kind of people to understand that when they say we do not understand, it is their gaslighting us. They're gaslighting you to avoid scrutiny, but we understand. We understand the numbers. We understand that every year this budget is the largest ever, but Guyanese continue to suffer. We understand the contracts that when they're given, a select few benefit. We understand the borrowing. We understand the loans. Mr. Speaker, we understand that these obligations go beyond, Mr. Speaker, electoral cycles. And so I close by saying this. Mr. Speaker. This House, we were not elected for noise or intellectual posturing. We were elected to govern seriously, because governance is serious business. And when the lights go off and the applause fades, what matters is delivery. What matters, Mr. Speaker, is not how impressive a budget sounds, but whether we have the capacity to carry through on what was presented. And so another year, Mr. Speaker, another budget. And Guyanese are asking, not who won the debate, but how has my life changed for the better? Mr. Speaker, I will end by saying this. This debate and our posture is never about stopping development. It is about doing it better. It is about the quality of work, not the quantity of announcements. It is about building institutions, not projects, and honesty with people, not gaslighting them into silence. Mr. Speaker, there is an old African adage, there's an old African proverb that says, when a house is built on praise, and I spoke extensively about pillars today, when a house is built on praise instead of pillars, it collapses quietly and the people are buried in the rubble. That is why we insist on stronger governments. That is why we will not be sycophants and tell you what you want to hear. That is why we will insist on better governance and accountability. We don't do it for today's applause. We do it for the future of this country tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, the Honourable Yu Chai.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's not coming on Dodo.
Lana man, what happened? Easy. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me begin by thanking my dear colleague, Minister Natasha Singh, and his fantastic team at the Ministry of Finance for crafting and putting together another fantastic budget which reflects the will of the people, a budget that is centered around the individual, for the individual, and by the individual. But Mr. Speaker, you know they always say one-eyed man is king in blind man country. That is exactly what we're getting from that side of the house. The honorable member may have gone through a junior text in international relations and wrote down all of the script and decided to come and deploy it on this side of the house when she's had zero experience in conducting foreign policy and interstate relations. So her colleagues on the other side, they don't know better. Because she's putting together a few words with some rhymes and rhythm. It sounds sexy, and they're all excited over there. But the people of this great nation of ours know that that is all fluff, because that is not how you conduct your foreign policy. That is not how you do it. Welcome. Welcome to class. You gotta listen, my friends. You gotta listen. So, Mr. Speaker, we, as a party in government, has represented this country for decades. We have kept the flag flying high. We have done all of the heavy lifting. And we have convinced the people of Guyana, election cycle after election cycle, that we are capable of representing each and every individual citizen at home and abroad. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, the record shows. Mr. Speaker, this budget reflects an 88% increase over the last 5 years for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that when you look at the numbers reflected in our budget, a $10 million budget, shows clearly that our work at home has been very well done by the People's Progressive Party Civic administration over the last 5 years. And it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, if you look at every sector in this country, there's growth. If you look at our policies They are centered around the individual. And we have been successful year in, year out, working with the people of this country to ensure that they are successful. And when they are successful, we are able to go abroad, Mr. Speaker, and share our experiences with our neighbors, our international partners, and even our non-traditional partners. And we've been telling that story, Mr. Speaker. More recently, His Excellency the President visited the United Kingdom, where he met with His Majesty King George III. He also met with the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. He also met with King Charles. He also met with the Commonwealth Secretary General, along with other senior government officials and business leaders, telling our story, Mr. Speaker. To the extent that the British government has signed on to a Global Biodiversity Alliance initiative, which is a stellar representation of how we are representing Guyana and the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, we are putting people first. We are setting the foreign policy agenda for this country. We are executing it for His Excellency the President. And we are continually building out a foreign service that will be able to represent His Excellency at any given time. Mr. Speaker, the President. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President sets the foreign policy agenda on behalf of the people who have elected him. And it's very clear, it is very clear that he has a mandate to execute on behalf of the people. Mr. Speaker, let me also mention His Excellency's state visit to Belize, where he was able to deliver remarks in the Parliament. It was a very successful visit, the first state visit by the head of state of Guyana to Belize. First state visit. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President met also with the President of Panama, along with 6 of his senior ministers, to discuss cooperation and deepening our economic relations with Panama. I say that to say, Mr. Speaker, that we have hit the ground running for this year. Foreign policy never stops. You have to continuously work at it, keep developing it, and executing it. The international environment is never static, Mr. Speaker. Following the trends, understanding the complexities of interstate relations, understanding the complexities of geopolitics, the shifts in political systems and landscapes, mean therefore that you always have to be on the ball. And Mr. Speaker, listening to the honorable member who just went before me, I think she wants to agree with us, because she's saying to me and to my colleagues over here that he's going to come and say this and he's going to come and say that. But it shows that she really is trying to understand what we're doing over here. However, unfortunately for her, she does not qualify. Let me tell you why, Mr. Speaker. If an individual on that side of the House can vote to elect an opposition leader who has no credibility here in Guyana, who is indicted, who is wanted in the court of law in another jurisdiction under a treaty obligation that we have with that requesting party, and can show her face here in this parliament and say to us that we on this side of the house,
Mr. Speaker,
is not able.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minister, we have Ms. Hallie.
I'm standing up on point order 4016. No member shall impute improper motive to any member of this assembly.
Honorable Member Ms. Hallie,
It's a public.
this is not a
This is public
imputation. I think he's stating what exists. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if we're to take the honourable member seriously as a people and as a nation, and this is the quality of our representation, then where she is where she deserves to be, and she's going to be there for a very, very, very long time. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member spoke about credibility and predictability. And the honourable member represented a political party that did not, Mr. Speaker, did not want to go to an early election after a vote of no confidence was passed successfully in the parliament back in December 2018. And she has, the honourable member, she has the face to come in front of the people of this country and to talk about credibility and to talk about representing Guyana when they do not respect democracy, democratic principles, the will of the people, and understanding that governments come and go. But we, on this side of the house, Mr. Speaker, we have, as a political party in government, we have given true representation to the people of this country. That's right. We have done it to the extent that we are visible, we are credible, we are well respected, and we are sought after globally in every sphere. Mr. Speaker, our foreign policy is a key pillar for national development, social advancement, economic development. And Mr. Speaker, as a government, we believe in policies that can be backed by data, in some cases by science, empirical evidence, backed by ownership of the people, and that is why we have been successful in our national policies, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about advanced healthcare, education, our infrastructure, safe and clean environments, we have done so well, Mr. Speaker, that His Excellency the President, whenever he visits a foreign head of state, he is able to articulate our successes in every aspect, and it is well received. Well received. Mr. Speaker, our prosperity that we see right here in Guyana, small businesses, medium to large scale businesses, women in business. Mr. Speaker, it shows that at home we understand government and we understand governance. If you are able if you're able to achieve the successes that successive presidents of this political party would have achieved over the several decades, you will understand how you conduct international relations in a global environment, how you conduct your foreign policy, how you harness your people. And Mr. Speaker, the honorable member mentioned earlier about the minister not being in the meetings and the meetings cannot happen. But Mr. Speaker, you must be told today from me, the sitting minister, that we have been following His Excellency the President and his inclusive policy in conducting our international relations. Mr. Speaker, we have maintained the agent, and I will have the honorable member know that our agent oftentimes conducts meetings of the technical committee, but she will not know that, Mr. Speaker, because she has been excluded from the committee by the former opposition leader because he did not think that she had the substance and the wherewithal to be in that category. But we've been conducting ourselves without her. She's just not in the loop. She is just not invited. And not because you're not invited, there's no progress. So you have to write to us. We will let you know. Mr. Speaker, we have accepted Ambassador Austin, who is a respected diplomat in Guyana and by the opposition, who sits on that committee. We also have former member of the ANAV political party, Ralph Ramkiran SC, who sits on that committee. So the committee has members who can represent Guyana at the national level, because the honorable member mentioned that we don't include anyone, and not because you are not included, honorable member, that we are not making progress. We are making progress. And even if we go overseas, Mr. President, in terms of our diplomatic representation, we have His Excellency Halim Majid, who is in Havana, still representing this country, who we inherited from the APNU AFC government. We have His Excellency Van West Charles, who is in Caracas, representing us. And he was with the AFC, I remember. You would know that. PNC, APNU, AFC. So, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about being inclusive and bipartisan when it comes to protecting our sovereignty and our territorial integrity, we have demonstrated that. Unlike when the APNO AFC assumed office in 2015, they fired everyone. They sent them home. But we, on this side of the house, when it comes to our sovereignty and territorial integrity, we are bipartisan in that regards. Mr. Speaker, we also have Dr. Barton Scotland, who was the former speaker. He's also on the committee. A well-renowned, seasoned foreign officer in the ministry. He's on that committee, Mr. Speaker. And we must also pay our respects to some of our fallen soldiers of the committee, the late Rashley Jackson, Sir Sridhar Ramphal, Justice Pollard, and of course our dear Elizabeth Harper, who have been very, very, very strong, resilient, and they fought for us. So Sridhar Ramphal was there in the inception when we signed the 1966 Geneva Agreement, and we are very proud of their service, Mr. Speaker. We were happy to work with them, and the honorable member and members would know that several of these members served in the Burnham administration. And we, on this side of the house, we do not discriminate when it comes to our sovereignty and our territorial integrity. We are all embracing and all encompassing when it comes to our sovereignty and our territorial integrity. Mr. Speaker, in safeguarding our territorial integrity, we have allocated $100 million to ensure that we can protect first and foremost our frontiers. And as you're aware, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has been working assiduously to ensure that we remain engaged first and foremost with our neighbor to the south, Brazil, being a very strong leader on the continent and the region. Brazil remains a very strategic partner to Guyana, respected in the region and globally. And we must also recognize the fact that Brazil has always maintained their position on the demarcation of borders. And we, as a people and a nation, we are very proud of that because we can move forward as a country, Mr. Speaker, knowing that we have strong partners on the right side of international law. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is also important for us because we're building out the Guyana Shield Corridor, and we've seen the trilateral meetings that we've had between Guyana, Brazil, and Suriname on energy, on food, on climate, ensuring that we in this part of the region, that we can have energy security, food security, and our climate security, knowing very well of the complexities that we face in the global environment. Mr. Speaker, that in itself is a launching pad for us to have effective representation in the OAS, in CELAC, in the Amazonian Cooperation Treaty Organization, which is extremely vital for us, Mr. Speaker, because it represents forests and it also represents indigenous peoples. And we as a country, we've been participating in almost every meeting. My dear colleague from Minister of Amerindian Affairs, we have Amerindian Affairs also part of those meetings along with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we have been extremely effective in our organization. And I say that to say, Mr. Speaker, that conducting foreign policy is not only at the policy level. A lot of the execution happens at the technical level. And that is how we're operating as a ministry. It's a top-down, bottom-up approach because it's a learning institution, and we want to ensure that we build out an institution that can keep up or keep a pace with the President's bold and ambitious foreign policy agenda. Mr. Speaker, I also like to mention our role in the United Nations and our recent role in the United Nations Security Council. We are aware of our representation in that council. Of course, His Excellency the President would have congratulated the team here and in New York. And we as a people must be proud of our representation because we remained committed to the principles of the United Nations Charter. We have remained committed to our role as a member of the elected 10, as also a member of the African Plus, 3 Plus, and we have seen also, Mr. Speaker, our representation in terms of our position on respecting the rights of the Palestinian people. We've also seen our firm stance and unwavering position on the defense of the territory and sovereignty of Ukraine. We've done many other meetings. We've had many statements. We've had also a statement on Venezuela, which is the Africa 3 Plus did for us. So we have done a lot of work at the bilateral level, Mr. Speaker, at the regional level, and at the multilateral level, which is clear for every one of us to see. And I must remind the honorable member that those are not form, pure substance in terms of a representation, not only at the level of the head of state, but at the level of the ambassadors and the technical staff within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and at every post throughout this hemisphere. Mr. Speaker, we've allocated $140 million in advancing our multilateral agenda, our representation at the United Nations in the upcoming high-level meeting. We've also started the campaign for a position as a director on UNESCO, which we should all be commended for. I know that we'll be successful. My colleague minister will be working hard campaigning for you. So, Mr. Speaker, we have ensured that we have monies allocated to ensure that we can give very strong representation without having a cost constraint to ensure that we can meet and even in some cases exceed our objectives. Mr. Speaker, moving on, our trade policy promotion is very important for us as a ministry because we are responsible for ensuring that we're able to coordinate effective representation on all matters related to trade policy. And as you know, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, trade is very, very vital in building out any economy. And for us, free, fair, and predictable trade is very important for us. And that is why at our office in Geneva, Mr. Speaker, we are giving very strong representation on all of the matters within the World Trade Organization and the various organs. And we at home are also giving strong representation at the level of CARICOM, especially in the Council for Trade and Development. We've been representing small businesses, medium-sized and large businesses here when it comes to their protection with regards to the common external tariff. Mr. Speaker, for trade policy promotion, we have allocated 64.7 million Ghana dollars, and that should be sufficient for us in our attendance of meetings and ensuring that we have all of our logistics and whatever partnerships that we may need to provide costs for, that we'll be able to do that effectively within the ministry. Mr. Speaker, just have to listen and record. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move to diaspora engagement. And that is very important for us because His Excellency the President has diaspora built in to our development agenda. And the Foreign Ministry is responsible for connecting the diaspora with our national development in all of the areas. So, Mr. Speaker, we've allocated 35 million Ghana dollars to diaspora engagement. And I think I have a few numbers that I can share with you, Mr. Speaker. We've had so far between 2020 and 2025, we've assisted approximately 2,162 Guyanese who have successfully remigrated to Guyana. And that is a part of our development agenda because, as you're aware, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, His Excellency the President would also like to tap into the human capital that can actually return to Guyana and to be a good fit in areas where we may have a need for their level of competency. Apart from that, we also have a lot of business owners who are returning to Guyana, moving capital, in some cases moving business, in some cases extending their businesses, and in other instances, they're partnering with companies here in Guyana. So it's doing a lot for us in terms of creating employment and helping to build out our economy. So we're very focused, Mr. Speaker, on ensuring that we remain connected to the diaspora, remain engaging with the diaspora, and to ensure that that connection can lead to a return, reintegration, and allowing those diasporans to enjoy building out Guyana. So with that, Mr. Speaker, we've also, in that period, we've also engaged with approximately 3,000 residents in the diaspora across Suriname, United States of America, Trinidad and Tobago, and in Canada. So our diaspora unit is well connected to our missions and consulates in the various jurisdictions. We're working together on a roadmap to ensure that we can have not only on-site visits to meet with the diaspora, but also have webinars and conferences to ensure that we can have a full understanding of the areas and to allow those persons living in the diaspora to seamlessly remigrate to Guyana. And Mr. Speaker, I think that has been very successful for us, and we will continue to advance diaspora engagement.
Minister, you'll be given 5 more minutes to conclude.
I also would like to touch on consular services, Mr. Speaker. That's very important for us. With our visibility, with our image as a country, we are attracting a lot of our returning Guyanese. And if we're going to be able to support our returning Guyanese through the diaspora engagement, then being able to facilitate travel documents and other instruments are very important for us. So we're taking that role also very seriously, Mr. Speaker. And we have been very effective, even more so now, because we have a new technology in issuing of the passports. And over the last 5 years, we have processed close to approximately 17,000 passports for persons living in the diaspora. And we want to be able, in some cases, to ramp up our processing, because it is very effective in allowing persons, of course, to travel. And for those persons who may not have had or renewed their passports for many decades, in some cases decades, we want to ensure that they can have their passports, because for them, that is bringing their identity back and giving them an opportunity to return home, even for visit. Because as you are aware, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President is very focused in having more traffic, not only from outside of the diaspora, but also from within the diaspora. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch briefly on our Foreign Service Institute. And my colleagues on this side of the House and you, Mr. Speaker, would recall that the Foreign Service Institute was first established in 1998 under People's Progressive Party Civic administration. At that time, Foreign Minister Clement Rohi, recognizing that we needed to professionalize the ministry and to create human capital that would be able to effectively execute the government's foreign policy agenda. That institute was designed to ensure that there's continuous training at every level, from the level of the Foreign Service Officer 1 all the way up to Principal Foreign Officer 2. So those continuous trainings, Mr. Speaker, were geared towards ensuring that we can keep the relevancy that is required at every level, and in some cases, having rigorous assessments to ensure that those officers meet the requirement to be able to effectively represent Guyana. The addition to that, Mr. Speaker, also is ensuring that we have a foreign language component. As you're aware, being the only English-speaking country on this continent is not an advantage. So for us, we as a ministry, we need to be also able to speak the language of our neighbors and our friends and our partners. because diplomacy is also very effectively conducted when you can speak the language of your friend or your partner. So we're focusing heavily, Mr. Speaker, on Portuguese, Spanish, and also French. And we've had several successful graduates who are now fluent in Spanish. To add to that, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House and the people of Ghana that we have made great strides so far in building human capital. So we have 94.1% of our young officers with a bachelor's degree, at least, about 64% with a postgraduate degree, and out of that 64%, about 2 or 3% with 2 or more postgraduate degrees. So we're encouraging our officers to study, to continuously study. So their academics will be supplemented by the Foreign Service Institute, because we'll be partnering with our traditional partners like the United States of America. We've also spoken to the traditional partners. Did I say that? Traditional. The English as well. We've also spoken to the French. We're also going to partner with the Foreign Service Academy out of Chile and Peru, as well as Mexico, and of course, Intermarty in Brazil. So what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, and this is thinking along the President's Vision 2030 and beyond, is to ensure that we have a very professionalized foreign service with a complement of foreign service officers who are cutting edge, who are able to give sound, effective, timely foreign policy advice to not only policymakers, but also to His Excellency the President. So, Mr. Speaker, to complement what I just mentioned, we're also building a Foreign Service Institute. So we've committed 209 million Ghana dollars to that project. It's now 22% along. We have another 132 million Ghana dollars to commit to that project, and I'm told that we should complete and be able to cut the ribbon sometime in May of this year. But I will keep the House updated as necessary. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to close briefly by also mentioning our Legals and Treaties Department. That is a fundamental pillar within the ministry, because that's department or division, Mr. Speaker, helps to coordinate and identify those instruments, memoranda, and treaties that are applicable to our self-interest and mutual interests, and ensuring that we are compliant with the Geneva Convention on Diplomatic Services, Geneva Convention also on Consular Service, and to also ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we are robust in terms of any agreement that we sign on to ensure that the people of Guyana will benefit and will not be a burden to them. So for us, conducting our foreign policy, Mr. Speaker, cuts across various pillars. And we, as a ministry, and as a ministry responsible for foreign affairs and international cooperation, my task is to ensure that we can pull all the strands together, to ensure that we remain in line with the President and the Office of the President, and to be able to support my colleague ministers in every...
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement, men's total wellness formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.
%100% wild-crafted sea moss. Only the best, 'cause you deserve nothing less. 8 Butterfly.
8 Butterfly Sea Moss Powder. Take your daily routine to the next level. Natural vegan superfood powder, essential multivitamin powder made just for you.
Good evening. I rise today to address this House as we examine Budget 2026. We must inquire first, because as we examine this budget, I stand here proud as a son of Region 10 and also a member of the Linden community. I am here to highlight, as a representative of Region 10, why this budget is not people-centered. This matter, this situation that Region 10 currently finds itself in, Mr. Speaker, it strikes to the heart of democratic governance, accountability, and the rule of law within the local governance system. Mr. Speaker, Region 10 currently finds itself in an unacceptable situation, a region operating without a duly functional regional chairman and vice regional chairman. A regional democratic council that has been effectively sidelined from its lawful role in the preparation of Budget 2026. This is not merely an administrative oversight. This is not technical inconvenience. This is a democratic deficit. I stand here today, I'm not here to vilify, but I am here to identify the problems that exist in our region. Mr. Speaker, the regional chairman and vice chairman are not ceremonial figures. They are central pillars of regional administration and the entrusted under the Constitution and Local Democratic Organ Act with leadership, coordination, and political oversight of regional affairs. Mr. Speaker, their absence has created a vacuum in the authority in Region 10, one that undermines decision-making, weakens accountability, and leaves citizens without a clear political leadership in the regional level. How, Mr. Speaker, can a region be expected to function effectively when there is no elected or properly installed leadership to guide it? How can disputes be resolved, priorities set, and development plans be meaningfully advanced in such circumstances? Mr. Speaker, the people of Region 10 did not vote for administrative limbo. They voted for representation, leadership, and stewardship of their region's development. Even more troubling, Mr. Speaker, is the systemic exclusion of the RDC from meaningful oversight and input into the preparation of Budget 2026. Mr. Speaker, the RDC is not an advisory body consulted at one's convenience. It is a statutory decision-making organ mandated to deliberate on, shape, and approve regional policies, programs, and budgets. Mr. Speaker, yet in this case, regional councillors have been reduced to mere spectators, presented with figures rather than engaged in planning, informed after decisions were made rather than before. This approach, Mr. Speaker, violates both spirit and the letter of democratic governance. Mr. Speaker, a budget is not merely a financial document. It is a statement of priorities. It reflects the voices of those that were heard and whose were ignored. Mr. Speaker, when councillors are excluded from budget preparation processing, community needs go unrepresented. Regional disparities deepen, accountability is weakened, public trust erodes. Mr. Speaker, what legitimacy does a budget have when those elected to represent their communities had no meaningful input into the formulation? How can residents in Linden, Kokwani, Aichuni, Rockstone, and the riverine communities have confidence their needs were properly considered when the representatives were sidelined? Mr. Speaker, this situation sets a dangerous precedent. If regional councillors can be bypassed, if leadership vacancies can persist without urgency, if budgets can be prepared without elected oversight, then local democracy becomes optional and not obligatory. Mr. Speaker, local governance is not a favor granted by central government. It is a constitutional right of the people. Region 10 must not be treated as an administrative outpost. It is a living community with legitimate expectations of participation and respect. Mr. Speaker, Region 10 is not a marginal region. It is the heartland of Guyana, built on the sweat and sacrifices of bauxite workers, forestry workers, public servants, and small business owners. Yet, despite repeated promises, the people of Region 10 continue to experience systemic neglect, poor governance, and insufficient investments. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure remains a major concern. Roads within Linden, Kokwani, Aichuni, and the riverine communities remain in deplorable conditions. Mr. Speaker, in Kokwani and other hinterland and riverine communities, transportation remains unreliable, costly, and unsafe. Residents continue to struggle with limited access to markets, health facilities, and educational institutions. A budget that claims national development must address these disparities with urgency and fairness. Mr. Speaker, in Kokwani, there was a project for an airstrip at the cost of $248 million. But some questions need to be asked. Will the residents truly benefit from that investment? How often do aircraft travel to Kokwani? Can the average person afford to fly from Kokwani? Mr. Speaker, for decades, the people of Kokwani and surrounding riverine and mining communities have remained geographically and economically isolated, despite their enormous contribution to Guyana's economy. The Linden-Kokwani corridor is a strategic development link within Region 10. It connects the regional capital Linden to the major mining communities that have historically powered national development. Mr. Speaker, a properly constructed road in the Linden-Kokwani corridor will transform lives. It will reduce transportation costs for fuel, food, construction materials, and essential goods. It will allow patients quicker access to medical facilities in Linden and Georgetown. From an economic standpoint, this road will be a meaningful investment. This would be also a prime example of putting people first. Mr. Speaker, education is the backbone of development. Yet schools in Region 10 continue to face shortages of trained teachers, inadequate learning material. Thank you for the correction. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you for the correction. Inadequate learning materials, deteriorating infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hands here, as of 11:43 a.m. this morning, from the Komaka Primary School, the furniture that was delivered this morning to the Komaka Primary School. It was sent to me by a resident of Komaka this morning at 11:43 a.m. Mr. Speaker, our young people are leaving the region in search of opportunity elsewhere because the budget does not adequately invest in skill training, job creation, and youth entrepreneurship within the region. Mr. Speaker, unemployment remains a major challenge in Region 10. The discipline of traditional industries have not been matched by a clear and inclusive economic diversification strategy for Region 10. Small and medium-sized businesses struggle to access financing, markets, and government support. Mr. Speaker, despite national economic growth, many residents of Region 10 do not feel its benefit. Economic development cannot be concentrated on the coastland, while interior and mining regions are left behind. Mr. Speaker, access to reliable water and electricity remains inconsistent in several communities across Region 10. In some areas, when you turn on the tap, you get coffee. Power outages, water shortages, and high utility costs continue to affect households and businesses alike. Coupled with the high food prices and transportation costs, the cost of living has become unbearable for many families. Mr. Speaker, it is understood that electricity is subsidized for in Linden, in which we are grateful for. But how much or at what cost does this gratitude come? On the Wisma Shore, which contains communities like Rizrock, Block 22, 1 Mile, Half Mile, Silvertongue, etc. They are plagued with constant power outages. The Wisma Shore even pays more for electricity than the Mackenzie Shore. Mr. Speaker, Region 10's health sector continues to suffer from understaffing, limited specialist services, inadequate equipment, and poor facilities. The Linden Hospital Complex, while central to the region, remains overburdened and under-resourced. Residents are often forced to travel to Georgetown for basic diagnostic and specialist care at great personal expense. Budget 2026 speaks of healthcare transformation, Mr. Speaker, yet Region 10 and other regions have not seen the level of investment required to make healthcare accessible, reliable, and dignified for its people. Mr. Speaker, healthcare is not a luxury. It is not charity. Healthcare is not a privilege reserved for those who live near Georgetown or who can afford private care. Healthcare is a constitutional responsibility of the state, and it's a moral obligation of any government that claims to govern in the interests of the people. Mr. Speaker, when a citizen falls ill, political affiliation does not matter. When a mother is in labor, party colors mean nothing. When a child needs emergency care, a remote location should not become a death sentence. And yet, for far too many Guyanese, especially those in hinterland and rural regions, that is what happens. Mr. Speaker, let's first acknowledge the numbers. Over the last 3 years, the health budget has significantly increased. In 2024, approximately $129.8 billion. 2025, approximately $143.2 billion was allocated. This is an increase in $13.4 billion. In 2026, it's approximately going to increase by another $17.9 billion in the amount of $161.1 billion. On paper, Mr. Speaker, these numbers appear impressive. On paper, they suggest commitment. On paper, they signal priority. But, Mr. Speaker, the budget cannot be judged on paper. The health budget should be judged in the hospital corridors, the health posts, in the maternity wards, in hinterland villages, in homes of citizens forced to buy medication privately. The fundamental question before the House is, are Guyanese healthier today because of these increases? Mr. Speaker, despite increasing allocations, citizens continue to report long waiting times at public hospitals, persistent shortages of essential drugs, limited access to diagnostics outside Georgetown, overcrowded facilities, exhausted and understaffed medical teams. Year after year, we hear about new buildings, new wings, new equipment, but we get the same old services. But, Mr. Speaker, healthcare is not just concrete and steel. It is people, systems, access, and accountability. What good is a modern building if there is no anesthetist on duty, no lab technician, no specialist available, no medication in stock? Mr. Speaker, infrastructure without service is not healthcare. It's just architecture. Mr. Speaker, let us honestly speak about geography. In Guyana today, where you live still determines how well or whether you survive illness. Region 1, Region 7, Region 8, Region 9, rural communities in 2, 5, and 6, also 10, are some of the most affected regions. In many hinterland communities, a simple infection can be life-threatening. Emergency evacuations are delayed. Specialist care is virtually inaccessible. Telemedicine remains limited in practice. A citizen in Georgetown can access specialists. They can access diagnostics. They can access emergency care. But most times, a citizen in the hinterland often accesses hope, prayers, and luck. Mr. Speaker, this is not equality. This is a structural disadvantage. Oil wealth must not create two Guyanas. One healthy, one neglected. Mr. Speaker, let us talk about those who keep the system alive. Our healthcare workers, the dedicated few, the doctors. It has been reported that a GMO gets $4,000 for a 16-hour shift of on-call. Unacceptable. A medical registrar gets $4,500 for the same shift. A senior registrar gets $5,000. A consultant gets $5,500. Mr. Speaker, it is called on-call rather than overtime. We should pay our doctors what they deserve. Nurses, midwives, also community health workers, registered nurses, nursing assistants, they make up this population. They are overworked, they are unsupported, they are leaving to seek greener pastures. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 highlights that 5,440 nurses and allied health professionals will be trained. But I must highlight that in 2025, we had some patient care assistants, community health workers who would have went to study to upgrade themselves. Most of them did the nursing assistant training program. But Mr. Speaker, to this day, almost 8 months after graduating, they are still awaiting adjustments in their salaries. They are still awaiting adjustments in their designation. They're doing nursing assistants work, but still being paid as a PCA. Mr. Speaker, despite new facilities, staff shortages persist. Burnout is widespread. Incentives for hinterland services remain inadequate. We cannot build our way out of a workforce crisis. Retention matters more than recruitment. A hospital without staff is not a hospital. It is a building. Mr. Speaker, no budget can be considered successful if it fails its most vulnerable in the population. Yet, expectant mothers in rural and hinterland regions still travel long distances for basic care. Follow-up care is inconsistent. Elderly citizens face medication shortages and long waits. Maternal and child health should not depend on road conditions, Mr. Speaker. Both availability or even the weather. Every mother deserves dignity. Every child deserves protection. Every elderly citizen deserves care. Mr. Speaker, Guyana faces a silent epidemic. Diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, cancer highlights a list of chronic diseases. Yet, prevention care, or preventive care, rather, is underfunded. Mr. Speaker, another issue that was brought to our attention, the issue of dialysis and the production, the performance thereof. The dialysis center in the Linden Hospital complex. It is a public-private partnership with 5G dialysis, so patients have to pay. It's $12,000 per session. That translates to $36,000 per week, $144,000 per month. And per year, it translates to $1,728,000 for dialysis. Other complaints from the dialysis center is the limited, or I should say, the absence of a nephrologist. And even when the nephrologist comes from Georgetown, the visits are inconsistent. A medical doctor is also needed to look over the patients and to translate the labs. We treat illness after it becomes severe instead of preventing certain illnesses early. This approach costs more, reduces productivity, and strains families. Prevention is not optional. It is economically and socially necessary. Mr. Speaker, mental health remains one of the most neglected areas. We are witnessing rising suicide rates. Based on World Health estimates compiled into rankings for 2025, Guyana ranks number 3 on that list for suicide. Substance abuse among youth in secondary schools is increasing. Limited counseling services, inadequate rehabilitation facilities. Mental health is health. A nation cannot heal physically while ignoring psychological trauma. Symbiotic allocations are not enough, Mr. Speaker. Strategic investment is required. Mr. Speaker, citizens still hear the drug is out of stock. You will have to buy it outside. This was said in 2024. This was said in 2025, and it's still being said in 2026. Mr. Speaker, let's turn our attention to the Auditor General's report. On page 136, you will find this information. There are outstanding deliveries from 2 suppliers for drugs for 2022 and the year 2023. In 2022, there's an outstanding of $13,851,000. And in 2023, there's an outstanding $80,231,000. What is troubling is that the legal department of the ministry, when asked about this, they indicated that they're in the process of closing these 2 contracts. The advice from the Auditor General, I find it very inadequate. The advice from the Auditor General was to have the agency have these contractors honor their contractual obligation. Mr. Speaker, at number 300 on that same page, from August 2024 to April 2025, we have exhausted $1,097,518,000 on expired drugs that have already been disposed of. And that is not all.
Okay, this is all. You've consumed the 30 minutes. You'll have 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the period of August 2024 to April 2025, we still have a yet to dispose of another set of drugs, expired drugs, mind you. $654,586,000 worth of expired medication. Mr. Speaker, where is the accountability for procurement failures? Where is the transparent reporting on supply chain weaknesses? This reflects a weak procurement system, poor forecasting, limited accountability. A public health system that shifts costs to patients is failing its mandate. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Region 10 deserves better. Its people have given too much to be continually overlooked. As we debate the 2026 budget, let us remember that development must be measured not by glossy presentations, but by lived realities of our citizens. Until Region 10 is fully included in Guyana's development agenda, we cannot honestly claim that this budget serves all Guyanese. Therefore, I call on this government to immediately regularize the leadership of Region 10, ensuring that the offices of regional chairman and vice chairman are properly constituted in accordance with the law, restoring democratic governance and meaningful consultation at the regional level. Allocate adequate resources for infrastructure, health, education in the region. Invest in economic diversification and job creation for regional communities. The implementation of projects. fully restore the RDC's role in reviewing, amending, and approving regional budgets, including the transparent disclosure of how priorities were determined. Clear guidelines and safeguards to prevent the reoccurrence of such exclusionary practices in any region of Guyana. Respect for local democratic organs, not as an obstacle to administration, but as partners in development. Health is an investment in productivity, in dignity, and national unity. If oil wealth cannot guarantee quality health care for every Guyanese, then development has failed its purpose. This House must demand more than figures. We must demand results. And for this reason, we strongly oppose this budget 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Frank Anthony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. In 2025, after completing a very successful term, we went to the electorate to get our mandate renewed. We did not go to them with a broken record. We did not go to them with empty promises. We went to them, we went to the Guyanese people with a track record of accomplishments. Some of those fulfill the immediate needs of the Guyanese people, while others lay the foundation for a transformation of our country. On the 1st of September 2025, the people of Guyana made their choice, which was the overwhelming choice for the president of this country, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, and the People's Progressive Party. The people, Mr. Speaker, the people of Region 4 also made a choice because of the PPP's vision, leadership, and transformation. For the first time, the people of Region 4 voted solidly for the People's Progressive Party. Mr. Speaker, we want to thank the people of Region 4 for making such a choice. And we want to thank all of Guyana for choosing President Ali and the People's Progressive Party to lead this country in a new era of prosperity. Mr. Speaker, in the lead up to the elections, we unveiled to the Guyanese people a manifesto, a blueprint for the next 5 years. This budget, Mr. Speaker, this budget 2026 is the first installment to implement the policies and initiatives outlined in our manifesto. I want to commend Dr. Ashley Singh and his team for presenting a budget that unifies rather than divides. A budget that does not discriminate, does not exclude, and does not hesitate to put the people of Guyana first. It is a budget grounded in fairness, guided by compassion, and anchored in the simple but powerful belief that every single Guyanese matters. Mr. Speaker, with the elections, there were also some new configurations in the opposition benches. And we can categorize them as less, lesser, and the least. And they know themselves. There are some new faces over there, but the practice is the same tired politics. Divisive, backward looking, and utterly bankrupt of ideas. Little wonder that they are the less and the lesser and the least. Mr. Speaker, the APNU Win opposition has said that this budget has nothing for people. But let's check the facts. What do we have for the young people of this country? What do we have for the old people of this country? What do we have for the adults of this country? Let me start so that you will hear. Let's start by putting babies first. Antenatal care for mothers. 14,000 mothers benefit annually from antenatal care. And I heard the honorable member who spoke before me was talking about expectant mothers not having proper care in the hinterland. But you know, the honorable member is probably very anchored in Linden, and he doesn't know what is happening in the rest of the country. But if he had taken a chance to go out, he would have known that over the last couple of years, under this PPPC government, that we have built 11 waiting homes. What is a waiting home? What is a waiting home? When you want to get a baby, you don't have to wait until you go into labor and then try to get to the hospital. What you do is that you go there before and you wait, and when you go into labor, we move you across so that you can deliver safely at our hospitals. Right now, as we speak, we have 100 beds in 11 waiting homes in regions 1, 7, 8, 9, and counting. Mr. Speaker, on babies, we have started the baby grant. Every baby born now, they will get $100,000. And I know the member said he is very concerned about what is happening in the interior. But every mother in the interior that gave birth at one of our facilities also would get a postnatal hamper, which consists of care products both for the mother and babies. And every year, over the last couple of years, we have been distributing close to 3,000 postnatal hampers to our mothers. Mr. Speaker, when a child goes to the health center, they can access more than 18 different antigens of different types of vaccines that protect them from childhood intervention. That, my friend, is good preventative practice. Mr. Speaker, let's move from the babies now. Let us go to children. So, when a child starts nursery school, Mr. Speaker, we are able to screen that child so that we can check if they are hearing properly, we can check if they are seeing properly, we can do a dental checkup for them, and I should urge the member to also do part of these dental checkups in Linden. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, we have checked 18,374 nursery school children. And when we screen them not only for these areas, but a general screening, if anything is wrong with them, we bring them into the public health system and we work to fix the problems that they have. And it's all free of cost. Mr. Speaker, last year we introduced the universal lab voucher, which can be used in the case of children to screen for congenital conditions such as sickle cell anemia. And since we have introduced this voucher, we have screened 13,112 children across this country. Mr. Speaker, when they grow older and they have to move from nursery into primary school, again we'll do a screening for them, a general checkup that is age appropriate, and we also do the vision, hearing, and dental checkups. So far, we have screened 55,717 children in primary schools across this country. And when they move from primary into secondary, we have started that process of screening secondary school children. And so far, we have screened 6,508 children in our secondary school. When you look at this budget, Mr. Speaker, these are the kinds of initiatives that are in this budget that our people across this country would benefit from. The children of Guyana would be benefiting from these initiatives. Yet the friends on the other side, if I can call them friends, you're right, they come to this house and every one of them who spoke so far got up and said they cannot support this budget because there's nothing for the people in this budget. Well, some of these things that I've told you, are these things for people? Are these some abstract number? This is real people getting real benefit from the budget and from this government. Mr. Speaker, every school child, as was said repeatedly, now gets 85,000 per annum. When they were in government, whether they're over there or some of them over there.
All the same.
They were the same up now. And we know the story. They took away the Because We Care grant and replaced it with some of these bees. And we don't have to go down that road now because we heard that with the 37 bus or 35 bus that they had, sorry, the grand number of 32 buses to transport 206,000 children across this country. You replace a universal voucher program that is helping every single child with 32 buses. But, Mr. Speaker, this government, we have replaced, we brought back the Because We Care grant, and we said we are going to increase it, and now we have increased it to 60,000, plus you're getting 20,000 transport allowance, plus another 5,000 for uniform. Mr. Speaker, we also want to ensure that our children are not in a school where they're hungry. And so we have been providing hot meals in every school so that our children can benefit from those hot meals. Mr. Speaker, look at what we are doing for the children who want to write CXC or CAPE. This government is ensuring that if you want to do 8 subjects, that you will get it paid for by this government. Whether it's CXC or CAPE, this government is paying for it. One of the problems that we have, Mr. Speaker, that is affecting women in this country, the cervical cancer. And the honorable member spoke about prevention. And one of the best ways of preventing cervical cancer is to ensure that we give our children the HPV vaccine. We used to use a vaccine that was a 4-valent vaccine, meaning that it targets 4 different strains of the HPV. And last year, we switched it to a 9-valent vaccine so that we can cover more of these oncogenic strains. And last year, we were able to give 26,000 children between the ages of 9 and 15 this new HPV vaccine. And this is going to protect them from getting and developing cervical cancer. But the numbers doesn't stop there, because we also want to protect our boys from getting other HPV-related types of cancers. And so this vaccine is now available for both boys and girls 9 to 15. This is preventative medicine, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another program that we haven't spoken much about is for teenage girls. And those teenage girls who need menstrual hygiene products can get it from the ministry. And every year we distribute to close to 15,000 young women across this country menstrual hygiene products. Mr. Speaker, children with special needs, we now would have developed new autism guidelines. We are making the diagnosis early. We have trained our doctors to be able to do that. And across government, in various ministries, we have programs so that we can help those who need that type of help. And this is some of the things that we are doing for our children. And this, by no stretch of the imagination, is an exhaustive list. That is how we are putting children first. Mr. Speaker, let's move on to the adults. Putting adults first. First of all, we would have increased the income tax threshold to $140,000 per month. And that is going to help Guyanese across this country. Mr. Speaker, we promise that we are going to give every single Guyanese 18 years and older a cash grant of $100,000. And we have budgeted, in this budget, we have put the money there. And so as soon as we pass the budget, we are going to give that cash grant again. Those on the opposition benches, they love to talk. And when they were in government, they were talking up about cash grant, but they never stepped forward to give any person in Guyana a cash grant. But this government, we don't only talk, but we deliver on everything that we talk about. And Guyanese across this country now can benefit from the 100,000 cash grant. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, children between up to 18 and under, and adults 50 years and older were able to get an eye checkup because they could have gone and collected a voucher worth $2,000 and go to any private facility and get that eye checkup. How many persons benefited from this eye checkup? 175,272 persons benefited from these eye checkups. This is what putting people first means, because this is helping the people of our country. And those who check their eyes, and if they wanted a pair of spectacles, then you can come back and we'll give you another voucher worth $15,000 to help you to buy your pair of spectacles. How many people did we help? 160,288 persons benefited from this program. Tell me, isn't this putting people first? Mr. Speaker, people with hearing impairment, they too need help. But under the APNU and AFC, when they were there, I want to ask them, how many persons with hearing impairment did they help? There was a program where a company, Starkey Foundation, used to come to Guyana and donate hearing aid. And when that foundation stopped, the program stopped, because the APNU did not find resources to help the people who needed hearing aid. But under this government, we are not only testing your ear, we are also giving you hearing aid. And over the last couple of years, we would have given 4,091 persons. And the average cost is close to $90,000 for a pair of hearing aids. And anybody who need, you can contact us. We'll be willing to give you. Mr. Speaker, what about dental procedures? And I'm sure the honorable member who spoke before me, but he disappeared. In the area of dental health, we were able to do last year 430,761 procedures. And among them, we did fillings, we did surgery, we did root canal, we did x-rays for people who needed x-rays. We can do CT scans for those who need it. And we have introduced something called digital dentistry. And I wanted the honorable member to be here so that I can tell him some of the things that we are doing in dentistry. We have been able, now, Mr. Speaker, at the Chadijagan Dental School, we can now do 3D printing of bridges. And when people needed a crown, most times they'll do an imprint, and you have to send that to Miami, and it takes about 2 weeks before you can get a crown made. And sometimes when you bring it, they don't fit well. But now we have a 3D printer at the Chadijagan Dental School, where it can take maybe within an hour, and you can get a brand new crown, so you don't have to send it and wait 2 weeks. This is what putting people first looks like. And when in the whole dental sector, we did not have a single CT scan, we now have more than 5 across the country so that people can get help. And in Linden, we have improved the dental services there so that the people of Linden can get the benefits. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we heard how some people are getting burned out. And I'm wondering whether the honorable member is one of those persons, because in the last month, when he's supposed to be at the clinic, he only saw 17 patients for the month. And I don't know if seeing less than 1 or 2 patients a day would be tantamount to burnout. I hope that he would improve seeing the patients of Linden so that they can get the service for what these taxpayers of this country is paying for. Mr. Speaker, putting women first. Mr. Speaker, as I said, cervical cancer is the #2 cancer among women. And we started a program to ensure that women between 21 and 55 years can be screened. And so far, in over 2 years of this program, we would have screened 20,853 women. And any one of them who tested positive can come in and we'll be able to treat them, so that it doesn't have to move from being infected to developing cervical cancer. This is how this government is caring for people. Putting people first. Putting the women first. Mr. Speaker, breast cancer is #1 among women in this country. And we didn't have mammography to be able to diagnose women with breast cancer. But now, the people of Linden, they have a mammography machine, and they can go there and get their diagnosis right at the Linden Hospital Complex. You can go to New Amsterdam now, and you can get your mammography there for free. You can go to Saudi Hospital, and you'll be able to get your mammography there for the people on the Essequibo coast. And Mr. Speaker, you can go to Latham, at the Latham Regional Hospital, and do your mammography there. This is what equity looks like. We don't come and talk theory. We are here practicing it every single day. So far, more than 10,000 women would have benefited from mammographies that we are doing across this country. And if when we diagnose you using the mammogram, we can also use the new pathology lab that we have to do a differential so that we can treat you appropriately. You don't have to send the test abroad now. And back in those days, it would have cost someone close to $150,000 just to send a test to know what type of breast cancer you have. Mr. Speaker, what about family planning? Women who want to do family planning, we are now able to offer them contraceptives of their choice. And over the last year, we would have assisted 18,443 women across this country. This is how we are putting women first. What about the men? Putting men first. Mr. Speaker, prostate cancer is the #1 cancer among men in Guyana. And the big challenge is that we weren't diagnosing it early. So one of the things that we have introduced about 2 years ago is to make sure we make PSAs widely available to men. And so far, 36,465 men did their PSAs. And if it's elevated, then we'll be able to decide whether you need a biopsy. And so far, we did 1,302 biopsies for the men of this country. And of those, 712 of them were positive. So we find them early, and they're all in treatment now. I know you're an advocate for that. Mr. Speaker, on average, a biopsy would cost about 150,000 Guyana dollars. And men now can access it free of cost from the healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, putting our patients first. Right now, Mr. Speaker, across our system, we have about 32,966 persons at our hypertensive clinic. And they are now all benefiting from a program that we started with PAHO and WHO. It's called the HEARTS Protocol, where we are able to give them more effective medication so that we can control their blood pressure. We also have about 21,000 persons who are registered in our diabetic clinics. And in partnership with Mount Sinai, we have been able to do new guidelines so that we can have better control with these patients.
Honorable Minister, your 5 minutes extension starts now.
Mr. Speaker, there are lots more that I want to say, but you know what? I'll skip it. And I just want to say something. They talk about equity. You know,
Seems like the Parliament audio went down. We're going to find another feed so that we could update the presentation. Seems like the audio went down.
And you don't have to wait.
Well, it came back.
That is happening right now in Festival City.
We are back.
And more than that, we now have started introducing electronic health records. And by mid of this year, you will have electronic health records at the Georgetown Public Hospital. And to make sure these systems work good, we also have started the Digital Health Institute, training young people to maintain these systems. But Mr. Speaker, we also have been looking at how we can improve productivity of our doctors. And instead of using AI and ChatGPT to write speeches to come to this assembly, we are using AI to do interpretation of X-rays. Right now, Mr. Speaker, we have a system that we are running, and it takes 17 seconds for you to get a result once the image goes to the system, and it takes another minute to make sure you have a full report. That is happening here in Guyana. And very soon, we'll be rolling that out to all the different hospitals in our country. Mr. Speaker, I know they like to say that we are building hospitals and we don't have people. But let me say to them that in 2025, we graduated 2,207 persons, nurses, midwives, and many more. And this year, 2026, we have 2,847 persons who would also be graduating. Among them, 1,800 registered nurses, so that they'll go to the hospitals that we are building, and they would ensure that we have better services. Mr. Speaker, the University of Guyana has also expanded its training program, moving from an intake of 60 doctors to 120 doctors. And at all our regional hospitals, we would now be expanding the services, and we will be doing first and second year clinical programs in a decentralized way. We also have many programs where we are training doctors in postgraduate training. And Mr. Speaker, this is just a sample of some of the things that we are doing. But Mr. Speaker, we don't have to come here to convince anybody. The people of this country, they know fully well what they are enjoying. And when we said that we'll build a world-class healthcare system, it's not just rhetoric. We are doing it every day so that the people of this country can enjoy their best healthcare possible. This is putting people first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. And now for the honorable member, Mr. David, Professor, Dr. PhD.
Samsung, keeping us connected no matter where in the world we're located.
100% wild-crafted CMOS. Only the best, because you deserve nothing less. 8 Butterfly.
I want to start by reminding this House that Dr. Chetty Jaden attended Queen's College. He benefited from an education at Queen's College. But in his book, The Western Trial, he castigated the education and the experience at Queen's College. If he was not ungrateful, and he was not ungrateful, then the honorable member, Mr. Barker, cannot be ungrateful for critiquing something that he benefited. Critical thought and analysis compels us sometimes to critique that which we may have benefited from. And so, Mr. Speaker, I implore the House to rise above the petty and to honor the long and distinguished experience of this honorable House by bringing to bear a higher form of intellectual thought. And now, Mr. Speaker, we come to consider this budget at a critical time in our country's history. We are transitioning from a post-colonial society, a post-colonial economy, to
an oil economy. And that brings with it challenges, not of our making, structural challenges. It brings with it contradictions that we must consider when we are governing and when we are in the process of making policy. This budget fulfills a promise of the government to bring an early budget, and I want to congratulate the government for bringing an early budget. We must look at this budget with as critical an eye as we can. Some of us, many of us, have chosen to look at the budget with narrow partisan eyes. God bless you. But I choose to go beyond the partisan and to bring a broader gaze at this very important document. We are talking about $1.5 trillion. When I was a boy, if anybody told me Guyana would have a $1.5 trillion budget, I will tell them go to hell. But this is the reality. Our government has spent, including this budget, $6 trillion in the last 5 years. This is serious business. And I come here not to cuss down the government. I come here to perform the duty of a member of this assembly. Oversight, representation, bringing to this assembly the voices of the people to resonate here. That's all right. I am not reading. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at this budget based on its own theme, putting people first. And I think the government is genuine, except that the honorable member did not define people. We are a plural society. Are we talking about social classes? Are we talking about ethnicities? Are we talking about gender? Are we talking about people where they are employed? Are we talking about older people, younger people? I assume the government means all of those people. And then I ask the question, well, boys will be boys, Mr. Speaker. Little boys will be little boys. And I, as someone from my village would say, I teach little boys to walk and talk, but to talk sense. Mr. Speaker, why put people first? If you're putting people first, then you're putting something second, and something third, and something fourth. Are we putting infrastructure second? Mr. Speaker, I want to frame the rest of my comments. Yes. I want to frame the rest of my comments using the words of our national poet, Martin Carter. In 1953, when a government bearing the name of the party on the governing side formed the government and attempted to put people first,
the British landed troops in our country and overthrew that government. And Martin Carter was there, and he wrote a series of poems called the Poems of Resistance. Maybe some of us may not know, but I know that one member on that side knows of the Poems of Resistance, Honorable Gail Teixeira, who was one of my mentors in linking history and politics to literature. And one of the poems he wrote is a poem that is called "This is the Dark Time I Love." And most of us should know it because it's on the school curriculum. And Mr. Speaker, if you may permit me to quote from that poem. "This is the dark time I love. All around the land the brown beetles crawl about. The shining sun is hidden in the sky. Red flowers bend their heads in awful sorrow. Who comes walking in the dark night time? Whose boot of steel tramps down the slender grass? Is the man of death, my love, the stranger invader, watching you and sleeping. Sleep and aiming at your dream. This is the dark time, my love. It is a season of oppression, dark metal and tears. It is the carnival of misery, the festival of guns. Everywhere, the faces of men are strained and anxious. Mr. Speaker, as we look around our country, everywhere the faces of men and women are strained and anxious. And the anxiety comes because the prices in the market are high, because of high cost of living, because 58% of those people are living in misery. 58% of our people are living in poverty. Our people are anxious because they see children roaming the streets when they should be in school, because 50%, Mr. Speaker, of our young people who enter high school, by the time they're ready to write exam, they've dropped out from school. The faces of men are strained and anxious. The faces of men and women are strained and anxious because they are not safe on the roadways. They are being killed by reckless drivers. They are being killed by reckless drivers. Everywhere the faces of men are strained and anxious because Venezuela is at our door and could march over our borders anytime. Anytime. The faces of men and women are strained and anxious because, as our government has reminded us, there's a shortage of labor. Not because we have an overflow of labor, but because labor is leaving our land because it is not being paid adequately. Mr. Speaker, I will spend the rest of my time trying to fill some gaps in this budget. I am not interested in condemning the budget. I will spend the rest of my time talking about some people who are not included in this budget. Many of us, many of the speakers before, especially on that side, they've congratulated the minister for putting this budget together. I want to join in commending the minister. Putting a budget together is not easy. Those of us who have put documents together know of the technical and intellectual skills that go into it. But we also commend the public servants who helped to put the budget together. Many of the ministers talk about their staff, but have we thought that those public servants who helped to put this budget together do not see themselves in that budget? Mr. Speaker, public servants have not found a place in this budget. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the wage, the minimum wage in our country for public servants is $102,000. The minimum wage in the private sector is $60,000. My God, Mr. Speaker, in $1.5 trillion, can we not find a place for the dignity of public servants? Let us put public servants first. Mr. Speaker, I'm an educationist. I'm a product of education. Many of us here are products of education. And when we look at the University of Guyana, the premier university or only university, they used to call it Jagan Night School in the early days. And I want to say, is Jagan's party not running the risk of turning the University of Guyana into another night school? Oh my God, we spend billions of dollars paying overseas universities in this gold scholarship while depriving our university of funds. Can the University of Guyana, I know the University of Guyana can provide some of those degrees that the gold scholarship is sending our students abroad for. Mr. Speaker, I urge our government to slash the gold budget and give half of those resources to the University of Guyana.
Honorable Member, your extra 5 minutes starts now.
Mr. Speaker, this government, Mr. Speaker, you can't give me 10 minutes more.
I'm handcuffed by the whips.
Madam Whip, can you not give me 10 minutes? Mr. Speaker, this government has signed. There we go. I turn it. Here we go. Mr. Speaker, this government has signed on to CARICOM Reparations Initiative. It has also signed on to the United Nations International Decade of the People of African Descent. And they did so because they recognize that there are special needs of African Guyanese. African Guyanese toiled in this country, and the experts have said that they are owed $131 trillion for unpaid wages for over 200 years of slavery. And in our budget of $1.5 trillion, nowhere could we have found a place to put some resources towards reparations. I marvel at my Amerindian brothers and sisters arguing across the aisle. They're not arguing about whether there are funds for Amerindians. They're arguing about how much funds there are for Amerindians. What about Africans? Can we not put African Guyanese first too? Mr. Speaker, at a minimum, Mr. Speaker, I urge this government to restore the subvention to IPADG that it took away. Mr. Speaker, I am glad the Prime Minister's raised his voice. He's an African Guyanese. And the honorable member, Mr. Griffith, said the ancestors are joyful tonight. And I think the ancestors would be more joyful if the African Guyanese on that side of the aisle were to stand up for African Guyanese dignity. Mr. Speaker, I am glad the ancestors have brought my African Guyanese brothers and sisters over there alive. Come alive! Come alive! Stand up! Stand up erect! Mr. Speaker, towards the end, Mr. Speaker, in our presentation, the Honorable Dr. Jennifer Westford made a plea that was not heard by our colleagues. She said, Mr. Prime Minister, honor the dignity of your office, please. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Jennifer Westford said, Dr. Westford said that she yearns for the day when we can have a budget where you say you agree with 5 aspects and you disagree 10 aspects. And I want to associate myself with those sentiments. But I want to say to my sister, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps if the government had considered the opposition to have their input before the budget, then you would have given us ownership of that budget. And when we come here, the scope for disagreement would have been lessened.
Wind down. Your 3 minutes over.
Mr. Speaker, let me wrap up by saying, I've heard the ministers talk about fulfilling the manifesto, their party manifesto. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, there is a difference between a manifesto and a budget. Since the manifesto was written, prices of goods and services have gone up on the world market. Prices of goods and services have gone up in Guyana. One cannot substitute a budget for a manifesto. A manifesto is a guide. A budget is a national document that has consequences, national consequences, and must be treated as so. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Member Kwame McCoy.
Mr. Speaker, I thought by now those in the -12 cubicle area there on the opposition side would recognize that Guyanese have rejected them for the very reason we heard from a David Hines who represents only one class, one category of people in this country. One race. And that is manifested in the numbers you now enjoy on that side as -12. Let me say to you, at the end of the day, you should apply the prince of paying bounty for the chicken you owe. The chicken you owe for. Now, when you have a national leader that stands up in the National Assembly to speak on a national budget that caters to every single class, category, race in this country, and he will say that Afro-Guyanese are excluded from the benefits of this budget. I am sorry. Mr. David Hines, you're a senior. The Honorable David Hines, as honorable as you think you are, I want you, there is something called the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's right. And you need to ponder upon that for a moment. Let me tell you something. That what we have here as a national budget is a plan that every single Guyanese in the majority are proud of and are speaking about because they recognize that we are a government people. And I am offended, really offended, as a young Afro-Guyanese man in this party for 26 years. There has been no moment, no instance when any of our policies and programs were geared to exclude anyone in this country. I stand up for black people more than you ever did. You ever gave your salary to any black man? I did. I also, if I might boast about myself a little and take the credit, only this afternoon, on a live by the president, a black woman thanked Kwame McCoy for helping. There are thousands of other cases. The Prime Minister's office is filled with all sorts of people every day. My colleagues, Charles, even Minister Sarah, though she is an Amerindian, and though she is from the Amerindian ministry, there are Afro-Guyanese from the hinterland that she helps and pursues their interests. Are one, and every single Guyanese will continually benefit from this People's Progressive Party civic government. And I know, yes, there are a lot of things to do, and no one ever said and understand this job to be a job of magic where everything happens overnight. It is a continuous work at development, a continuous program that brings about and adds value to lives on a daily basis across our country, that the man who started with us in 2020 is much better off today in 2026, thanks to the People's Progressive Party Civic. And when you talk about people living in misery and people living in poverty, no one is denying there is some poverty in our country, but the misery and poverty really is a manifestation of exactly who you are over there. You're impoverished of ideas. You're the worst misery I've ever seen in my life. The worst. And I want you to know that this budget, Mr. Speaker, is a budget to bring about impact. Impact in people's lives, the growth, the development, their success, their achievements. That's right. To advance our national development and to make sure that our development covers every sphere of our society. And it targets strategic outcomes. And it prepares our society for another wave of success and successes in 2026. And that's why this budget is a budget for all the people. It does put people first. Every dollar in this budget has a human face. Every single dollar. You criticize our infrastructure program, but yes, infrastructure has human face behind it. It is the practical thing of constructing our infrastructure across this country. Because what does it do? It provides opportunity for contractors. It provides opportunity for people in small businesses. It provides opportunity for the man and the woman, you know, I was so proud of a young lady just recently. You know what's her job for the last 6 years? She drives around on a daily basis after getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, obviously with a plan, obviously with a vision of her own, obviously making use and taking advantage of an opportunity. And she drives around to construction sites, and she sells breakfast, and she sells lunches, and she sells snacks in the afternoon. Today, she's also the proud owner of a taxi service with 4 cars. Every dollar has a human face. For the individual public servants, I heard my honorable friend said, this budget has nothing for public servants. And for a moment, I was really becoming very, very, very worried. I actually texted my colleague Frank Anthony to ask him if he has psychotic drugs and stand by, just in case we may need to apply some dispense for the honorable member. Teachers, doctors, the nurses, policemen, people in the military, farmers, entrepreneurs, whether small, medium, or large, the youth, women, people living with disabilities, people all across this country are part of this national budget and would reap the benefits from our national budget. And how did we arrive here? How did we arrive here, Mr. Speaker? First of all, through a vision. By the vision of His Excellency, the President. Because of our love, our abiding love and concern for the ordinary man, for everyone in our society. That's how come we are here today with a national budget. Understanding the realities of people's needs. The budget is an investment in lives, not just the creation of line items. Therefore, I would like to thank my honorable colleague, Minister Dr. Ashley Singh, for first of all capturing the vision and being able to take this vision and create the focus on the priorities and the needs of our people so that it can be applied for the continued growth, development, and sustenance of our society and people. And why are we able to do this? Very easy. The Caribbean dailies have recorded the People's Progressive Party Civic government as the most engaging and responsive government of all times across the Caribbean. We are out there with people every single day, listening to them and learning about the challenges. And that's why we are capable of putting together a good plan, and a plan that works for all. People invested in us as a result of what we represent and what we have been to them. They have invested in us through their confidence, their faith, their belief, knowing and looking at all of the contenders in the race, every single one of the contenders in the race. And they recognize that at the end of the day, the People's Progressive Party Civic government is the best of what they have to offer. And they allow their protective instincts to safeguard and protect their interests and future by ensuring that they reject those who were using money and tried to use and wend their way to power. Despite all the monies they spent, there are still a bunch of rejects, a bunch of -12, a bunch of people who don't yet understand after all these years that the opportunity for progress, the opportunity to govern people could only come through trust. People got to trust you. They got to trust you. And therefore, my Guyanese brothers and sisters, wherever you are this evening, we want to sincerely thank you for your confidence, your continued faith and belief in us, and to assure you that this People Progressive Party Civic government, every single one of us, from our president to all of my colleagues, and by extension the other officials of government and our public servants, will work for you and your development and your successes day in, day out, because we signed up to it and we will not let you down. We will continue to build you. We will continue to invest in all the things that you need and to make sure that your lives become better as the days go by. You know, very often it has been said by those on the opposite side, oh, there is nothing in this budget for people. Nothing. But Flubes's salary will increase. Flubes will also benefit from the assistance and support program for farmers. Where's your class? And
Mr. Speaker,
you got the doctors over there.
Honorable Minister, let me hear the Honorable Mahipo.
thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. Standing Order 41.5. The Honorable Member is referring to a member on this side by her full name, Flubes.
I don't know. I heard Great Bishop earlier.
No, but Flubes is Neema's title, sir. Flubes, he said.
I don't think there's one animal named Peru.
Guided, sir. Thank you.
The doctors over there will benefit from salary increases. All of you will continually benefit from the very budget that you condemn today and you play to the cameras just for the purpose of criticisms. No substance, empty, zilch in terms of contribution. I want you to know that, and if you ask there's somebody for you who collected money from me as well. Ask her. Budget 2026 is not just an academic exercise. The budget is a governing instrument for real people. And it stands in direct contrast to all of the emptiness on the opposition side. The traffic, they actually traffic in slogans, you know. But we govern with substance. That's right. They manufacture outrage and reconstruct pathway to positive outcomes. This debate is not a debate for the weak and the shallow. It is a debate for people who understand the real serious business of governance and who would apply their thoughts and their energy and their reasoning to refining and to suggesting adjustments that are positive and that will go to the benefit of people, not for the worst of stupidity. Trust is earned, first of all, by delivery and not by noises. This trust is also destroyed by failure and cowardice. Now, Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC in government was a failed experiment. In opposition, equally a failed experiment. They failed in office. 5 full years of zero governance, zero successes, all excuses, no structural reform, no economic confidence, nothing that inspired people, and nothing that amounted to the success and added value to anyone's life, just about a few. And oh yes, you must be familiar with friends, families, and favorites. And it is indeed the reason why you are where you are, because we apply the friend, family, and favorite theory different from how you did. You see, when we give the Because We Care cash grant and the old age pension, we ensure that all our friends and our families and the favorite pensioners get it all together at the same time in equal numbers. When we give house lots, we make sure that everyone gets it who meets the criteria of friend, family, and favorite, because they are all our Guyanese brothers and sisters. Unlike what you did, repossessed few house lots and redistributed those lots to the real friends, families, and favorite. Many of you on that side, including my friend with the residual leftover votes, who also capitalized and cashed in on some of those.
I only have PNC friends, and only PNC people members can get
today. Today,
you can speak Spanish, but she has to be a PNC
Spanish woman. A PNC Spanish woman. Their obstruction is revenge for rejection. And you know, I see my good friends over there, they all left. They all left. And you know, let me say this. Let me say this. I am happy that the people of this country had the opportunity of going through the elections and recognizing that they were being, or someone was trying to use them to get their way through to the seat of government, to continue all of his practices that we all know are associated with a tradition of the Mohammeds. Now let me say this, that I had the fortune of speaking to a young lady who worked for many years as the housekeeper the Mohammeds.
Don't go down that road, please.
A lady, I didn't call her name, Mrs. Speaker. And she said to me, it was only recently she was able to put everything together. Because she saw an occupant of that house, a little boy who remembers car numbers and so forth. He would look through the window and he could retain the car numbers and you know that kind of thing. And she remembered seeing on the TV stand, you know, in those days you had DVDs and you had some of the most famous movies on that TV stand. The 1973 classic is called The Sting. It is a classic movie that talks about con artistry and reminds us of the main character. You know, the thing is, the lady paid attention. And then there were other movies like Dirty Rotten Scoundrel of 1988. And then there was The Grifters in the 1990. And then The Wolf of Wall Street 2013. And then there was also the movies like The Nightcrawler and so forth. Some of you might know about that. There's more recent, 2014. And this little boy would sit down and watch these movies over and over and over and over. And then, lo and behold, the little boy is now a big man. A big man who is a fugitive offender. A big man who is now being sought after to account for actions that are not proper. They're not proper action. They're improper. They collide with law. They collide with order. And so the U.S. said, we want this buy to come. But this boy now try to turn and twist the story. Somebody want me. Somebody is persecuting me. Oh, the PDP wants me and the PDP is persecuting me. Let me tell you something. And this little boy said that he is going to hold the government accountable. Let me tell you something. If you're going to be an individual to hold the government accountable, credibility and integrity and good moral standing are important. Very important. It is not a job for those with the absence of integrity, morality, and integrity. Let me say this. This is a transient movement, enterprise. Transient. It will all disappear fleetingly. It's just a matter of time. Very soon or shortly. And let me tell you this here. The bottom line is that there is no one with any such tattered image and blemishes that is capable of holding this government accountable, because we stand on integrity and credibility and we have good moral standing. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Guyanese have not forgotten, and you know, sometimes we like to think that people don't understand what is taking place. When you had the chance, with all of the money that you have, monies that were gotten under very suspicious circumstances, and you still can't beat the PPP, the people spoke. They understand. They understand. The people spoke. And therefore, we have all of the opportunity in this country to ensure that the people benefit. And let me say something. I have heard so often all of these claims, oh, this one is excluded, that one is excluded, oh, this person didn't get help, oh, this person didn't get a house lot. And what baffles me is that these individuals who made these claims are supposed to be representatives of the people. I would think that everyone they come into contact with and they engage with on these matters, they will bring a list and said, this or these are my proof. These are the real cases where people have been excluded. You get nothing because it's sheer gaff, pure gaff, and their own illusion and delusion. Well, if I got one CXC, look at me, boy. Look at me, the PPP is a great party. I think, Cripsy Christ, I think the hair implant you did is really affecting your brains. Guyana's cost of living intervention have been implemented through a combination of tax reversals, foregone revenues and direct transfers designed to cushion households against the global inflationary pressures and domestic demand side pressures arising from rapid economic expansion. The measures below, it means that I'm audible and intelligent, AI. The measures below.
Additional 5 minutes starts now.
Okay. The measures below reflect quantifiable fiscal interventions that either reduce the tax burden and cost base of households or directly increase disposable income through transfers and targeted support. And what are the key takeaways in this? The quantified interventions above amount to an estimated $307.2 billion in fiscal relief measures foregone revenues, measures to reduce household cost pressures through tax reversals and subsidies totaling over $203 billion. Interventions that reflect a deliberate policy posture aimed at maintaining purchasing power and welfare resilience and social stability during a global cost of living shock. When we talk about the progress in respect to our government and what the budget means to people, it is about all of the measures that reaps down to a family at the end of the day being able to lead meaningful and productive lives by virtue of all the investments we make in their lives. Healthcare, education, housing, agriculture, tourism, every sector, every category, every individual have the benefit of this country and the budget. Mr. Speaker, perhaps if you, with all of your geniusity, could get the $191 billion in taxes from Azadine, we could do a lot more. We can do a lot more. Right? And the thing is, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, we have the opportunity in this country to ensure that we have the duty, rather, to ensure that every single person, everywhere, those who are affected by your negative propaganda and dissuasion, we should get them on board. Because you know why? Yes, there are a few who may miss out on opportunities because of what you tell them. I want to implore on you this evening, bring everyone on board. If you're truly a patriot and a nationalist, don't work to exclude people. If you sit down and tell a man, they ain't got nothing for you, but don't go there. Nothing for you. You can't get a house lot because you're black. You can't get a cash grant because of your name. Why you think? What? You can't get a job because you're not PNC. What else you think some people would do? There are people who will actually believe you. There are people who would actually believe you. So all I'm saying, just ensure that you work with us in a way and manner that allows, we the government body, you still realize that? Oh my God, this man is, I don't know, hallucination. You got a hallucination bout. You know it goes and comes. Hallucination bout. I tell you. Oh my God. Mr. Speaker, the budget of 2026 is a budget, again, like all of my colleagues have said, and as is contained in this document, a budget that provides opportunity for every single person here. Every single person across our country. Every Guyanese, every boy, every child, every woman, everyone. And so, all I say as I close, Mr. Speaker, that Guyana is certainly on the right path to development, certainly in the right hands, and we're not arrogant about it. We are humble to serve the people of this country. We will do so every single day. We will not rest until all our people can continually advance and will be part of the wealth generation and creation and can set out to be successful men and women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister McCoy. And now for the Honorable Member, Ms. Beverly Cornelius.
Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, special invitees, my Guyanese brothers and sisters in Guyana and in the diaspora, a pleasant evening to all. I rise in this honorable house, humbled by the responsibility, yet infringing in my duty as we take our place on these opposition benches under the leadership of the Honorable Mr. Azadeen Mohammed, Leader of the Opposition. I am confident that he will lead us with distinction, for his heart and his judgment are firmly rooted in the interests of the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend sincere gratitude to our supporters across this nation who made this historic moment possible. Without their trust, their courage, and their votes, we would not be here today to give voice to the concern and to represent them in this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, budget is not just an estimate, but an instrument that must be people-centered, demonstrating poverty reduction while increasing the livelihood of the people. I speak not only as a legislator, but as someone who knows the struggle firsthand. The years of renting, the endless wait for land allocation, the frustration of banks denying mortgages because incomes are deemed insufficient. Mr. Speaker, the opposition does not reject development. My colleagues over there want a citizen to believe that we are advocating for the reduction of the budget while leaving the people needs afloat. No, Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we're asking for better delivery of service. We reject failed development, half-delivered dreams, and policies that leave the vulnerable behind by privileging the well-connected. Policies that favors the haves and the have-not. The focus will be on the Ministry of Housing. Housing is a constitutional right, a moral imperative, and a test of this government commitment to its people. If we cannot pass this test, as a government, we are failures. We will continue to be the voice of those waiting, unheard, and underserved. And until every eligible citizen has access to a safe, dignified, and complete home, we will continue to stand in this house, not for rhetoric, but for justice. Against this backdrop, I will now commence today's debate. Mr. Speaker, on January 26, 2026, the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashley Singh, dramatically present the 2026 national budget with a value of 1.58 trillion Guyana dollars. Wow, and boasts that it's the biggest budget ever. With reference to Bulletin 1.458 of the national budget, Mr. Speaker, the government parades a headline, a figure, 159.1 billion allocated to house development for 2026. Big numbers, sound impressive, but the opposition is concerned with delivery, sequencing, and value for money. As opposition members, we hold the Ministry of Housing and the government by extension to account. We will demand that allocations are timely, that infrastructure accompanies housing, and that every citizen eligible for a parcel of land gets a parcel of land. We will expose practices that punish poverty and challenges promises that are in isolation. Because a house without a service, a title without livability, and a policy without compassion is again failure of governance. Mr. Speaker, the national budget, the government would have this House believe that its housing program is transformative. But when tested against constitutional and international obligations, that claim collapses. Mr. Speaker, Article 40 of the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana is explicit. It states every citizen has the right to proper housing accommodation. Proper housing accommodation, Mr. Speaker, is not a parcel of land handed out without roads, drains, potable water, electricity, or access to public services. A mud flat with a number on it does not satisfy a constitutional right. Government boards of allocating over 53,000 house lots, yet thousands of applicants are still waiting, sometimes for years, before they are called, if allotted. The land lack of basic infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this is not progress. It is administrative neglect dressed up as achievement. Everything is a show and a campaign for this government. Further, Article 149D, of the Constitution guarantees equality and freedom from discrimination, stating every citizen is entitled to equality before the law and equal protection and benefit of the law. Yet, this House continues to hear credible complaints of political favoritism, multiple allocation to connected individuals, and long-standing application being bypassed. Housing allocation must be based on need and fairness and not political loyalty. Mr. Speaker, the government points to VAT, relief on building materials, and increasing mortgage ceiling at commercial banks and the New Building Society Bank. But Article 38 commits the state to the elimination of economic, social, and inequalities between citizens. What good are higher mortgage ceilings to citizens who cannot qualify for mortgage, who work in the private sector, who earn wages that cannot keep pace with rising construction costs, such as the sweeper cleaner, the pathway workers, and even our teachers on the minimum salary scale. These policies advantage the bankable and not the vulnerable. Let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, increasing access for a few while excluding many deepens inequality rather than eliminates it. Moreover, Article 36 of the Constitution provides that the well-being of the people shall be the primary purpose of the state. Housing schemes that flood, lack drainage, or expose families to unsafe living conditions cannot, by any honest measure, be said to advance the people's well-being. Mr. Speaker, Guyana is also bounded not just by our Constitution, but by international law. As the state party to International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Guyana has undertaken the obligations under Article 11.1, which recognize the right of everyone to an adequate standard of living, including adequate housing. The United Nations Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights has made it clear that adequate housing includes security of tenure, availability of service, affordability, availability, and accessibility. Many of the government's housing development fail on multiple accounts. Queenstown Village in Region Number 2 has dams that children have to traverse every day that are slushy, no electricity, no potable water. Those residents have to utilize water from canal for domestic purpose. And in one case, a toddler lost his life because the mother usually used the water from that canal. Do these conditions demonstrate putting people first? No. Mr. Speaker, the construction of just 2,600 homes over 5 years is grossly inadequate and increasing housing insecurity. Squatting, overcrowding, and unsafe living conditions persist, particularly among the marginalized and hinterland communities. Constitutional rights and international commitments are not just paramount to well-being of our citizens, Mr. Speaker. They are binding duties. The opposition will not applaud statistics while citizens remain without roofs or have comfortable sleep at night. 2026 budget will be another avenue for disaster. Guyanese do not want promises. They want service. Land, affordable homes, transparent allocations, and dignity in living as guaranteed by the Constitution and demanded by international law. The government must be held to that standard. Mr. Speaker, allow me to look at Bulletin 1.56 of the national budget. The opposition is frankly unimpressed by the government's endless recitation of programs and ghostly achievements. Our responsibility is not only to clap for announcement, but to expose the widened distinction between what is said in this House and what is a live example outside of this House. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my colleagues over there of their duties in this dear land of ours. The principal objective of the political system of the state is to establish inclusionary democracy by providing increasing opportunities for the participation for the citizen and their organization in the management and decision-making process of the state, with particular emphasis on those areas of decision-making that directly affect the well-being of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, housing directly affects the well-being of our citizens. Yet this government continues to design housing policies for press release rather than for people. Mr. Speaker, we continue to reference the programs such as the Steel and Cement Subsidy Program. That in itself is a disaster. Mr. Speaker, I now ask the Honorable Minister of Housing, Mr. Colin Crowell, a very simple and measurable question. How many completed fully homes can this government point to that are presently occupied by citizens who were genuinely in desperate need of housing? Genuinely in desperate need of housing. Because I can name a few. There is currently an elderly, disabled woman who is blind in Charity, who desperately needs a home. More than one of them. Because, Mr. Speaker, there's empirical evidence of affected communities that directly contradicts the figure repeatedly advanced in this House. Allocations are being announced, but homes are not being delivered, and families remain without security, title, or basic services. Mr. Speaker, this government also carries a troubling record of forcibly displacing citizens from their homes without adequate consultation, compensation, or a clear and humane plan for relocation. Such actions are not morally indefensible. They constitute a violation of fundamental human rights, including the right to adequate housing and protection from arbitrary eviction. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, one must ask how many my colleagues over there, how they reconcile these actions with the promises they make to the very citizens who votes they seek during election campaign. This, Mr. Speaker, is a lived reality behind putting people first. The government speaks glowingly of a single window approval system that simplifies, fast-tracks applications. Mr. Speaker, digitizing dysfunctional does not fix it. Bureaucracy has not been removed, it has merely been uploaded. Then we were told that in 2025 alone, infrastructure work were completed in Blackbush, Polar, Success, Felicity, Linden, Madja, just to name a few. over 13,000 house lots were allocated, 570 houses constructed, 5,500 land titles and transports distributed. But, Mr. Speaker, let us expose the truth. Allocation is not development. Cycle do not build roads. Transportation do not provide drain. A house lot without water again, and electricity and proper access is not housing. It is abandonment. Lived reality demonstrated under development where the basic amenities are missing or below the expected standard. When Guyanese receive lots in flood-prone areas without treated water, proper infrastructure, this government is in direct contradiction of both the constitutional duty and its international commitment. I heard the Honorable One Edger spoke of the charity water treatment plan. Mr. Speaker, this plan started over 1 year, and to date it is just planks driven in land surrounded by water, while the people of Charity continues to plead for treated water. We are pleading for my brothers and sisters for the completion of this project. Until so let us dispense with it. The opposition is not moved by numbers read in record. We are concerned with outcomes felt in communities. Until the Honorable Minister of Housing and the government, by extension, can prove that its housing policies result in timely allotment or reliable service, it has no moral authority to claim success, and this opposition will continue relentlessly to hold it accountable. We are told that government intends to eliminate the current backlog of housing application for all regions except Region 4. Mr. Speaker, seriously? That admission alone is an indictment. Region 4 is home to the largest concentration of Guyana, and the government is effectively conceding that it cannot meet demands where it most matter. This is not vision. That is surrender. Here is yet another example that proves an inability of proper vision. The government promises an aggressive agenda to create new housing stock, including the construction of 40,000 new homes and shift from land allocation to turnkey homes in keeping with the public demand. Mr. Speaker, the opposition welcomes any move toward turnkey housing, but we remind this House that similar promises have been made before, announced loudly, delivered quietly, and often incompletely. Housing, Mr. Speaker, goes directly to the well-being again of the citizen. Why backlogs of land Region 4 backlog of land must not be attended to. We are also given long lists of house lots, housing areas that will be developed, especially the Silica City. Imagine this here. I'm wondering who and when they are going to get this. Mr. Speaker, listing community is not the same as completing them. Many of these areas have appeared in previous budgets, previous speeches, and previous promises. Yet most of these areas are unlivable and underdeveloped. That demonstrates poor management. Let us focus a little on their naming and charity housing schemes. There are many applicants, of which I am an applicant for the undernaming sandpit. I guess the minister cannot remember me. And so are hundreds of Essequibians. Mr. Speaker, we are still awaiting the ministry to finalize that agreement. Some were told a few weeks ago that the moderate income home that was $300,000 is now $500,000. How unfair that is, that you sign an agreement for $300,000 only to be told after 4 years it's now $500,000. Is this putting people first, Mr. Speaker? I would like to direct a question to the Honorable Colin Crowell, why are the applicants who already paid for the parcel of land on the naming and charity still awaits confirmation of title? Well, I have some pictures here to show. Why? Because it's still developing. Mr. Speaker, the government now seeks of improving the quality of life through drains, recreational facilities, lighting, and mini industrial areas. These are not innovations, they are basic municipal services that should have accompanied housing development from the start. Budgeting $8 billion for a drain after roads are already built is not strategic planning. It is corrective spending for earlier failures. This is a typical example of how visionless they are. Building toilets just before the call of nature. It is overwhelming how they are proving how visionless and incapable they are, because communities should not have to wait years after relocation for drainage, lighting, and safe public space. That delay undermines the very dignity the Constitution speaks of. They sound like a group of people with scattered thoughts. So, Mr. Speaker, the opposition is not persuaded by projection extending conveniently beyond the electoral cycle. We are guided by constitutional duty, international standards, and the lived reality of our citizens. Until this government can demonstrate that its billion translated into complete home service communities and reduce backlogs of applications in all regions, especially Region 4, its housing vision remain exactly that, a vision and not a victory. And this opposition will continue to demand proof, not promise. Mr. Speaker, as I bring my debate to a closure, let us return to the first principle, because budgets are not about estimate, projections, or press statement. Budgets are about people, and housing, more than almost any other sector, is where government promises either become real or are exposed as hollow. All the people of Guyana are hearing is billions and trillions at every budget, year after year. Throughout our hearing here, we would have heard about ambiguous figures, vision, pipelines, flag project. But, Mr. Speaker, that's all we will hear. Because when you go to the ground, it's a different story. Mr. Speaker, I would like our minister to put themselves in the shoes of the people of this country, the less fortunate, the marginalized, those who are yearning for a home, who wants a home and can't have a home, those persons who don't even have the resources to do it. Families. This is the distinction between government rhetoric and citizen reality, and it is by the distinction we cannot afford to ignore. The haves continue to have while the have not continued to hope for a better future. We are told that billions are allocated, and we are told that tens of thousands of homes are planned. But, Mr. Speaker, planning is not process, and spending is not success. Success is measured when a mother can raise her children in a safe, service community, when a young professional can move into a home that is affordable and connected, when an elderly citizen can enjoy a comfortable home after retirement. Mr. Speaker, when these commitments are generally fulfilled, when promises becomes home, when allocation becomes communities, and when policies translates into dignity, we will have a happier and more secure citizenry. And as Aristotle rightly stated, the highest end of human action is happiness. That's all our citizens need, is to be happy. Government exists not merely to announce intention, but to create the condition in which citizens can live well. Until that standard is met, housing fully, fairly, and for all the opposition, and for all, this opposition will continue to demand better because the ultimate measure of governance is not statistics, but the happiness and the well-being of the people. The opposition does not oppose to development. We are opposed to unaccountable development. We are not against ambition. We are against ambition that repeatedly outruns execution. And we will not accept a system where we have lots and lots of backlogs of application. So let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, we do not reject the idea of 40,000 homes. We applaud the Honorable Minister for such initiative. But at the same time, we demand to know how, where, for whom, and by when. We do not object to large allocation. We insist on measurable outcomes, timelines, and transparency. And we will not be silenced by statistics when citizens are still waiting for dignity. We do not condemn the budget as our colleagues want the Guyanese people to believe. We condemn unaccountability, development. Unaccountable development. We condemn inequality. We condemn visionless leaders. We ask for a better living standard and for the people, for the people of this nation. Mr. Speaker, this debate is not about who can list more programs. It is not about who did what while Noah was building his ark. It's about why. It is about whether the government has honored its constitutional responsibility to put people first, and not by words, but in substance. Until every allocation becomes livable, until every title is matched with service, until housing policies judged by conditions on the ground rather than claims in this House, the opposition will continue to stand firm, ask hard questions, and speak for those still waiting. We will be the voice of the voiceless. Mr. Speaker, I stand in this honorable House not as a member of Parliament only, but as a single-parent mother. Year after year without applying for land, year after year, and cannot receive same. Have to choose, sometimes mothers, I know sometimes mothers have to choose between keeping a roof over their children's head and putting meals on their table. Mr. Speaker, I know what it feels to walk into the bank seeking mortgage, only to be told you're not eligible not because of irresponsibility, but because the income is deemed insufficient. And there are lots of people who are going through that same thing. This is not abstract scenarios debate in this chamber. This is live reality.
What I do know for sure is that there is some bias. There is some bias in some of the institutions. There is some bias in some of the organizations whereby you see a proliferation of other ethnicities. So you, for example, look, and I know you have an issue with the banking institutions, but for Afro-Guyanese to set up businesses and for them to get available funding, there are greater hurdles that they face.
Mr. Speaker, at times one wonder if the Ministry of Housing is running a Ponzi scheme because the citizens continue to their installment without receiving anything tangible. Mr. Speaker, let us be honest in this House. What ordinary working parent can raise 200,000, 300,000, or 500,000 within 24 hours? What single mother, what security guard, what vendor, what public servant living month to month can do that? This is not policy, it is pressure, and it is designed not for inclusion, but for exclusion.
Honorable member, you're into your final 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, policies that punishes poverty is not normal. It is cruel, and it is unacceptable in a republic founded on equality and justice. Until the ministry reforms this practice, until payment system reflect real incomes, and until access to housing is treated as a constitutional duty rather than a financial test, this opposition will continue to expose these injustices and stand with those who are being quietly locked out. because rights delayed by impossible conditions are rights denied. As the saying goes, only those who feels it knows where it hurts. And until my colleagues over there, I will say again, say it again, until they put themselves in the place of our people, they will never understand what's happening to them. While some live, Mr. Speaker, while some live lives of comfort and luxury, others are fighting every single day for more than a safe roof. That imbalance is not accidental. It is a result of mediocre policy making. We urge all ministers to fix the problem within the ministry. If the roof is leaking, fix it. Don't wait for wind to highlight same before it can be addressed. Be proactive, do your job, and do it without fear nor favor. Manage your ministry with effectiveness and efficiency, and everything else will fall into place. Mr. Speaker, with these issues highlighted in this presentation, I wish to say we do not support 2026 budget presented by Honorable Dr. Singh because it does not meet the economical standards and the needs of our people. It's simply infrastructure oriented. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and God bless our nation.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Our next presenter is going to be Honorable Minister Colin Crowe.
Mr. Speaker, colleague ministers, hopefully honorable members on the other side of the House, and to the people of Guyana watching and listening across our 10 regions and the diaspora. It is my distinct honor, I'll tell you a few, and deep privilege to be given the opportunity tonight to lend my support to the 2026 budget and the budget debates. This 1.558 trillion budget, and yes, it is the largest, and we are proud of this. It is bold, it is ambitious in vision, it is practical in delivery. And those, Mr. Speaker, are not accidental features, they are hallmarks of the governance of the People's Progressive Party Civic administration. Because year after year, we have delivered budgets that are practical, that are progressive, and that are people-centered. It's therefore no surprise that budget 20... If my voice is affecting you, just plug one side. 2026 continues to transform the national infrastructure, expand our health and educational services, create jobs and opportunities, ease the cost of living, increase direct household support, and drive national development in all communities across the length and breadth of our country. This budget, Mr. Speaker, maintains fuel relief and freight support, increase pensions, introduce transportation subsidies, reduce vehicle costs, catalyzes the local manufacturing sector for furniture, expand access to financing. Mr. Speaker, continuing modernizing government services and strengthening our judicial systems. So listening to this presentation of the 2026 budget, it filled me with pride and confidence that the direction we can be rest assured that we are heading in, and presented by my colleague Dr. Natasha Singh. And we must acknowledge this stamina, his discipline, is the leadership that is mobilized to ensure that we are today debating this budget, a plan where every program, every policy, every project put the people first. I wish to take the honorable member from yesterday, Mr. Sherrod Duncan, on a brief trip down memory lane, because it appears that selective amnesia has become a strategy for some of the members on this side, on the other side. Just under 6 years ago, we inherited, first of all, what was called the Ministry of Communities. What it was in reality, Mr. Speaker, was a community of failures. What we inherited? A massive backlog of housing applicants, inadequate infrastructure in existing schemes, the construction sector at a standstill. The ministry itself, it had an alarming absence of housing policies. From May 2015 to July 2020, Mr. Speaker, 5 long years. The AFC record in the housing sector was 7,534 allocations, 2,000 of which was when you were on borrowed time as caretaker government. Mr. Speaker, this honorable member, Sherrod Duncan, spoke of decay of the houses that are being built. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member should be the last person to criticize the housing program. This honorable member, who once sat on the Central Housing and Planning Authority board, named tonight, while as a member of the board, one house that board approved, and now have the audacity to stand in this honorable house and lecture us on programs of housing. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the House of legacy of the program by the previous government. They constructed, let's go, 200 houses, follow me, 200 houses on the coastline. And then to add insult to injury, they introduced duplexes, 40 of them that were neither properly recognized by the banks or could be covered by the insurance companies. There was no legal framework. This People's Progressive Party Civic government passed the act. For hinterland, 21 houses alone were built. Mr. Speaker, the then minister within the Ministry of Communities, Honorable Dawn Hastings, only built houses in Kako, the village where she's from, and the surrounding villages in Region 7. Mr. Speaker, that's it. That's all they did for 5 years. That's all. Mr. Speaker, under our government, we embarked on over 600 hinterland houses, over $1.7 billion invested, including in Region 7, 1, 8, and 9, all hinterland regions. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member challenged the government to show him one housing area that was completed according to specification. Mr. Speaker, a challenge is nothing new to us in this government. We have set the parameters. Mr. Speaker, I can go on this here. Only this afternoon, His Excellency the President was here. Just go to the Cummings Lodge housing area. Just go. And you know, right next to an area that had stigmatization, go to the people that are living in the houses in Cummings Lodge and ask them what they have. They have concrete roads. And I could go on, I have pictures here. Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite the honorable member to take a tour. Include those communities in your infrastructure specifications that you've called for, perhaps include them on your general visits that you have. Mr. Speaker, let me remind this House again, the APNU-AFC government developed only three schemes. Three, Mr. Speaker, they did only portion of infrastructure work. These schemes were already established under the PPP government in 2015. And they speak about specification, yet, Mr. Chairman, I challenge the honorable member that is speaking now. Show me one new housing area that when under you were serving under the APNU government, show me one new housing area you established. The records will show, Mr. Speaker, no efforts were made to acquire new lands for housing development. So how are you going to do it? The 7,000 plus allocations, Mr. Speaker, they did were all in the areas that the PPP established prior to 2015. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member on the other side of the House alluded to Folk Bridge. That is so small, the houses that are being built under the Let Them program. And if you throw your towel on the floor, it can become wall-to-wall carpet. Mr. Speaker, this honorable member will not speak about the houses that were constructed and they said much bigger, but let me remind you, I must remind you of the houses that were built at Prospect under the APNU government, 18 by 20 houses, and you are criticizing the low-income size houses. And in fact, they call them chicken coop. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Mats has always been a problem for the APNU government. Where's my friend? She gone. They spoke about Bartica. Mr. Speaker, but Bartica has 55 houses that are under construction, 30 of which are completed. Mr. Speaker, I said Mats is a problem. The honorable member, you spoke about Silica City and the preceding speaker. Where is the speaker gone? They don't stay to listen. Mr. Speaker, this new scheme we're building, Mr. Speaker, the city will cover over 3,000 acres of land, equivalent to the size of 18 new housing schemes that we developed in Region 3 over the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, we have committed, I want the honorable member to listen very attentively. Perfect. We have committed $5.2 billion investment to date for phase 1 and phase 2 for the houses. Of that, Mr. Speaker, we have expended $1.2 billion on the completion of the phase 1 infrastructure that caters that we have already building 110 houses, of which 40 are completed. Or as part of the expenditure, we have another $800 million invested on the completion of the houses and approximately $348 million that we've paid on mobilization advance for the phase 2 infrastructure. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, on average, a total of $2.3 billion has been expended to date on Silica City. Mr. Speaker, sure. This area where members of the opposition can spend their leisure time when they will no longer be sitting in the Honorable House after the next elections. Mr. Speaker, I invite them to follow the housing program. But Ganesh, you can't, Honorable Ganesh, you can't, because you got your house lot at the last minute. And I don't have to remind you. Mr. Speaker, that side has a pattern. They create confusion. They manufacture hardship. They make excuses, and then they come to this house pretending that they are the champion of the people. Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana have not forgotten, and neither should this house. Just 11 months after we returned in 2020, we allocated close to 5,000, and they took whole 5 years to do 7,005. But in addition to handing over titles and transports to hard-working Guyanese families, when we state the fact, the opposition members are quick to say, well, we have the oil money now. Mr. Speaker, let me state this clearly. All the oil revenue in the world will not derive development if a government lacks vision, discipline, leadership, and a commitment to delivering social solutions for people. Mr. Speaker, we often speak in this House in terms of statistics, allocations, and billions of dollars when we're talking about the housing program. But housing is not done in abstract. Housing is deeply personal. Housing is for the youngest teacher in Region 6 who wants to stop renting. Housing is for the single mother in Region 3 or Region 10 who wants her child to grow up in stability, not uncertainty. Housing is for the policeman, for the nurse, for the market vendor, for the minibus driver. Only ordinary Guyanese all can have housing. All they want is a key, a title, a home, a future. And Mr. Speaker, this is what your government is delivering. Over the past 5 years, 53,000 house lots allocated. We surpassed our manifesto commitment of 50,000. When we started, your former honorable colleague said, oh, we joke in the numbers and it was magic thinking. We surpassed that. Over 100 housing areas established. 22,000 plus of that, 53,000 went to single women. 45,000 or 86% of our allocations, Mr. Speaker, went to low and middle income allottees, ensuring that housing development is not for the privileged few. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member gone. I wanted her to listen. 1,912 informal settlers were regularized. 25,000 land titles processed. 4,500, the Honorable Mr. Brown answered you. 4,500 houses constructed. 235 core homes. 28,710 concrete blocks were sold under what is called a community-based employment stimulation project. And under this program, Mr. Speaker, 116 block makers were employed, including women, including persons who are living with disability, including persons from the communities of North Ronville, Leopold Street, Mocha, Section B, Sophia, Plum Park, Victoria, Dikindran, Denhamstel, and I said Guyana Society for the Blind. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member mentioned, oh, only 4,000 houses plus in a 53,000 allocations. May I remind this House, the People's Progressive Party Civic Manifesto of 2020 did not mention or commit anything about housing. We added houses as added benchmarks and as added targets. Mr. Speaker, and it's hypocritical for the honorable members asking about housing, and I just mentioned their record. Mr. Speaker, in addition, for the steel and cement subsidy that we just heard the previous honorable member criticizing, provide support for steel and cement for foundation level to help all level. Mr. Speaker, these subsidies alone provide immense financial relief and enhance quality of life to over 10,000 households in keeping with growing housing demand. Mr. Speaker, just days ago, we launched the Yarracabra Homestead Program that provides affordable, sustainable home ownership opportunities for low and middle income female-headed households. Give me one innovative household program that you had in the APNU government. This is a first of its kind, Mr. Speaker, and already we have persons who have started to pre-qualify. The speaker coming after me will go more in depth. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we implemented a range of housing assistance measures, VAT removed from locally, now you have from locally produced materials. The low-income mortgage ceiling moved from $20 million to $30 million at the commercial banks, and now the inclusion for the insurance companies to offer similar services. And while all of this we're talking about, we also implemented the single window approval system, for which you, honorable member, if you want to be a responsible member of this House, must also play your part to speak to the people in some of your local authority areas that you or your party has control of, and tell them, ensure that they do their part of doing their necessary approvals in time so that the beneficiaries can receive their approvals. The opposition has mastered the art, Mr. Speaker, of loud without being useful. They shout about allocations, tell me about allocations, but they complain now about housing speed. But for 5 years, they were asleep at the wheel. They criticized the mortgage ceilings, but they left the people poor without a pathway to financing. Show me one pathway. Mr. Speaker, one cannot spend 5 years doing almost nothing and then return to this parliament and pretend to be an expert. This is not leadership. This is theater. And Guyanese are tired of your theater. They want performance. They want real performance. They want measured in homes built, titles delivered, and communities development. Mr. Speaker, we expect to significantly expand on the achievements over this next 5 years. It is grounded in our manifesto commitments, and it will continue to have socioeconomic transformation within the housing sector. With projected growth rate of 16.2 overall and 10.8% in the non-oil economy, there is both fiscal space and urgency. You remember that term, fiscal space? An urgency to continue investing in resilience and inclusive housing solutions. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, we intend to aggressively reduce the current backlog of applicants. We intend to establish new and upgrade existing housing areas, whereas, for example, Region 6, Motion Creek, Hawkstyle, Providence, Overwinning. Region 5, Experiment. Region 4, Chatamargo, Larry Souvenir. Region 3, Wales. Region 2, Hovenorik, on the Neeming. Region 1, Port Kaituma. Region 7, Bartica. Region 10, Wisma, Kwakwani, Letem. Mr. Speaker, and I can go on and on. We intend to construct our 8,000 homes for all categories, inclusive of low, moderate, and for what is called young professionals for the high income. Areas such as on the Neeming in Region 2, Hovenorik, Cornida Ida, Region 3, Anna Katrina, Edinburgh, Haruni on the highway, Silica City, more houses, La Reconnaissance, LBI, Region 4. We got to go to Region 6, Prospect, Smithsons, Palmyra. Region 8, no exception, 4 Miles, Madia. Region 10, Wisma, Fitzhope, and Kwakwani. And those are only the few areas. We intend, Mr. Speaker, to issue at least 7,000 titles and transports, develop new and recreational facilities and green spaces, assist in the installation of the street lightings, develop designated truck parks, and also with that is what is called auto zones, automobile zones. So for example, in areas such as Metamerzarg and Wales in Region 3, Grove on the East Bank, Enmore on the East Coast, Palmyra at Region 6, number 75, 76 Village in Region 6. Those on the highway, those are some of the areas for which we will be have designated truck parks and auto zones to address some of the complaints that are coming from the communities. We will complete the Craig to Landocanon Highway that is under construction. We will begin the Schooner to Parika Highway, for which the bridges are being done under the Ministry of Public Works. We will complete the overlay from Eccles to Great Diamond and from Merzargan to Crane on those 4 lanes. And we will complete the additional lanes from Eccles to Massey Road at Heroes Highway. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. Saiku, expressed a concern about the cost of road construction. While I welcome scrutiny, and we welcome this in the ministry, it will be remiss of me not to explain quickly because time will not permit, but the reasons why you will continue to have, you may have increases. In short, Mr. Speaker, in this case, you have the construction of access roads, because what you did, Honorable, was compare Mandela to Eccles with the other portions. You have access roads, roundabouts, lane widening, drainage works, utility relocation, all contribute to increased construction costs. Mr. Speaker, and including also our signage, the lighting, the bridge, the culvert that we're constructing, these were all at costs that will take it up. And may I remind the Honorable Member, these were all tendered works, open tender. Mr. Speaker, we have exceeded our manifesto commitment. We have employed single women through more, whereby we have empowering our women, and particularly single women, more than 22,000 allocations. We supported with subsidies. We regularized a number of areas, and we have ensured that families who have lived in uncertain environment have a security of tenure. Mr. Speaker, to our usual critics, I want to acknowledge the over 250 small housing contractors who played their part as part of the 4,000 plus houses constructed. You tell those small contractors, all local small contractors, you tell them and criticize them. They have played their role. They have created employment of over 25,000 for 25,000 persons. Now think about the magnitude when we will embark on our 8,000 first phase program, which will therefore mean as part of our 40,000 total, for which, Honorable Member, we have also thought about how we will implement this. And that is why we have gone out already for expression of interest. We received over 234 expression of interest, of which 130 plus indicating that they had their own self-financing. So as I speak, the team is going through that evaluation, and that is where we will be moving to be able to implement and build the number of houses we intend to build. We have invited on those expression of interest, modular type of houses, because you will recognize, Honorable Member, for us to have the productivity, then you cannot use the normal style alone of where we have these houses being built. Mr. Speaker, development will not wait for permission from those who fail to deliver it. The future will not be postponed because the opposition is uncomfortable with success. Budget 2026 recognizes that housing is a national priority. The allocation from our ministry is not just a number, it is a reflection for ensuring security of homes, empowering families, and fostering communities wherever Guyanese can thrive. We will continue to innovate, as I just mentioned. We will continue to build. We will continue to uplift. We will engage with criticism through evidence, not noise. But Budget 2026 is not a budget for the privileged few. It is a budget for the teacher, for the nurse, for the sugar worker, for the public servant, for the single mother, for the young professional, for the pensioner, for the ordinary Guyanese family that wants every human being that deserves a safe home, a secure title, a community to belong to, a future to build. And this is what this budget will deliver. Mr. Speaker, we come to this Honorable House, and I move on to some other points. We come to this Honorable House for the last few years, and year after year, the Honorable Member, I'm looking for my eyesight, Honorable Member Flubes comes here and talk continuously about MOCA. Mr. Speaker, allow me to correct again for this House the persistent misrepresentation of facts regarding the Cane View MOCA area housing situation. Mr. Speaker, the narrative that was advanced by the Honorable Member is not only inaccurate, it's misleading. It's unfair to the citizens who rely on all of us to speak the truth about matters that affect us daily. The lands at Cane View were not ancestors' land. They were owned by Gaisuko, a state-owned entity. The residents in question were informal settlers squatting on reserve lands. And in fact, this was established in the official records. To suggest otherwise is to rewrite history for political inconvenience. Mr. Speaker, this matter went to court. And the 6 persons, they all lost. They all lost because they did not have any ownership. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, we gave a commitment in court that we will still honor all of the same compensation packages that were provided to those who accepted. And may I say to this House, one of those 6 collected or received their approval for their compensation because they have seen the wisdom, and we are still honoring, although they went to court and lost. Mr. Speaker, instead what the Honorable Member should do is work with the people of MOCA, because as you go, Mr. Speaker, we are proud to say there's another portion for which you have squatting. And as I speak, tomorrow, come to the office. We have a number of them that will be allocated officially because we are regularizing 3 fields that we were able to acquire the land. And we have already awarded and started the infrastructure work for that squatting area to give the people of MOCA dignity. You know what? The chairman of the NDC, and including the honorable members of this House, try to get the people to not cooperate. And what we are doing, we are providing a community that they can be proud of, for which they will have a title and security of tenure when we are complete. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been asked about allocations and the process and mentioned about not being fair. But Mr. Speaker, when one comes to the offices, the central office or the regional offices, we don't look at face when you're applying for a house lot. Are we saying, Mr. Speaker, that the 53,000, and I'm really proud to claim all of them, are we saying the 53,000 is of only one type? Are we saying the 53,000 are only supporters of the People's Progressive Party? And I am proud to claim them, because if they're all my friends, if they're all my family, and if they're all my favorite, I am proud to claim them. And I'm making this challenge tonight. I challenge any member on the other side, if at any time they can put their hand on the pulse and tell me any one of them has brought a matter personally or on behalf of others for which it has not been addressed or for which favoritism has been recognized. I challenge all of them. All of them. I'm coming to you now. This honorable, since you want to crank me up, how much time do I have, Mr. Speaker?
You're into your last 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Let's go. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the honorable member got her voice. What's honorable? Honorable member Natasha Singh? This honorable member, Mr. Speaker, stood here in this house and spoke about someone in Port Kaituma, Leona James, and called for Leona Jones and gave the crying, dry tears. Oh, she died without receiving her permanent disability assistance and she didn't get her benefits. Mr. Speaker, I first of all will raise this, and I'll quote here. This is from the niece, and I'll put two evidences. This is from the niece. This is, and I quote, this is a lie. And she used to get the permanent disability assistance. Please rest, let her soul rest in peace. This is a big fat lie. Mr. Speaker, I have the evidence. This is 2025. What the honorable member, what that person could not get in time was the 2026 because they died in January in the same period when the books were being distributed for 2026. I have here in 2025 that person received their benefit. And I'm not going to say more. The Ministry of Human Services will show you since 2019, the late Leona James received assistance from the Ministry of Human Services. You should know better. But since we are on you, honorable member, you said to this house, and I'm reading here, that pensioners are receiving just $160 a day from the budget increase, an amount that you said is equivalent to the cost of a pack of Dixie biscuits. But Mr. Honorable Member, somebody help me here. Just take out the calculator. How much is it for a month? How much is it? 46,000? How many days in a month? So if you take 46,000 divided by 30 days, you will get 1,534 per day. And the honorable member is equating that to 160. Honorable member, if I were you, I would not say anything else to this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members, they come here and they talk about favoritism. But I want to say to you, let's remind some of them. Region 10. Region 10. Don't rile up now. Region 10, we're so biased, right? Region 10, 2,315 allocations. Yes, we're so biased. Region 4, 27,976 plus allocations under the last period. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, and I want to explain our commitment. We said we will clear all of the arrears of pending applicants for all of the regions, and we will be unable to accept Region 4. And I must outline, because you have to put things into context. Region 4, apart from being the largest populated region, has as a correlation the largest pending applicants. Region 4, Mr. Speaker, has 52,142 pending applicants. If the honorable members were doing their allocations in keeping with trends when they had their time, we would not have had to start with the backlog. And yet we achieved over 50,000. And that is the reason. So for example, Region 1, 187, Region 2, 2,000, I'll round it off. Region 3, 10,000. Region 5, 3,500. Region 6, 8,000. Region 7, 300. Region 8, 70. Region 9, 900. Region 10, 3,000. Those we will clear as our commitment and as we work to remove the backlog on Region 4. And may I also say, starting as a new week, we will be increasing the years for which we are addressing in Region 4. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, as I see you signal to me, I want to say to this Honorable House to give my support, my deserving support to the 2026 budget, not only because of the number it contains, but because of the lives it will transform, because of the homes it will create, but because of the future it will build for all Guyanese. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
One love, Delta 9 family. At this point, we definitely gonna land the plane. We will catch you live tomorrow. One love. Remember to thumbs up the live and subscribe if you're not already.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement. Men's total wellness formula. Packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.